Happy Wednesday morning, all. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network on that TV side. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. Jason Bishop is here. He is here with us. Good morning.
Cakes.
Jason.
What's up?
Good to see you. Eric Pickle is also here.
How are you?
What's up? He's prepping for his trip to the Outer Banks next week.
I'm not really prepping. I mean, it is what it is.
Furiously packing as we speak, getting everything ready.
Mike Marr's here in studio.
Mike Marr is here. He's adjusting a camera.
All right.
We rarely see him anymore.
Matt, a.k.a. Drab and Valdez. There was a big flap about that earlier in the week. They're here as well.
They are here.
That is your group.
Everybody's here.
It's going to get you through a Wednesday.
I'm tired. I was out last night. I have a friend in from town, from Florida. We went out to dinner last night. We had great dinner, actually. But didn't get back till late.
Just you two went?
No. Just my wife and my daughter and our friend Michelle from Tampa. And we had great dinner, great restaurant in Bethesda.
Mm-hmm.
And we went. They all wanted to get ice cream afterwards.
Too late.
It's just
what time
so
of dinner?
late.
What time was your dinner res?
The dinner reservation was 7:15. We didn't get there till 7:30.
They didn't get out of there till 9:30.
Didn't get out of there till 9:30.
Yeah, that's
probably yeah. Then we got we had walked around Bethesda to find had to go to Jenny's.
Jenny's.
Good whatever. I mean, just didn't get to bed till close to 11.
Too late.
That's
Middle
too
of the week.
late.
And then it was great.
That's a deal breaker.
We had a
Middle of the
great
week.
time. We had a great time. But then
sure you did.
But then tonight I'm going to Mubadala Open, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not complaining, but it's just 2 back-to-back days. It's a little too much. It's just
too many activities.
just a little too much for me.
Yeah.
You're done ski.
You have too much on the sked.
A little bit too much. But
you're gonna get about 4 hours sleep tonight, maybe 5.
Got to be 2 days in a row.
Because you're going there for the 7 o'clock matches, so you're probably.
I think 6 o'clock. I mean, I don't know. That's where the gates open, I guess. Did the matches start at 7?
I think.
I thought it says my ticket says 6, but who knows?
I could look at the draw, but let's just say it's even at 6. I mean, you're going to be there for at least a couple hours.
We'll be there a couple hours. I mean, believe me, I'm not going to stay at the bitter end. Those guys will be playing until 2 in the morning.
Do you have parking secured?
No, I've never really worried about parking there. It's usually fine.
I would always worry about parking.
Yeah, but I've been there so many times. I'm not too worried about it.
You're good.
Yeah, I think I'm
straight.
Good. I think I'm good with that. It's it's not really that far from my house, actually.
Yeah, it's probably only 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
It just depends on traffic.
Let's see.
But I need to. I'm trying to find the draw. I mean, it's just.
I don't have the draw. I just have the matches. So.
All right. So tell me who I'm looking at today. I'll walk all around the.
Men's side. Men's side.
Yeah, give me a men's side for tonight.
Well, Taylor Fritz plays at 2:30. That kind of kills you.
That's fine. I don't have any preference. Honestly, don't care.
All right, you can watch. All right, there's a match at 6. Alex Michelson is playing Adrian Manarino.
All right,
that's at 6.
What court?
John Harris, and on the stadium course, Rafael Jodar is playing Nishikori.
All right,
that's at 8.
All right,
women's side. Let's see, women's side. Emma Navarro is playing at 2, so you won't see. You can watch Ashlyn Krieger play Naomi Osaka at 6:30.
Oh, that is actually what I'm intrigued by. Wait, what court is that?
That's on Stadium.
All right.
All right, so that's the one you're going to watch at 6:30.
I'm going to definitely try to catch that.
You're going to watch Krieger Osaka.
I like Osaka.
Manarino is a fan favorite. He's one of my favorite players to watch. He's an older guy. He's like 37, 38.
Where is he
Maybe
from?
he's not that old.
Is he French or is he
I think he's
Italian?
French. Yeah.
French.
But he uses the lowest string tension on the tour. And what that means is, like, by far. And what that basically means is his strings are a trampoline.
Okay. Like a lot of power.
It comes flying off there, but you would never do that because
Harder
you have no
to
control.
Right.
So he looks unathletic and everything. He's just a fun guy to watch.
So watch him at 6.
Watch him.
I'm trying to watch the. I'm trying to look at the men's doubles. Did Tiafo and Kyrgios play and lose? What did they do? I don't see them.
I wasn't tracking doubles. But a lot of big names have lost.
I think they must have lost.
I think they lost. I don't see him.
And a short run for Tiafo in his hometown event.
Yeah, he was here for about 2 days.
Yeah, I don't think they're in it anymore. That's fine. I mean, doubles is actually fun to watch in person. Shelton even lost in doubles.
Let me see.
And also,
I don't see them.
Much more fun to play as a guy in your mid-50s. More fun to play doubles.
Oh, yeah.
Less court to cover.
I'm going to play singles, like
Singles
matches.
hard,
Are you
man.
kidding? Get out of here.
So you'll get
And some people still do it.
I'm not doing that. I have no interest. Zero. Like Mark said when we had him on yesterday, 90% of the public plays doubles.
He's probably right.
That's basically what people play.
Well, you're going to have good weather,
Yep, that's good.
unlike last night.
That's good. Yeah, the weather, we got in at 13 holes. Weather hit was fine.
I mean, some of the matches postponed yesterday or certainly delayed.
Probably.
I would assume.
Probably.
Yeah, so you watch Osaka tonight at 6:30.
I'm going to watch Osaka, but I do like to walk around the grounds and just see everybody hitting and I actually really just love the environment.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
How many people are going tonight?
It'd just be 4 of us, actually. It'd just be D and I, and Stevie's actually in town with us, so he and Kate are going to go.
Oh, cool.
So we'll have a good time.
Well, I'm glad that the Nats play at 1. Maybe it's 1:30, but I love day games.
Well, it's nice to
You
have
love
it on
gambling
in the
on day
background, right?
baseball.
I just love watching it. Day games, awesome.
Well, it's good they're coming off a win, too.
I only
right?
got to see the first inning last night.
That's all you needed.
Because it was a 70-minute rain delay. But that's all you needed because Bieber couldn't throw a strike. He was blaming the weather.
Yeah, the Biebs was having issues.
Said he couldn't grip the ball. He was too hot. He was sweating. His hand was sweating.
Right. Well, they got 4 runs, and then they got the back-to-back bombs in the 4th.
Your boy
From
Cruz.
Cruz is coming along.
He was coming along.
He was my whipping boy.
All right, anybody who thinks he sucks and he's going to be a failure, they're wrong. He's going to be good. I'm not saying he's going to be a 300
I don't know
hitter.
how good he's going to be, but he's going to survive.
I think he's going to be a starter.
He's going to survive. I hope so. He should be.
Yeah, I mean, he's number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah,
he should be at least minimum.
Well, I know,
kinda like him
but
to be a
last
star,
year,
to be honest with you.
last year, a lot of people thought. I mean, he wasn't even hitting in the minors, and he was done.
No, I was putting him in the Carter Keyboom category until proven otherwise. And so far, he's doing a solid job. So good.
Today's a 105 first pitch.
Yeah, and then who's left to pitch? Is this today when Griffin's pitching?
No, Zach Littell's pitching today.
Littell. It's, by the way, it seems like by all reports when you're reading little blurbs, I mean, it's basically a given. Foster Griffin's gone.
Well, the trade deadline is looming.
I mean,
August 3rd.
you should ask Taboni that at 9.
No, he's not going to say it. But it's over. I mean, it's over. The talk's fizzled, and it's basically expected.
Just enjoy the ride you had with Curtis Mead and / Foster Griffin.
Yeah.
Mead, by the way, is probably going to be out for the year.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? I
broken
saw
wrist.
he's on the 10-day IL.
Well, 10 days could mean 2 months.
Wow.
Broken wrists usually take about 2 months to heal.
That's a brutal.
Now maybe
brutal
he
trade for the Sox.
So
in
2 months. So
retrospect.
August, September. So maybe he could be back for the playoffs if they get in, but he's probably going to miss the rest of the regular season.
Yeah,
that's just brutal.
That hurts.
That sucks
There's
for
nothing
the
you can
Sox.
do about it. You made the trade. You have no idea the guy's going to get a ball on his wrist.
No.
Basically his first game.
It literally-
he's appearing for your team.
Second at bat.
The worst luck you could have.
I believe it was his second at bat
Yeah.
as a Red Sox.
That is correct.
And he breaks the wrist and probably going to be out 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah,
That's a rough one. All right, we'll talk a lot of baseball on a game show Wednesday today. Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. She's going to join us at 8 o'clock. And Paul Taboni, the president of baseball ops for your Washington Nationals, he will join us for his weekly hit at 9 a.m. This is his last appearance before the trade deadline next week, because I believe August 3rd is a Monday or Tuesday.
It's Monday.
So this is the last appearance he's making before the trade deadline on August 3rd. So you definitely don't want to miss that. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. When we come back, we'll get into the Commanders. They have their first practice today. Yesterday, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters had their training camp introductory press conferences. JP Finlay from 106.7 The Fan put him on the spot yesterday. We'll listen to his question that he pitched to them yesterday. We'll do that next. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So training camp is on. Veterans reported yesterday. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters had their introductory press conference yesterday. They spoke to the media, a lot of whom were assembled a couple nights ago.
A lot of the people we saw.
DC Prime that we were sharing drinks and food with a couple nights ago. One of the people that was not there was JP Finlay.
Right. He was there a couple of years ago, but
yeah, he's
not
been
this
there
time.
many times. He covers the team.
Not on
He's
Monday,
super
right.
busy. He just couldn't make it. He was there for the introductory press conference, and here's the question that he posed to Adam Peters yesterday.
Adam, one for you, just in a general sense, as you're always looking to improve the team, when you're evaluating guys to maybe bring in for workouts, whatever, what role, if any, does kind of a player's social media have in that evaluation process?
That's a good roundabout question.
Badass you are. Straight badass right there.
Roundabout.
No, we look at everything, JP. I mean, it's a great question, but we do look at everything, and we want to make sure it's the right player to be in our locker room, in our bloodstream, and in our culture, and we often, we look at that stuff. I mean, it's not always the first thing we look at. Obviously, you're looking at the tape, and you talk to the teams that the players have been on and how they were in the locker room, the players that have played with them, and so on and so forth to make those decisions. But that's not usually a huge part of it. Usually.
So him ending it with usually is, it's pretty telling.
Yes.
It tells you that, it's a minor part of their evaluation process, but in Brandon Ayuk's case, they might have given a little more attention.
I don't know who I was talking to on Monday night about that, but and maybe I heard BMitch say it too. They predicted, and maybe they were just kind of goofing around, but
He's just going to show up.
he's just going to show up at camp
Yeah, I heard
with all the fans.
I heard Grant Paulson basically saying the same thing as I was driving around Northern Virginia that night.
Like I said yesterday, a buddy of mine said he saw him in Ashburn at a restaurant in the parking lot. Now, I assume it was him because he called his name and the guy raised his hands, gave two fingers to him.
Listen, I don't think they.
So I assume he is in Ashburn somewhere. I don't think he's definitely not at 49ers camp.
No.
So
I think you could. All those people that said that they thought that he was around here, or he's posting, he's from around here or whatever. I think they've been vindicated.
I think I was wrong.
I didn't
think there was a chance he would buy a house here, and apparently he did. And I didn't think he would be here. Apparently he is.
Does anybody know, does he need to physically go back to San Francisco to get reinstated? Or is that something like that he can just do from afar?
No, I think he has to show up at
camp.
camp.
He has to go to their camp.
That's what I've read.
In order for them to release him.
That's what I've read.
Yeah. He just doesn't appear interested. So I know like BMitch is kind of insinuating that, just judge him by his actions, not by what he's saying. So, I mean, if you wanted to play, you would do everything in your power to be eligible to play.
Sure. He would already be
either,
released by the Niners.
Now, some people are throwing out there, and I did that hit with Derek Forrest yesterday for DC News Now. Did I have that correct, Case?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, yeah.
And Derek's a great guy, and he's like, how much of this is just, hey, Brandon Ayuk's like any other vet, doesn't want to play yet. And when he's ready, then he'll do whatever, potentially, then he'll do whatever it takes to be available. But right now, it's just all fun and games because he doesn't want to play.
Possibly, but if he really wanted to hit the ground running with the Commanders and start on day one of training camp, he already would have gotten his release from the 49ers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That would have already been taken care of.
Guy like him,
now he's going to have to fly to San Francisco, get it done, fly back here if that's the case, waste a few days doing that. I don't know how serious he is about playing NFL football at this point.
Guy like him might think, though, that he's so good and he's a proven vet that he can just kind of show up, be diluted, but think he could just kind of show up and just give him a couple weeks, he'll be good.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's where if I'm David Blau, I'm going to say, well, you're good and all, but you're not just going to leapfrog all these guys just because you showed up 10 days into training camp.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to give him a cut and line pass.
I think that, for better or for worse, it's over, right? The Ayuk situation is over. So,
he just loves the Northern Virginia area. He loves the DC area, wants to settle down here. I don't know. I can't get inside that dude's brain.
Yeah, nobody can.
I can't figure him out.
Nobody can. It's a shame. I honestly do. I have no hostility towards the guy, zero. I do feel bad for him if he's just lost, kind of had a break from reality or something and just lost this opportunity to continue to build generational wealth. It's really sad. But I think that ship has sailed. So it is what it is. They got who they got. It was asked about, do they like the room? I don't know, do you want to play those clips? You want to play them later, Drab? They're clips where they're asked about the wide receiver room specifically, and they seem pleased.
Specifically, I guess, receiver, right? That's been a big topic, of course, in the offseason here. And you had talked about wanting to surround Jaden with as much talent as possible. How do you feel you've done that this offseason? Do you feel you still need to add more, and are there still possibilities that exist for that?
Yeah, I think I'd start by saying, really happy with what we've done in the offseason, throughout the offseason. Our staff did a great job working together and identifying guys that would help us both offensively and defensively. Specifically wide receiver-wise, I think I've said to you guys before, really happy with who's in that room. Really happy with how the guys progressed in the offseason and stepped up, and I think they're going to take another step in this training camp. But just like with any other room, any other place, if we have ways to get better, we're always going to look into that and really assess the decision if it's the right move for our team or not. And if we do think it is, then we're not afraid to do that.
So they had, NFL teams constantly bring guys in for workouts on Mondays or Tuesdays, whatever the designated day is. And yesterday it was interesting. There were 3 or 4 receivers that they went through the motions with. There were a couple punters. I guess Tressway's dealing with a pec issue. I don't think they signed in the guys, but just kind of, see who's out there, what's available. Keep it in mind if something happens down the road. They brought in 8 or 9 guys. I think 3 or 4 of them were receivers, and I think maybe 3 of them might have been punters. And that one was a quarterback. It's kind of routine. Bring guys in, see where they're at, and just kind of have them on your board.
Right.
If you have to break glass and find somebody. So interesting. But I do think they like their room, and that could it get better? Of course. But I think all those guys can perform, and provided that they can keep Jaden healthy and upright, and the offense is clicking. They made a point of saying what a great offseason Jaden's had. About how he quickly picked up the offense. They love the work he did on the field here in town, but also when just bringing the guys together and getting some work in out in L.A. on their own.
Yeah, they worked out a lot out there, I think.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's
Are you buying Peters when he says we're really happy with the room at the wide receiver?
Well,
I think he's saying
he hedged it too by saying, "Well, we're going to look to improve it if we can."
Yeah, like any position though.
Yeah.
But I think
I'm sure any GM would say that. But
I think he's there. I think they actually had a pretty good offseason, actually. I actually think they did. They did, and I don't know. Have to see how it all plays out. But I'm excited to see how the new offense hits. He did mention how part of, he was asked specifically about, how do you get Jaden? David Aldridge asked, how do you specifically get Jaden to that next level, to be the best version of himself? I'm paraphrasing. And they talked about how, improving the defense is a big part of that. We talked about that, right? One way you can make the offense better is make the defense better so that Jaden doesn't have to put on his cape every game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, so you don't feel pressure to score 30 every single time you take the field.
With a 2-minute drill, just try to salvage every game, some game-winning drive, some freaking Hail Mary or whatever, whatever it is. So I do think that they had a pretty good offseason. So.
I wonder if the focus will shift. The focus was on Brandon Ayuk for weeks, and it's dying down. I wonder if the focus now will shift to Stephon Diggs more.
I don't know, man.
I think it depends on how guys perform in camp. If they like what they see from the rookie Antonio Williams and from Van Jefferson, then they might just think that they're good heading into the season.
Yeah, you might be right.
When Keim did his projection, and of course, John's just giving his best guess. I mean, he's been there longer than anybody, but he's giving his best guess that they keep 6 on their 53. Of course, like they talked about yesterday, they really consider it their 70 because it's just rotating guys off and on the practice squad throughout the season. But if they keep 6, in John's mind, barring injury, that left Van Jefferson on the outside looking in. If they bring in Diggs, who's going to be on the outside looking in?
I mean, it could be De'Ami Brown.
I can't see a
Could be
scenario.
Burks.
I can't see a scenario where De'Ami Brown would be on the practice squad. I really would be surprised.
I don't think
by
so
that.
either.
I mean, Diggs is better than De'Ami Brown. Not suggesting
Maybe
that
they
he's
keep.
not.
Maybe
That's
they
not even close.
Maybe
But
they keep
they
7.
like what Brown brings.
Maybe they keep 7 and then don't keep 4 tight ends.
I just think it's going to be weird. I don't know.
I know that they like that what Diami brings to the offense. Like he can actually stretch the field.
I like his connection with Jaden.
Does he have more than that in his arsenal? Like, is he worth keeping around if all he can do is just run straight downfield basically and catch long passes?
I'm sure he's been working on that.
I'm sure he has, but that's kind of his reputation in the league at this point.
Well,
I don't know.
Like,
if
every
you're-
team needs one of those guys.
If you're asking me to choose between Stephon Diggs and an end of the roster guy like De'Ami Brown or Van Jefferson,
So you would no question, you wouldn't hesitate. You just worry about the ramifications later. If you could sign Diggs, the way you look at
it doesn't really matter who you're thinking about cutting or
because
not.
I'm not worried about the 5th and 6th wide receiver.
Right.
I'm worried about the number 2 spot. And if you sign Stephon Diggs,
I think De'Ami might be your number 3, maybe, or number 4. I mean, he could be higher than that.
And like we're getting into semantics as far as where guys are slotted, but I know that if Stephon Diggs shows up and is signed, that he's immediately the number 2, if not the borderline number 1 wide receiver in this offense.
What if it slows down your development of Antonio Williams too? You don't care. I mean, postpone it for another year.
I can live with that, and I also think Williams might benefit by having, some of the targets go the other guy's way because he's going to draw a lot of single coverage if both Diggs and McLaurin are out on the field.
Okay,
that's kind of the way I would look at that.
All right,
I
don't know.
Maybe they just don't want to spend the money, and they feel like Antonio Williams is a guy that they can plug right in, and he can be an effective piece of the offense.
How much money do they have left?
Slot.
I thought it was in the. Well, I don't know
I can
about
look
after
it
the
up.
rookies
I don't know
were signed.
exactly what it is, but
I thought they spent a lot of it.
I thought they had in the 40s, but maybe that was before they signed all the draft picks.
Commanders currently are 3rd in the league in available cap space, $44 million.
Wow.
The Niners have $71 million, and the Titans have $52. The Commanders are 3rd. So they could sign a Diggs, and it's not going to, hamper them financially.
Let's see what happens.
But remember, Keim also predicted that Ayuk would play for the Niners or for the Commanders this year.
Yeah, before all the hell broke loose. Yeah,
Yeah.
all of the beat guys had the same vibe that when Ayuk became available, they were going to pick him up.
And maybe ultimately they will. But I think the chances of it are.
I think that's just projection. I don't think that if a beat guy tries to link somebody to the team, that it's necessarily fait accompli that the team's going to sign them.
Well, it didn't happen. But I just think sometimes beat guys try to connect the dots. Okay, that's possible.
You're probably
they
right.
were all singing the same tune.
I'm not saying that Peters
take
told
on
them
that was that they kind of.
What I've learned from this regime is that it's one of the most tight-lipped regimes in the NFL.
That's true.
And that I don't think stuff gets leaked like it used to back in the day.
That's fair.
When Ron was here and when other coaches were here. I don't think, and when other GMs are here, I don't think it's the same type of.
Matt, you might be right. They might have all just been taking a leap and connecting dots. But Standig, Nicky, John, all these guys, they don't really. This group doesn't go on a limb. They don't really go on limbs. They really don't.
Yeah, but we have to look at the language. When Standig says I could see them going after Ayuk, it's not this team is going to draw up a contract and get Ayuk in here at the first.
I think it was a little stronger than I could see. I think the language before all hell broke loose was the expectation is that when Ayuk becomes available, that they would be interested. Very interested. Yeah.
All I need is the 49ers to release him, then Eric Bickle will owe me $5.
I'm happy. I'll pay you now. I'll Venmo you now.
Offside.
I'll Venmo you now because I do think
the
this shit was
the language of the bet was when Ayuk's a free agent, the Commanders will sign him.
Yeah, it was before the meltdown that just kept getting worse and worse.
And look, if Ayuk,
I'll be fair. I bought into the I knew he was crazy. Because
I didn't know.
The team kicked him off the team, and
I didn't know he was crazy.
If Ayuk had followed all the rules and he wasn't posting all this nonsense on social, and he went to camp and he was waiting to be released, a different story. But
Yeah.
If he's not even in California, I mean, he's got no.
I mean, it is bizarre. That
he's got no chance.
It's bizarre that he's buying a house here without being signed to the team yet. Like, that's weird, irrational behavior.
Yeah.
Like,
By the way,
what he's doing.
buying a house about a driver 4-iron from Jaden's.
Yeah.
Right. He's buying in the same
Kind
neighborhood.
of
as Jaden
strange.
Daniels.
Listen, if he
Kinda
ends up
strange.
signing, you can send me 10 back. But I'm paying you. I don't see it. I think that I was wrong. Well, I don't know. I think I might have been right at the time, but it ended up being wrong. There you go. Paid you $5.
Adam Schefter was on McAfee's show on Monday and said they were talking about Ayuk and Stephon Diggs. And Schefter said that now, since everything's gone downhill with Ayuk, he says the chances of Diggs landing in Washington are considerably better. He also said Albert Breer also said from Sports Illustrated said that Diggs is very interested in Washington.
Right.
I don't know. It just seems like those dots could be more connected.
Well, the
now.
chatter is building for Diggs.
That's what it
Well,
means.
that's my whole point.
And Matt, maybe that's who they really were targeting even before Ayuk.
But
we have no idea.
that's my whole point is that Adam Schefter isn't coming out and reporting that the team has interest in Diggs. And then Breer is saying someone from
he's
Diggs.
saying it's his opinion.
Obviously, Diggs has interest in this team because he's a free agent, hasn't been signed by anybody.
Yeah, plus he's from here. Yeah, it makes sense.
But just because it makes sense doesn't necessarily mean it's
Doesn't mean
a
they're both-
report. You know what I mean?
Of course,
it's
of
that
course.
It was
it's all
not reported that he's guaranteed. It was just the intuition, at least in my interpretation.
was the logic.
I know,
As
but-
someone that pays attention
It was just
to all of
it was just the connections.
They
Yeah.
were all kind of going with the same story, and I just don't think these guys take leaps. They're not in the business of guessing. So they could just been all happen to be connecting dots. It's possible for sure. But I felt like they had a real good sense for some
And
reason.
we have no idea who Schefter talks to.
Well, I can't speak to those guys. I
I'm
have
just
no
saying,
idea.
we have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea what Schefter's getting his stuff. I assume he's getting them from a source.
Or maybe from Diggs' agent.
yeah. But Schefter leaves the back door open in case it doesn't happen.
Of course.
That's all. That's
Listen,
It's the same
I don't
thing
give
we
a
do.
crap what Adam Schefter says.
It's the
It means
same thing
nothing
we
to me.
do. I
Adam
mean-
Schefter means nothing to me. Adam Schefter, I would take our guys, all our people, over the national guys.
But I'm just. But
Always.
what I'm saying is, you see the sentence where it's Schefter, Diggs, Commanders, and then nobody's reading the fine print about what he's saying. That's
listen.
basically my problem with it.
Not me. I see Diggs interested in the Commanders, the Ravens. I think other teams will be interested in him. I have no idea where Stephon Diggs
I'm sure he's going to go with the highest bidder.
I have no idea. Yeah. No idea. And I do think it gets a little crowded, and they're not necessarily just going to cut guys that they have 3 or 4 years invested in just because you got a veteran who, who's got a better resume. Diggs definitely got a better resume than probably everybody on the roster, maybe even than Terry.
Even over Terry.
Yeah,
100%
but
he does.
that doesn't mean they're just
Yeah.
going to sign him.
No,
No.
not necessarily.
I mean, it's gotta
But
make sense
He
for
should
him.
be under consideration.
I think he is.
I mean, you hear that last part that Adam Peters said that he's always looking to upgrade the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Stephon Diggs would upgrade this roster.
Right.
I just don't know why none of the local guys didn't put it together. Or at least that John Lynch and Adam Peters are very close friends. John Lynch kicked Ayuk off the team. Why would Adam Peters sign a guy that his best friend says is a nut job?
Yeah, it doesn't
never,
seem-
it never made sense
Yeah.
from the very beginning for me. That's why I made the bet with you before all the social media stuff. His best friend or close friend kicked him off the team. I mean, who cares if he's friends with Jaden Daniels?
Well, I don't
It
know.
means
He
nothing.
kicked him off the team. He kicked him off the team because he stopped showing
No,
up.
it's just weird.
I mean,
Yeah,
Brandon
it's just
Ayuk
weird.
stopped showing up. So you can interpret that however you want. I mean, eventually you got to kick a guy off the team. You got to show up. So, I mean, it wasn't Brandon Ayuk knocking on the door. Let me in, let me in, let me in. No. John Lynch kicked me off. That's not what happened. Brandon Ayuk, they had a falling out, and Ayuk stopped showing up. So you could pick who's to blame.
Think of it like a job interview. John Lynch would never give Ayuk be his reference.
Well, at this
No.
point, it went
Which is
bad.
so,
At this
yeah.
point, it went bad. But
Yeah.
do you think that AP would only go with that? You don't think AP could look at it? So he also knows Ayuk. Lynch could be his best friend. Listen, I don't agree with my best friend on everything.
Well, in the clip he says we called around to other teams.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I mean,
I think that this Ayuk ship has sailed, but I don't think it had sailed before all of the public meltdown. Drabby's claiming he had the knowledge. I didn't. I didn't have that. So maybe you did. I didn't.
Oh my gosh.
I'm looking forward to a day where we don't have to mention Brandon Ayuk's
I think
name.
I don't even care. I have no animosity. It's
Yeah.
a topic. It's killing 4 hours for me. I could care less.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I could care less.
I mean, it's on the outline pretty much
I could
4 out of 5 days.
less. I don't hate the guy. I don't have animosity towards the guy. In fact,
I think Diggs should be on the outline 4 out of 5 days.
I feel pity for him, to be honest with you.
It is what it
It's
is.
sad. You know, let's say he bought this house. It actually goes through. What's he going to do with it in 6 months?
Probably sell it.
I mean, you're going to take a bath.
Yeah, who knows what Brandon Ayuk's next
from
move
what I
is.
told is he can't even live in it now because it's not ready because the original builders went bankrupt.
Yeah.
It's not livable.
Yeah, well, I thought it was...
So he's not living in the house he bought.
Right.
Yeah, well, I thought
it's not
it was...
ready yet.
I thought they were building it. Yeah.
Well, they were building and the builders went bankrupt, so it's just sitting there on the market.
The builders went bankrupt, and my guess is that eventually Brandon Ayuk is going to go bankrupt at some point.
If he's buying
$10 million houses and then he's punting away $30 million in guaranteed money because he doesn't want to go work out at the Niners facility.
Yeah.
That's a guy who's on a bullet train to not having a lot of money in 5 or 10 years.
Doesn't sound good.
Doesn't sound great.
Yeah.
Also not great. The Tony Romo body cam video that we saw yesterday. We will get into that next here on The Fan. Coming up at 7 a.m., we will hit the Skins as they prepare for their first on-field practice of training camp. That will happen later today as veterans reported to camp yesterday. So we wanted to get into some of the audio from the body cam video of Tony Romo's operating while intoxicated traffic stop in Milwaukee on July 23rd. Here's the audio.
The reason for my stop today is the unsafe passing on the right, the lane deviation.
Say it louder, I'm sorry.
Unsafe passing on the right, cutting across the gore. Obviously, the gore?
Yes.
It's the marked area.
Gotcha.
Where are you coming from?
Well, I live in Dallas, so I came in to visit Grandpa, so we're here. I'm going to do that, but I got the gore.
You got the what?
The gore, you said?
Yeah.
That's what it is for you to cross it?
Yep.
Yes. I got what you're saying.
And you were coming from Grandma and Grandpa? What did you say? It's really hard to hear you, dude.
I can't hear you either.
Yeah, I know. We got to basically yell at each other, right?
I feel like I'm yelling at you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Deputy Court.
So I want to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the gore, which is the place you're talking about right now. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
What's a good phone number for you?
The part of the conversation where they're like, it's really hard to hear each other. That reminds me of almost any time I'm talking to my wife and we're not in the same room. Like if my wife is talking to me, especially like if she's upstairs
and she yells
she's
down
trying
to
to
you.
talk to me and I'm downstairs, there's just no chance that I'm hearing exactly what she's saying. And I have to be like, oh, stop. And then I'll either go to her or we'll meet in the middle so we can actually have a civil conversation.
I still
with each other.
don't know if I understand what he did wrong. She said something about passing on the right.
He crossed a marked area.
That you're not allowed to pass.
She told Romo that she pulled him over for, quote, unsafe passing on the right and cutting across a marked area, whatever that means. I don't know exactly what that means.
Well, maybe, is it like the right shoulder? Did he do that?
Could be.
It could have just been a line, like a full line and not one of the dashed passing lines.
Yeah, that's what I initially assumed. Yeah.
Or he could have, maybe he dipped into the shoulder when he shouldn't have. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
Side. Okay. Any head injuries?
Excuse me?
Any head injuries recently? Any concussions?
What does he say?
He's laughing because maybe he just thinks, oh, you don't know who I am.
He says, not recently.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was trying to stretch at he was stretching at one point before they did like the field sobriety test. And I guess they cuffed him on the bridge, like where they were having the conversation. And then they moved him to a different spot so they could do the field sobriety test on a level spot instead of.
Sorry, guys, too bad.
Brought the backpack that you wanted. We basically do not an inventory, but I make sure that there's no guns in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you guys checked.
And there were a few shooters in there that I observed.
Yeah. Any of them drink?
Okay.
I don't think any of them were drink, right?
Okay.
Can I do an exercise?
Go ahead, dude.
So he's exercising before he's doing the field
Had it on,
sobriety.
I mean, I don't blame him for and he kicked off his sandals. I mean, you definitely don't want to do the heel to toe straight line bit while you're wearing flip flops.
He never blew a number, right?
He definitely refused the breathalyzer. I don't know if you have that part.
I mean, listen, I trust their judgment. He doesn't seem overly inebriated to me. I mean, he looks bad in the photo. That's for sure.
Well, the worst thing he did was take his hat off.
Made him
because
look
he looks
bad. Yeah.
He looks kind of disheveled.
That's
if you're out playing golf and it's hot out, you kind of.
You should see me. Yeah, I look like I've been through a freaking hurricane.
The arresting officer
Especially
said,
if I was 35 over after 3 days.
She said he had, quote, red, glassy eyes and, quote, the odor of an intoxicating alcoholic beverage from your breath.
Man,
according to the cop.
He was boozing it up on the course.
I didn't think that when I saw that,
cakes.
I didn't think it was the most damning video I've ever seen.
Now, he was asked if he would do a PBT, which is a preliminary breath test. And his quote was, "Oh, no, we're not doing that. I've heard from multiple lawyers, don't ever do that. So he knew the drill. Like he knew that if he ever got pulled over, he's not blowing in the breathalyzer.
I didn't see. Did CBS release a statement on it?
I've not seen any statement.
The only thing we saw is that he pulled out of his next golf tournament.
Oh, he did.
Now, luckily for Tony, even though he shouldn't be doing that, is if he did do it, is that it's in the state of Wisconsin.
And what's good about that?
The state of Wisconsin has like almost relaxed first-time offenses where it's a misdemeanor, and basically he's going to get out just by paying a fine. It's a very weird,
very lax.
It's a very weird Wisconsin first-time offense thing / rule that they have up there.
I think honestly his biggest deal is just going to be, is he going to lose his CBS gig? That's it. That should be his biggest worry.
Yeah.
The lawyers.
You don't want to lose a gig that's paying him like what, $20 million a year, maybe more.
The lawyers will figure out the people get DUIs. It's awful, but they figure out ways to manage it. The losing your job though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fine, but you don't really want to go out that way.
No.
Right? I think. And I certainly could see a scenario where CBS just wants to distance themselves because people are kind of over Romo.
And look, also, like, we don't know the language of his contract. If there's like a morals clause in his contract and they feel like they can get off the hook for paying him whatever they're paying him, I mean,
I think you
never know what companies are going to do as far as like trying to save money, trying to cut costs.
I think in almost any contract, they'll have that.
Yeah.
I'm sure in our contract, any contract they have something like that. If you do something that they can find a way to weasel out, they will. If they want to.
3 of the options that they talk about that could be Romo replacements on CBS.
See?
J.J. Watt, it would be the top option. I think these guys all work for CBS.
Yeah, he's with CBS already.
They already say he's a top in-game NFL analyst for CBS. Another option, Nate Burleson, who does a lot of different stuff, but Nate is very talented. And then, of course, their new signing, Russell Wilson.
That's right.
Very good.
That's right.
By the way,
Wilson.
did you guys see the J.J. Watt story? I think it was like from last week.
Yeah.
A dude was just hanging out at a bar. I can't remember where it was. Maybe it was in New York. And J.J. Watt was in the bar. And this guy's like a big J.J. Watt mark, loves him, but was too shy to like go up and approach him and ask him to take a picture with him. And then he tweeted about it on social media, or he put it on his Instagram, basically saying, I suck because J.J. Watt was here, but I didn't take advantage of it and go up and ask him for a picture. So he puts it out into the universe, and J.J. Watt sees it, and he's like, are you still there? Are you still at the bar? The guy's like, yeah, I'm still here. J.J. Watt goes back, shows up, has a Guinness with him, takes pictures with him, hangs out for a little bit, and then rolls out. I mean, what a good dude. I don't know if he's just being, if he's a phony or if just he seems like he's a good dude.
Well, Bickle would do that.
Sounds like he's a good guy.
Bickle would turn around and go back and hang out with him too.
He seems like I can't remember all the money he raised.
Yeah.
For the hurricane victims. Was it a hurricane? I think it was.
I think that's right.
Yeah,
he seems like good people, that J.J. Watt.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Most of these guys are pretty good dudes, to be honest with you. Most of them are. I don't know. It's too bad. I mean, you shouldn't have been driving, I guess.
How about Kyle Shanahan talking about his accident yesterday?
Yeah. I guess he finally saw the writing on the wall. The people were snooping around, like figuring what was going on. He decided to finally come clean.
Might as well at least just tell the truth about it. Like, eventually the details are going to come out. You might as well just get ahead of it while you can.
Yeah, remember we were talking about the report, and it said they didn't cite either driver. Yeah. I thought that was strange, but he said, no, that's incorrect. I was cited.
And it sounds like he like pulled like the media that was there, I guess, for the start of training camp.
Right.
And basically, wanted
to clear it
just
up.
Fessed up to it.
Yeah.
As to what
he
his
felt
role
bad
was.
because apparently the media was blaming the 21-year-old girl who was also in the accident.
Right.
But he said, no, it was my fault.
Yep.
Yeah.
I dropped my phone in the seats.
And he showed him, I guess, a picture of how banged up he looked, too. They keep saying he almost could have lost his vision. Yeah,
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. So, and that one wasn't, as far as we know, alcohol-induced. He says he was fumbling with his phone. I guess, that can happen.
Said he was going 20 miles an hour in a 25.
Sometimes I'm driving and my coffee thing, my Yeti, will fall out of my backpack. And I, at a light or something, I'll lean all the way over because it's on the floor to pick it up. And imagine if you're driving doing something like that, you could see.
I mean, if you're stopped, you can at least try to do that. But it's like if your phone falls into the little crevice between the seat and the console,
right?
I mean, you can't fish that out while you're driving.
You got to stop.
Way too distracting.
You got to pull into a parking lot and look for it.
Pretty hard.
That phone is deep in the cavern, and you're not going to be able to fish it out while you're trying to drive and pay attention.
He said he took his eyes off the road for a second.
He said 2 seconds,
and then he hit the girl. Yeah.
Yep.
But
so
terrible.
If your phone falls, just leave it there until you get to your destination.
He was in the Tesla, right? He was driving the Tesla.
Not sure who was in which vehicle.
I think he was, and then the girl was in an SUV.
If you're in the Tesla, put it on that auto drive. That auto drive is silly.
I'm surprised. That's what I was saying. So if it's a Tesla and it goes off the road, right? Doesn't it stop?
Maybe
or does it veer back onto the road?
You think a control freak like Kyle Shanahan's got a car drive for him? I highly doubt it.
Well, he might be like Drab 2, not want to pay the extra hunt fee.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm so sure. All right, coming up next, we will hit the Skins, get the latest from Commanders training camp. Their first practice is today. Later in the show, Chelsea Janes from SNY. She'll join us to talk MLB trade deadline. And Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nats, he joins us for his weekly hit at 9 a.m. right here on The Fan.
The Nationals drew 6 walks against former Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber in a 4-run first inning, and Washington beat the Toronto Blue Jays 8-6. Bieber became just the 11th pitcher in Major League history to walk at least 6 batters while recording 2 or fewer outs, and the first to do so since 2001. Luis Garcia Jr. and Dylan Cruz hit back-to-back homers in the 4th inning for Washington, who is now just 1 game behind Arizona in the race for the National League's 3rd wildcard spot. Keeping it in Major League Baseball, the Red Sox suffered a major blow as they needed to place Curtis Mead on the 10-day IL with a fractured left wrist. Mead, who the Red Sox acquired from the Nationals on Saturday in exchange for starting pitcher Connerly Early, suffered the injury at the plate in his Red Sox debut on Monday. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. 7 a.m. Training camp is in full swing now. So let's hit the skins. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
How glad are we that training camp is finally here?
I mean, it's fantastic.
It's good, but it still doesn't quench the thirst yet. I mean,
No,
I'm
but
ready
it's-
for real football.
But it just means that we're getting closer.
I know.
You got
Better than a month ago.
Roughly 6 weeks to go.
I mean, a month ago, all these players were on Big K. They were chilling in the islands.
Yeah.
Now they're back to work every day.
Well, we talked about it. They worked out a bunch of guys yesterday. They actually worked out 9 different guys, Cakes. 4 of them were wide receivers, including River Craycraft, who I believe they had signed at one point last year.
He was
maybe
on-
to the practice squad.
I want
or
to say he was on
something.
the roster for at least part of last season. Right.
So there are 4
It's a familiar
receivers
name.
that they worked out. They worked out a quarterback from Memphis, Seth Hennigan.
I don't care about quarterback. Give me the other 3 wideout names besides Craycraft. Anybody of note?
No, you won't know them, I don't think.
Okay.
Dwayne Eskridge from Western Michigan, Malik Heath from Mississippi, and from Vanderbilt, Quincy Skinner. Those are the receivers they had in.
Got no info on those guys.
Like I said, they brought in another quarterback to get an arm, see what he looked like.
Who
The
was
only
that?
guy they ended up signing, Seth Hennigan from Memphis. The only guy they did sign, they brought in 3 punters. According to his agent, they signed Matt Hack.
The Hawk.
Or
The
Hawk.
His nickname's definitely the Hawk.
Yeah,
silly golfer, too.
HAACK from Arizona State. Is he an IG guy? Is he a social media guy?
That I don't know. I don't know anything about him. Other than his nickname is Hawk.
Well, how'd you know that his nickname was the Hawk?
Because I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
He's been with a bunch of different teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forkham, he's a Sun Devil. He's one of Drab's guys.
And,
Drab's
and they
pulling
brought
for
him in because Tressway hurt his
Chris has
pec.
like a
Pec injury.
Something,
Yeah.
yeah. They touched on the guys. You remember, they signed or they placed Dorrance Armstrong, who's coming off his ACL, and Dietrich Wise on the PUP list. They're expected to be there, I guess, for a few more weeks. Just it depends on when they're cleared. Of course, they signed a bunch of D linemen. If you remember, they signed Owe, they signed O'Menahue, they signed
Davidson.
Chason, they signed a bunch of guys. So they should be okay. And I think the expectation is come the regular season, those guys will be ready. They also talked about Trey Amos, who I guess more people their eyebrows were raised a little bit when he was on the PUP list too. Peter said it was because he felt some soft tissue soreness. And they're just being cautious, but that they think overall he's in a good spot. So, again, I feel like it's more of a...
So he still is on the PUP?
Yes.
Still on the pup.
Yes, but I think it's more of a procedural thing, and they're just, they're erring on the side of caution. He did mention, besides Tress, that Kane Medrano is dealing with, he kind of characterized it as like a minor hamstring injury that he had, sort of gotten on his own in training. So, those are kind of like your injury concerns, issues, just kind of like
that's not bad.
Transactional things that they're dealing with.
None of those are real serious.
But of course, today's the first practice.
Yep. What time does it start? Do we know?
Oh, geez, I don't know the answer to that.
10.
They talked about the off season and the positive energy. And Quinn DQ made a point of saying, first of all, how good a shape he thought the guys were in, how serious they took their off season. They're very confident in the way they've constructed the roster. Well, obviously, they're going to have to cut down to 53. They also, and they talked about this last year, it's been a theme with this team, they kind of consider the team the 70, right? You have your 53-man active, but then you have your 70, including your expanded practice squad guys, and they kind of rotate those guys week to week based on availability, et cetera. Of course, they have their first public practice is August 1st.
That's right.
Okay.
Saturday.
I guess they're calling that Back Together Saturday. And if you've seen any of the images on social media that a lot of our beat guys have put out there, you see the stands and everything. I mean, it looks well done.
It's pretty impressive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks well done.
Brandon Ayuk will be there in the stands.
He might be there. He might have his cleats.
It's very possible.
They have 2 joint practices scheduled. Those are always huge. You could even argue they might even be bigger than the preseason games at this point. Preseason games are so weird. They have a joint practice scheduled for August 12th in Ashburn with the Dolphins.
Okay.
And then they go to the Ravens on August 26th.
Okay.
And
the first preseason game is against the Dolphins, so that makes sense. They're going to have a joint practice leading up to the Dolphins.
Right, so the Dolphins will be here for a couple nights,
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, I feel like they had a joint practice with the Ravens that was canceled last year, and that kind of irked DQ and the guys, right? Because maybe the way it was canceled so late, they couldn't replace it. So let's see. I guess these things are all in pencil, but that's the current plan. Obviously, we talked about ad nauseum the wide receiver issues. Stephon Diggs still linked potentially as an option. Keenan Allen, I believe, still available. None of those guys have signed yet. And here's the thing: we touched on it earlier. If they have $44 million and Diggs and his is kind of ready to rock, what are they waiting for? The price to go down?
I don't know. I mean,
what are they waiting for? You
see rumors that they would sign Diggs if they signed him to between $8 and $12 million per season, probably on a 1-year deal.
Right. What are they waiting for?
I don't know.
Just like you had said, wouldn't Ayuk want to start him on day 1 and be here? Same thing for Diggs,
you
right?
Would think.
I mean, I know he's a veteran, and I actually don't doubt
maybe it is just the money.
But even a veteran isn't always going to know the exact offense that they're stepping into.
True.
I'm going to guess Diggs last year in New England isn't running the same offense that Blau's running here in D.C., so you want to get on the same page.
You would think, but maybe there's only interest on one side. Who knows?
We don't know yet.
How well do you think they alluded to Jaden picking up the offense quickly, all the workouts that he's done, showing the leadership, just putting the extra work in. He's done that from day 1, but they say just to a next level, right? He just keeps doing it, working on his body, working on his throws. They made a point of saying those things. With the new offense, right, where they're going to have, I'll be honest with you, I liked one of the things that I'm going to, listen, David Blau's offense is going to be different from Cliff Kingsbury's. And one thing is, which I like, there's going to be more motion, right? There's going to be more of a balance in terms of under center stuff, right? There's going to be less designed RPOs, that kind of thing, presumably. That's what we all assume. The one thing I don't know that I love is there's going to be less no huddle, less of an emphasis on no huddle and quick hurry up.
Depending on the game situation.
I actually like that. I like that.
You like
aspect.
the no huddle?
Yeah. There's going to be more under center stuff, right? Versus shotgun stuff. Are you concerned based on any reports that you've heard, or just sort of in your head about how Jaden's going to handle that?
No, I'm fully confident that he's grasping and digesting the offense.
I'm sure he's fine.
He's going to run it the exact way Blau wants it run.
I mean, is all the wording going to be completely different? Or is it very similar to what they used last year?
What do you mean, just in terms of verbiage?
Yeah.
I don't know. They say he's picked up the offense great.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm not worried about that. I'm just
let's
wondering,
wait and see how different it is. We just don't know.
I think it's going to be different. Look, last year, the Commanders led the NFL in shotgun percentage. You care to guess? Does anybody have an idea?
No.
No shotgun
idea.
percentage?
I'm not trying to quiz you. I'm just curious.
83%.
Very close. 86.9%. They also led the NFL, and this is something that I like, but I guess they want to move on.
Huddle?
In the no huddle rate. You know what their no huddle rate was in 2025?
65%.
Close, 60.8. They were.
So what do you think it drops to?
I don't know. I think
30%.
Maybe it might cut in half. It doesn't sound like that's a point of emphasis at all. Obviously, I think it's exciting that they're going to have more play action, right? That's been a big emphasis, to give that linebacker that extra second. You have to think, right? Yep. The quarterback turns his back to him, et cetera. All of the advantages of that. The pre-snap motion, oh my God, that is a welcome change, right? How many times did we talk about and then we hear complaints about, Terry lining up 87% of the time.
Being in the same spot all the time.
It's a lot easier to defend when you're doing that, right? So I like that. I like the more pre-snap motion. On paper, that sounds great to me. More personnel variety. I think there's going to be. I think they're going to get the tight ends involved more. I don't know. Reduced RPOs and designed quarterback runs for those of us that are in the camp of, hey, we love to see Jaden run, but maybe not so many designed ones per se.
Right.
That seems good. The more play action. I don't know. On paper, it looks like it could be a good fit. The one thing that I'm concerned about, maybe I'm the only one, is I like an offense with tempo.
A quick offense, yeah.
Yeah, I think you catch the defense
off
guard.
In certain games, in certain situations,
sure
you're going to have to do it.
Incorporated in at times.
Yeah, you're going to have to do it.
But maybe Blau's just a little more methodical with his offense.
Now, the defense is probably going to have, I'm guessing, 7 new starters. That's what I'm intrigued with, is the defense. Mm-hmm. How different it looks. New defensive coordinator. Signed a bunch of new guys. Drafted a couple guys, obviously Sonny Styles. I'm really intrigued by that.
Well, I'm also just intrigued by they've upgraded their personnel. I don't think there's any question. By the way, I also think that they might be backing off to an extent on the idea that I think a lot of us thought right away Sonny Styles was going to be the green dot guy. Uh-huh. Well, Adam Peters referenced it, and he said he's very capable. He's certainly capable of being the green dot guy, but that I think some of the other linebackers are also very capable.
Oh, okay.
Luvu. And I think even Leo Chenal, at one point a few weeks ago, maybe even kind of slipped up in an interview and talked about making the call
on the place. Yeah.
So I think that is an unknown who's going to be the green dot guy. But I'm excited about presumably more of an attacking style defense under Durante, right? With different pressures from different looks. I mean, honestly, something here, I always say it and you can make fun of me, but that I don't remember that since like Greg Williams was here, like 20 years ago.
Well, anything's going to be an upgrade over whatever Joe Witt was trotting out there.
They're going to be
that's an upgrade.
A Durante Jones-led defense, presumably. It's his first time at it. If it's from the Flores camp and the Flores tree, is going to be a big emphasis on disguise, pre-snap illusion, etc., and then bring in pressures from different places. That's super exciting, I think. Do they have the personnel to pull it off? We'll find out.
Think about how much faster they are at the linebacker position than they were last year.
Well, they drafted a super freak linebacker who scored a 10 on the relative athletic score.
And they brought in 2 fast guys, too, in free agency.
And Chanel scored the 3rd highest all-time on the relative athletic score, too. So it's not even close.
Yeah. No, their linebacking core is sick.
They're freaks.
I actually would not like to see them burden Sonny Styles with the green dot. I think that might be asking a lot of a rookie.
Yeah, maybe they won't.
Let some.
How
of the
many
other
times
guys.
does that happen where a rookie calls?
I'm
the
sure
plays?
it happens. I think a guy like if Caleb Downs came in here, I think he'd be an instant green dot guy, potentially. He's got that kind of cerebral.
We'll see. Is he going to be the green dot guy in Dallas?
I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But maybe let's not burden the rookie who's still relatively new to the position. I want to remind people he's only played this position for a couple years. Let's see. Let's not burden him with the green dot stuff, Cakes. Let's not burden him with all the calls.
I mean, I feel like if he's ready for it, you let him do it. If you feel like he can handle it, and I think all signs point to them trusting him, and
they think he's more than capable. That's what they've said publicly. So
if that's the case, then I have no problem with them handing that responsibility to a rookie, as long as they feel like he can handle it.
Yeah, but why not? What if also who cares who makes the calls?
They should give it to whoever's best at it.
Correct.
If Sonny Styles is better than all those other guys, give it to him. If Luvu is better making the calls, let him have that responsibility.
It's hard to imagine a rookie would be better than a 4 or 5, 6 year vet at making the calls, like his first go around at this level. Maybe. It's kind of hard to imagine, but maybe he would be. I mean, if he's the best, I agree
cut
with
from
you.
a different cloth.
You should do the best.
Yeah,
he could be cut from a different.
I mean,
cloth.
he might be just as mature and as smart as all these guys they brought in free agency.
Totally,
it could be. But maybe you're right. Maybe Chanel is the guy.
So there you go. Got to get a little overview of a David Blau offense, what you can expect to see of Durante Jones-led defense. We've been talking about this all off season, but as we get closer and closer and closer to really seeing it, it is getting exciting.
When we come back, we'll get into audio of Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. He feels like the Cowboys can compete for a Super Bowl in 2026. We'll get into that next on The Fan.
All right, guys, summer's heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real vodka, Surfside's only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Chelsea Janes will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We will talk Nats trade deadline and more with her. So that's coming up in just about 35 minutes here on the Junks. But we wanted to bring up a rumor that's circulating about a potential signing for the Washington Wizards. This is from Shams Charania of ESPN. One new team over the last several days that has had some conversations with DeMar DeRozan, the Washington Wizards, Charania reported. You think about a team that's really trying to compete around Anthony Davis, Trae Young, and A.J. DeBonsa. DeRozan now 36 years old. In addition to the Wizards, the Heat, Cavs, and Nuggets have also been reported as potential landing spots for DeMar DeRozan in free agency.
You know, I didn't realize he's about to be 37. I didn't realize he was that.
He's been in the league a long time.
He was drafted in 2009.
He's a 6-time NBA All-Star. Now, obviously, you know, he's on the downside. We're coming to a close here, probably, of his NBA career.
Right.
Still averaged 18 points per game. He's not the high flyer that he kind of was maybe when he first came into the league. He's kind of a midi guy, right?
Yeah.
Mid-range scorer guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a proven vet.
Who
can come in, fill in for some guys. I mean, it's going to be hard to get minutes with all those other guys on the roster, but
I guess they would
maybe he's interested.
Their as Cakes mentioned, right? Their little $11.5 million luxury tax spot there potentially to go after him. I see some of my guys that I follow, some of my my Wizards guys, they seem to not be super into it. I saw one guy in particular, would prefer like a Russell Westbrook, which even that one makes me scratch my head a little bit. But it looks like they still might want to add like a proven veteran to this squad.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm telling you.
They got a bunch of wings, though. I don't know.
Guess they're trying to add some veteran depth.
That's what it comes down to, yeah. And he'd be cheap.
I mean, would he want to come here, though, and have a really somewhat mitigated role?
Yeah, I mean, how many minutes would he get with all those guys in front of him?
I don't know. I mean,
what were the other teams that we're interested in? I'm sorry.
The Nuggets, the Cavs, and the Miami Heat also been mentioned.
I mean, he still played 77 games last year and averaged 31 points per game. He's not going to average 31 minutes per game.
Yeah.
He's not going to average 31 minutes a game here. It would be a dramatic role reduction for him.
But maybe he's okay with that. Or maybe he decides that he's going to get a better shot at possibly starting with one of those other three teams that need him.
But isn't that also just going to cut into opportunities for some of the younger guys on the roster? That means less minutes and less shots for guys like Will Riley and Keyshawn, and I don't know.
See how
seems like if you're bringing them in, you're just kind of bringing them in for insurance that one of these guys either doesn't work out or he's just banged up.
I mean, you go and you look at these benches in an NBA around, and you see guys like DeRozan who've had these illustrious careers, and they just kind of languish on the bench. They're like they become glorified cheerleaders.
Yeah,
he just seems that he's been so productive. It's hard to imagine that.
Yeah,
like go from averaging 18 in a game to now you're just going to be a glorified cheerleader. Maybe he's ready for that.
Averaging 31 minutes and then going to 12.
Yeah, that seems kind of weird.
He started almost every game
He
last
started
year.
77 games.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess if he's up for it. If he's up for it.
I mean, he dipped to 18 points per game last year, but still, that's pretty productive. I mean, the 3 years prior, he averaged 24.5, 24, 22 points per game.
Right. I still kind of thought of him as a pretty elite player.
And look at his shooting percentage for his career.
His shooting percentage is great.
47%.
It's because he's a midi guy.
Yeah.
But you look at his three-point percentage, it's not great.
No, that's not what his strength is.
It's kind of below average.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they do there. But,
Brad, what is your take?
He's got other teams that are interested too.
You're an NBA guy. You think that
I don't like it.
Seems weird, right?
It's not a fit. We got it. The young guys got to play. I don't think it's great for DeRozan either. He needs to go to a team that's ready to compete for a championship. He's been a loser his entire career. Not him, but teams he's played on, the Bulls, the Kings, whatever. I mean, he hasn't been in the playoffs in forever. He can't win a playoff series. He's not going to help this team get to where they want to go. I don't understand what Will Dawkins and them are doing if they are interested in him. What is the plan? Like, why are we abandoning all the young guys? They don't need depth. They got plenty of depth with young guys.
No,
they got a lot of guys with the wing.
The plan is he's just a great player, and he's going to be in our gym, and he's not going to be in our rotation. But if somebody goes down, we can go to him. What if that's the plan?
Well, then why would he come here? He can go play for Miami, who has a lot less depth.
I don't have the answer.
And get minutes over there.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have better opportunities to play more minutes elsewhere.
You got to play they got to play the young guys.
I agree with
I
that.
don't
what are
think
they doing?
they would play him over the young guys.
Why are we?
I don't think they would do that.
Then why are they signing him? Why would they sign him at all?
Just a veteran. They think he's a good locker room guy, and they think he could make practices more competitive, and that kind of thing.
I think the veteran movement was Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Like that.
Well, also, Chris Middleton is obviously a veteran.
This isn't fantasy basketball. You can't just bring up names and throw them all together and expect it to work. He doesn't fit the team. His current role in his career doesn't. They just brought in Chris Middleton too. Like, where are all these guys fitting in?
I don't think it's necessarily
and I didn't understand
to play.
No, they don't need DeMar DeRozan.
Trav, you should call Will Dawkins. Just tell him. I mean, you're very passionate about it. Just tell him any interest, just put it elsewhere. Focus on other parts of the roster.
Can we develop the young guys? Can we not completely abandon that?
I don't think that they would dare.
Eric, there's only so many minutes, only so many basketballs.
I don't think they'd bring him into play that much, to be honest with you.
Well, then it doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense for him.
I agree with that part. Yeah. But I think that's why they might be interested. There's no chance they would bring him in to play him over and stunt the development of Keyshawn.
I'd rather
and
than
Will
play
Riley.
Jameer Watkins.
But I don't know if he's going to be willing to come in here and play 20 to 22 minutes per game. He averages 34 minutes per game in his career.
I don't see him even playing that much if he came here.
Playing how much?
20.
Yeah. You don't see him playing 20 minutes?
No.
Well, if he came here?
This is definitely not a fit. He's not going to go from playing 31 minutes a game to 15 minutes a game.
That's probably why he won't come here.
You look at the benches. You ever look at NBA benches, you got guys that have been around forever, and they were stars, like a Kyle Lowry or something, and they just sit there.
Okay, but he's still pretty productive.
I agree. I do think it's weird.
I can understand if you're languishing on the bench because your productivity has gone down. He's still basically a 20-point per game scorer.
Yeah. I understand. I agree.
I don't think he's going to land here. I know it's a rumor. I know it's out there, but I just feel like he's going to land in a different spot.
Yeah, but Matt's right. I mean, you brought in Middleton. Why would you want Middleton and DeRozan?
They didn't bring in Middleton to play a bunch of minutes.
No, of course not.
That one makes sense. Middleton takes a reduced role at his age. I think he's younger than DeRozan.
Probably 34.
I think he's 35.
Yeah.
But even like
DeRozan's not coming
Middleton
here.
Makes sense.
I'll bet it right now. He's not coming here. Anybody want to take it? Anybody want to take the bet?
No,
I don't think he's coming here.
No,
I think it's terrible if he comes.
The guys I follow, they're more partial to Westbrook, but you can make the same argument with Russ. Russ has never really been a super proven winner. He's been a multiple time All-Star guy, MVP of the league. But he's 37. He averaged 29 minutes per game last year.
And he seems like the type of player, if he's on the court, he wants the ball.
Yeah.
And he wants the shots.
Yeah, we've already been down the Russell Westbrook
He's
highway.
already been here.
Do we need to revisit it?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they're not interested in Westbrook.
There's been chatter. There's been chatter.
I don't know why they'd bring him in.
Certainly with the geeks, Russell Westbrook has been a guy. I don't know if there's been articles published about interest in him. But that's a name that I know some of the guys I follow are interested in, as adding a little more depth, a guy like him.
But yeah, you're right. If they come in, whoever it is, if they're talking to these guys, they're going to want minutes. There's no way DeRozan's going to want to come in and sit for 30 minutes or 35 minutes. He's not going to do it. So it wouldn't make sense for him.
He's going to find another landing spot. It sounds like he has multiple suitors or teams that would be interested in him.
Jake Fisher, who is apparently an NBA guy, said that Washington did have initial interest in Westbrook, but they say that interest has waned, and they moved away from that.
He probably came in or talked to Will and said, I want to start. I want to start, and I want to play 36 minutes. And Will said, no.
It's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
You might have to look elsewhere.
Maybe that's why they're talking to DeRozan.
He's not demanding the
maybe DeRozan
starting
maybe
time,
DeRozan
starting
is
minutes.
Like he sees and he's okay for like winding down and sees an up and coming team. It just sees being a role player. I don't know. For whatever reason, they're bringing up veteran former All-Stars to potentially still add to the mix here. I'm not creating the idea that is a kind of a talking point out there.
But it'd be weird for a player like that who's been a starter for basically his entire career to go to a team and be a eighth man. Right?
I'm not saying that they haven't thought about it or they don't have interest. My opinion is it's a terrible idea that they do have interest in him. It doesn't fit. It doesn't.
And Russ too. Both of those guys.
Both. Yeah. I mean, Russ maybe more because
why more? Because I've seen.
Because
guys,
I think Bub has had plenty of chances to show that he is a future starting point guard in this league, and I just don't think he is. But he's still young enough where they can get minutes out of him. But the DeRozan, I don't see at all. They don't play the same position. So DeRozan to me does not fit at all on this team.
Yeah, they got too many guys that play there.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's just a rumor at this point. No, I mean, nobody's saying it's a lock that he's coming here. It's just off-season NBA chatter at this point.
Well, it's not a rumor.
Those are reports from Shams. I mean,
I think it's more than a rumor.
They have interest. In other words, it's a talking thing.
I was going to say, if you're talking to a player, I think you're interested.
It means you're exploring the idea. And I think you can also throw Russ in there. They've explored that idea, bringing Russ in here. Somebody to help push the second unit. I don't know. Both of them kind of don't make that much sense to me either. I'm just trying to talk out loud. How would it make sense? I guess if guys were willing to take reduced roles and be mentors and that kind of thing. The DeRozan one really doesn't make sense because he's still highly productive. Although Russ wasn't horrible last year himself.
How many shots was he taking, though? Let's see.
He shot 42.7% from the field.
But
he shot 30. He actually
13 shots a game.
Better for him from 3-point range last year. Shot 33, almost 34% from threes for Russ, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot less than what he was when he was in his prime. He's probably taking 25 shots a game in his prime, right?
Yeah, he took 13. He took 13 a game.
Yeah. How's my guys?
He averaged 17.
His minutes went down.
How's Bilal going to progress offensively if DeMar DeRozan's over there taking all the shots, just gobbling up all his opportunities? How's this going to happen?
Right. I'll say this: if they do sign one of those guys, I do not believe it is with the intention of stunting the development of Will Riley or Keyshawn George. 0%.
Or Trey Johnson. Don't forget him.
Or Trey Johnson. I don't see that.
Don't forget the real youngins.
But every minute you give to DeMar, you're taking away from those guys. So how does it not stunt their development?
You got to play I'm not to get a fan
better.
Of bringing in DeRozan. I would let him land
those guys
elsewhere.
aren't going to play 48 minutes or whatever. I mean, some guys are going to get breaks. That's why you have guys like Jameer Watkins or whoever.
I already think it's going to be tough for Will Riley to find minutes. Why would you give any of his minutes to DeMar DeRozan?
I don't know.
Just because you know you're going to get production from him. That's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
He's going to score.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, when we come back, we will do EB's entertainment page. Chelsea Janes joins us to talk Nats trade deadline coming up at 8 here on The Fan. We'll get to the EP in just a second here. Did you guys see the video of the small plane that had to make the emergency landing on Huntington Beach?
Yes.
I think it was over the weekend or a couple days ago. I mean,
it was terrifying.
It was completely terrifying.
I mean,
like
the guy
you said.
handled it great, though.
Yeah, I guess it was a guy and his nephew, who I think is like a teenager, like 18 or 19 years old, took off from John Wayne Airport in Burbank. Their engine broke down on their plane at about 1,000 feet, just 5 minutes after takeoff.
Can you imagine?
And
it's one of those like single engine jobbers, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a prop plane. And the quote from the pilot was, when that happens, we run by memory. A very quick check to see if we can get the engine restarted. Not a lot much different than in your car. Pump the accelerator, check the ignition, switch tanks in our case. When I realized it wasn't going to start again, I looked to my right. I saw the beach. The winds were relatively light. And we set it up for landing. And we touched down. And they just glided in.
I'm just watching it now. Yeah, it's
luckily,
luckily there was nobody on the beach.
Yeah, luckily people that were on the beach, they saw what was happening and they all just got out of the way. And
that's crazy.
The beach wasn't very highly populated at that point, and they were able to make an emergency landing.
What time of day was that?
It's like the middle of the day. It looked like. I don't know. What time it was.
Bright sunshine, probably morning, early afternoon. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And man, that had to be terrifying, especially for the kid that was in the plane taking off. Your uncle has to land it on the beach.
Yeah,
to get you down safely.
It's just so scary.
Well, luckily that's where they were. They were close to a beach, right?
I saw it. I mean,
they were in the middle of the mountains.
They have a little propeller going. That doesn't seem like it would do anything. But am I led to believe then they were essentially gliding?
I think so. It just said their engine failed. I mean,
I don't quite understand how that
just
works.
Gliding in.
So when your engine fails, I don't know aeronautics.
I don't either.
You can, let's say you're up there 1,000 feet, your engine fails. You could still just kind of glide for a few minutes, enough that you could find a nearby beach.
Yeah, probably.
Again, I don't know all
if you're
the
up
physics
high
of
enough,
it.
I guess if you're up high enough and you're up fast enough, just kind of like if you're gliding downhill or something.
Maybe they
got enough speed.
Maybe they were just in a sweet spot altitude-wise where they weren't. Maybe if they were at 5,000 or 7,000 feet, they wouldn't have been able to do it. But they were low. At that point, you might just go nose down and
if you're too high.
No, I'm just guessing.
I know. I'm guessing that if you have enough speed, you can maintain some degree of altitude.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is they got
speed to get up there.
They had a wide open spot to land, and the guy nailed it, and they walked out of it alive.
Yeah,
it's kind of a cool video.
I mean, it's pretty wild to watch.
Even though it was dangerous, it was a cool video. And obviously they got down. So that's very interesting.
I told
Props to that pilot.
I told you many times. Dina has a cousin, and she married a guy who is a pilot. And he didn't own his own plane. He was just an avid it was a hobby, flying planes. And they would occasionally, maybe a couple times a year, they'd run a plane, and they would go fly somewhere for the day or something. And they'd just go flying. That was like the hobby. I just can't. And they did it safely. They did it probably for 20-some years. They don't do it now because they're a little older. He hasn't flown planes in a while. But they loved it. They would just rent a prop plane.
Yeah.
And, the guy would probably fly it a few times a year.
Yeah.
And they would maybe go to a campsite or something, or they'd maybe go visit, some family. And but part of the joy was they were renting the plane and flying around in their little prop.
Yeah. It's never going to be a pursuit of mine.
I know none of us would ever get into a prop plane.
Never.
No.
Never, ever, ever.
JP's brother, I'll never forget this. When we were in college, JP's brother went to University of Miami. He was a member of one of the fraternities. I can't remember what fraternity it was. Fiji or something. I have no idea. It was one of the more popular ones. One of his fraternity brothers literally bought a plane out of the back of a Rolling Stone and built it.
Did he actually fly in it?
And I think JP would have to correct. I think he invited Eric to fly. JP's brother's name is Eric. I think he invited Eric to fly in it. I just can't remember if he did or he didn't do it. But he literally built the plane like out of a box from Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
I mean, it's crazy.
That's going to be the hardest of hard passes for me.
Do you remember John Travolta talked about this. John Travolta fascinated with planes.
Big time aviator.
He's
John
got
Travolta.
like
Well, he
a
would-
737.
I was going to say, he's got big passenger
Yeah, like
planes.
he's got like a real jet. Okay.
Yeah, you can't put it in your backyard.
He once told a story, and I don't understand this, but I guess it's a thing, that when his kids were younger, he owned like a super light thing. It's almost like I've seen these things like on Instagram before, where it almost looks like a glorified go-kart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got like a fan, and you're just up there. And he said they would take the kids, and it'd be like E.T. fly, like you know what I mean, like a scene out of E.T.
making the bike fly.
Yeah, like he's in this little super light thing, and they would take the kids, and at night they would go fly over L.A. And like I don't even understand how those are legal, how they work.
It's almost like it seems like it's like a hang glider with like a motor attached to it.
Yeah, almost like a go-kart.
It's
like a glorified go-kart with some sort of weird wings.
It's not the way I would choose to fly through the air. I can tell you that.
But if you're fascinated with aviation and, I guess you believe in the technology.
How many planes does he own?
John?
Yeah, he owns a bunch.
I won't even get in a helicopter, let alone a superlight or a glider or an experimental airplane or a little prop plane that you gotta spin the propeller to start. No, thank you.
Right.
I'm completely out on those.
There is a guy I saw. I was following him for a while. I remember talking about him a couple of years ago. He was on Instagram, and he bought one of those things, and he lived like, kind of in the country where he had some yard, and he would just go, and he would go in his backyard, and he would just like almost like a lawnmower thing, start it up like a lawnmower, and just go down like the grass and take off and fly around the neighborhood.
I mean, back when I used to cut my grass 20 plus, 30, 35 years ago, you know how many times lawnmower engines just stall and fail while you're in the middle of cutting your grass?
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Never do it.
And you have the same technology powering you through the air.
So now,
thank you.
Now with the new, like, sort of the drone technology, right? And you see more and more of these personal aircraft that are being developed. I mean, it's definitely going to become a thing. I think probably not in our lifetime. We'll probably, if we're lucky enough, we'll be in nursing homes. We'll probably be, canes and everything and battling all the cancers.
Sure.
But probably in the next 20 years, a guy like Mike Marr, like his kids might have like some personal drone they just hop in. And they just hop in a drone.
Yeah.
Mike Marr's kids will probably hop in a drone.
Type in the address and it just
Type
flies
in
you
the
there.
address and kind of just levitate up and then just kind of take off. And you get like a little joystick and like you're playing a video game. And you get it's buzzing around like the friggin' Jetsons.
That's probably the future.
Right? I mean, these things, they're, if you're a rich guy, you can buy some of these things now.
It's a terrifying thought, but if you went back 30 years ago and you told people about autonomous cars and Waymos and, self-driving and all that type of stuff, it's not necessarily crazy far-fetched.
It's not insane. Well, if you do have a kid that has one of those drones and I'm in a nursing home, have him land it in the courtyard of the nursing home and load me into it and break me out of the nursing home, please. Because those are terrible places.
Yeah,
those are awful
Nobody
places.
wants to live there.
Yeah, you don't want to be there.
I mean, let's be honest. One of those drone, and I'm just calling them drones, but the things that have like the 4 propellers underneath, and it's kind of like lifts you up. You know what I'm talking about? It looks like a drone, but it's bigger, and you put people in them.
Yep.
That's better than the jetpack, right?
Oh, the jetpack.
The jetpack.
So
looks
antiquated.
dumb. Jetpack guy looks like you go up there for about 15 seconds.
Yeah, and jetpack guy seems wildly out of control. Like hard to control that technology.
Like I don't think jetpacks are really going to hit.
Jetpacks were kind of a cool thing. Like in the late 70s and the early 80s, people were fascinated by them.
Don't they have jet
Their
boots
time
now?
has come and gone.
I think they might.
There's some sort of boot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe they get a little more control out
Would
of the
you
boot.
do the thing in the water where it's kind of like a jetpack, right? Isn't it like?
I've seen that. It's almost like a propulsion thing.
Yes, yeah.
Like maybe they're using some of the water
They're
to help
using the
propel.
water and you're connected still.
To help like propel you
Yeah, but
upward.
yes.
Nah.
Looks dicey, right?
I have a hard enough time balancing on a tee box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let alone on a.
Yeah, if the tee box got a little slant to it.
Yeah. Like, let alone like a surfboard that has jets coming out of the bottom of it.
Yeah.
No thanks. We're all going to take a pass. All right, next we will talk Nats trade deadline and more MLB with Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. She's going to join us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals combined for 8 walks and 2 home runs to beat the Blue Jays 8-6. Washington opened the game by drawing 6 walks against Toronto starter Shane Bieber in the first inning. The Nationals scored 4 runs in that frame, including 3 bases-loaded walks from Keibert Ruiz, Dalen Lyle, and Jacob Young. The Nationals set a team record for the most walks drawn in a single inning in team history. After drawing those walks in bunches, the Nationals hit home runs the same way. Luis Garcia Jr. crushed his 22nd home run of the season in the 4th inning, and then following a pitching change, Dylan Cruz went yard in the very next at-bat. The Nationals have now improved to 55 and 53, and they're tied with the Pittsburgh Pirates at 1 game back from the Arizona Diamondbacks for that 3rd NL wildcard position. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. Hello, Chelsea. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Chelsea.
We are doing well.
Getting close to that deadline. We're getting really close. And
I know. Close enough that you're kind of wondering why more hasn't happened, although the Nats obviously did something, which is great because that's all we had to talk about for a week.
Yeah, I thought that was going to maybe kind of open the floodgates, but I don't necessarily think that's happened, right, across the league?
Not yet.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't. Yeah, it's weird.
But I think once we get to August 2nd and August, I don't know what time the deadline is. Let's call it 4 o'clock or whatever.
Like 6 p.m.
Okay,
yeah,
6.
It'll be, I think, starting like Friday, it should get wild for sure.
Right.
So it sounds like, I mean, I don't think the Nats are going to be done. We've had him on every week, and he says he was kind of making the case that they could be buyers and sellers and still be super competitive for the wild card and make a playoff run. It kind of seems that's how they're approaching this. It looks like it's a given they're going to trade Foster Griffin. If you read the accounts, you believe that they had some initial contract discussions and it fizzled quickly. So he gone. They're going to move him. I don't know. Do you buy that? Can they be sellers, and I guess and buyers to some extent, and still be super competitive?
I think they can be just because they already are, right? Like, I mean, this was not a roster that was built to contend. And so the pieces that you're kind of prying away with Foster Griffin, whoever else you can, I don't think they'll do Abrams, but it's, I think that Curtis Meade deal is a perfect example of what, you can get done in this market when, there's a lot of teams that think they're still in it that aren't really going all in either. So they're kind of willing to subtract from their teams, to get what they think they need in a way that we're not used to seeing. I think they can definitely do it. And I really like the way Taboni has played this so far. I think he's been decisive. It seems like he has a very clear plan. Like, he clearly wasn't waiting for the market, to make that Meade deal. He was like, here it is. I'm going to make it. This is what we need. And I think that's what you have to do if you're going to thread that needle between buyers and sellers. You have to be opportunistic, but you also have to have a very clear idea of kind of where your boundaries are. And so far, I think he's been really, really, really good at that.
Chelsea, how robust is the market for C.J. Abrams, and do you expect him to still be a National when the trade deadline comes and goes?
I expect him to stay. I certainly think that there are teams that could benefit from bringing him in, but I don't know that they would want to do so at the price. Like, the Yankees have long made a lot of sense because you could put him in the middle infield And then when George Lombard comes up, whenever that is, and establishes himself, you can bump CJ to second or move him to the outfield. But again, I think, sorry, I've got a toddler yelling here. I think that when that happens, the price has to be high, because for the Nets, you have to be willing to basically accept falling out of contention, right? Like, I think if you trade a player of the magnitude of Abrams, you have to accept that there's a chance that what happens after that is the momentum's gone and the season kind of falls apart. And if you're willing to have that happen, because this wasn't a season you were contending anyway, great. But if you're not, then I think the price has to be really high. And I just don't think anyone is going to go there for Abrams, but I could be wrong. Certainly in the offseason, I think it could get interesting, because there's just not a lot of bats on the free agent market. But, to me, it's like the Yankees and maybe a few other people, the Phillies, and I don't expect them to trade him there. So I just don't see it, but I think that's good.
Yeah, I agree. And that seems to be kind of the consensus from other people that really follow us closely, that they do expect Abrams to stay at this point. I don't know. Who knows? I don't think they necessarily were planning on moving Meade, if you believe Taboni.
Right.
The offers just got too serious, and he had to sit down and
By the
do
way,
something.
horrible story of him. He's probably going to miss 2 months.
Yeah, brutal.
I know.
Just brutal. Yeah.
But getting back to Foster Griffin now, and kind of along those same lines, I didn't really get any pushback from you. I think I sense that you kind of agree he's probably gone. What kind of haul can you get though for a guy like that who's 30 years old, kind of a one hit wonder so far? You don't know what you're going to get long term, right? I'm sure wants to cash in. That's why the talk's fizzled. You're not really going to get much. What kind of haul could you possibly get?
I think you can get a really good prospect or two. And the reason I say that is, like, after Skubal, this market is pretty weak. It's like Clay Holmes, a damaged Freddie Peralta, and then I don't really know who. So I think Foster Griffin is going to get you something, if only because I think there's going to be a lot of suitors to drive up that price. There's just not a lot out there. He's not super expensive, which really matters. It brings in the small market teams. So I think you're going to get something for him. And then it's a question of like everything this time of year. It's not going to necessarily be something we've all heard of that we can say, oh, that's a slam dunk now. So you kind of have to trust Taboni and his people that, they're going to get the best prospect they can. I think they've done a pretty good job of doing that in deals so far. So, we'll see. But this time of year, it's all about kind of your scouting and the prospects you pick. And I frankly trust him to do that better than a lot of people.
Any chance, Chelsea, that he just says, screw it, the deals aren't good enough, it's not worth it, we still have a chance to win a wild card spot, but we got to keep our number one pitcher, and eventually Connolly Early will be in the rotation, so you'll have 3 really good arms, and they just say, no, we're going for it, we're going to try and make the wild card, we're not going to trade him?
I think that's still something you can entertain at this point. But I don't know. I think you trade him. I just think there's not enough pitching on the market to hold a guy like that. And trading him does not necessarily mean, that he's not a part of things in the future. I think that he's going to kind of be eternally grateful to them for giving him this chance, and maybe an extension doesn't get done now, but you revisit it in the off season if you want to bring him back. So, I don't necessarily think trading him is, a departure forever, but yeah, I just think you have to trade him in this market because there's so few options, and he's kind of such a perfect low-cost guy.
All right, so you think he's gone. What about Garcia? Hit number 22 last night, hitting 280-ish, having his best year. You think they trade him at his peak?
I think that's a likelier move than CJ, and we've seen some reporting on it from The Athletic. I think maybe before the Meade deal, I thought that's where Louis might go to Boston. I think the Yankees could entertain it. But there's just so few hitters that make you feel good about your roster that I think at this point, he's an asset. And, again, like you said, this is his best year ever. I don't necessarily think it is an aberration. I think this is like kind of who Louis should have been for a couple years now, with kind of proper coaching or whatever. But, I think there's a lot of teams around the league that can use him and see him as an asset. And I would put it at like 50-50 that he goes. Mostly, I would be higher, but I thought he was going to go to Boston.
That's cute. The sounds.
Right.
So if they do, how do you
big Louis fan?
How do you sell
Right.
that to the fans though? Because it's not obviously to the degree of an Abrams, right? But it's still a big super producer for you. And if you're just getting prospects, it's still a harder sell to the fans. I think the fans feel like, hey man, we got a chance here. We've been awful for years. Let's get back to it. You know, it's. I don't know. How do you sell that?
It's a tough one, and that's something I think, Taboni is going to have to consider is like, that same thing with Abrams. Like, what if that deal tanks the year? What if trading Foster Griffin tanks this year? Are you good with that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, it might not, it probably won't. But I think you have to be ready for that. And there are a lot of people in baseball who will tell you that when you're this close and you have a team that's playing well, you got to go because there's no guarantee that just because you're playing for a future, that you're going to have that future. I think the Orioles are a perfect example of like playing for a future that never came. But I also think that if you trade Louis, you could get, somebody that, I don't know. I just think Taboni has done a really good job of evaluating his return so far from what we can tell. And, maybe whatever you get back, you deal for something in the off season, whatever it is. But I don't know. It's a tough sell, I guess, to fans, but I also think Taboni has earned some trust with the way they've played here. And until he kind of shows me that he can't get good returns and that he can't get the most out of guys, then I think you kind of follow his lead.
Man, I think that'd be tough if you trade Foster and Garcia, and then a week after the deadline, you're 4 back in the wild card. That would be tough on fans.
Yes. You definitely
I mean?
have to get something back that you can believe in. And I guess we'll see if they do. But I definitely think Griffin is way more likely than Garcia.
Right.
We're joined by Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. Chelsea, what's the out of the D.C. market view on Blake Butera and the job he's done in year one here with the Nats as the manager?
I think everyone's really impressed by them. I have heard only positive, reviews. I think there is this kind of curiosity about like what's going right there, which, again, I'm sure you've talked about this a million times, but like the 180 from where they were in terms of people kind of looking at how they operate to where they are now is unbelievable. I mean, I think there are people who are like, what are they doing hitting wise? What do they know? What do they have this figured out? I think you could argue that right now, if you're looking around the league, like who's coaching hitting best? I mean, I don't know who's got a better resume for the last, 6 to 8 months in the Nationals. So, Butera, I think, is maybe less thought about than Taboni at this point. But I think that'll change because, especially if you get guys in there, if next year, whatever, there's veterans that come in that clubhouse and get to kind of experience that. I think people are going to be really impressed with what he's been able to do. I don't know how you do what he's done at his age with a kind of fully new coaching staff. It's really impressive.
It's a key part of the schedule too, because they get Toronto today at 1. All right, win today, win another series, then you'll be 3 games over 500. Maybe be tied for the wild card. Who knows? It depends on what happens with the D-backs up top. But then you got huge games against Atlanta and Philadelphia on the road.
Right.
Right. And they beat Atlanta. They won that series when they played them earlier. When they played Philly, they had those huge meltdowns, so they could have won that series. But this is a huge part of the schedule, especially since the deadline is on Monday.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think, to your point about kind of trading Garcia and Griffin, the way that makes the most sense to me is if, you get somebody back who can help the bullpen or somebody that is going to help, immediately. We talked about kind of threading that needle. I think there's a world in which you can get returns that help you long term, but also help you not have the kind of meltdowns you had against those teams before. So it's one of those things where it's just going to be interesting to kind of watch how they think about this because I think there's a lot of different ways you can go. I think all of them are risky, but I also think they've kind of overcome frankly, like not being expected to do much of anything. And so now if you kind of subtract, add a little bit, you know, even if you bring in like one veteran guy, if you see Foster Griffin go out the door, but you bring in a reliever or two, you know, I don't think that clubhouse is going to feel given up on. It's I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to watch them kind of play this out because we just don't really even know. We don't even know what guys like CJ and James are going to do in big games. We've never seen it. So it's just kind of a fascinating moment for them.
So where do you think Scooble goes? You know, the Rays are looking for a pitcher. The Braves are looking for a pitcher. The Dodgers are always looking for big names. I'm sure the Yankees will be involved. He's set to hit free agency, but he's won the last 2 Cy Youngs. I would think even though he's going to hit free agency, you still got to give up a bunch to get Scooble. Where would you rank the teams, you know, the top 2 or 3 teams that'll be in the market for him?
Yeah, I like the Rays more than I usually do for this. I think the Yankees will play there, but I think that if Mason Miller's available, that's probably where most of their resources will go. I don't know if I believe in the Brewers just because there's money involved and, you know, the Tigers might have to kind of pay down the contract, which why would they do that? But the Brewers have a lot of really good prospects, so you could maybe see that coming to fruition. And then you just, like you said, you can't rule out the Dodgers. I don't sense that it's a huge priority for them, but they never let it seem like anything's a priority. And then all of a sudden, you know, they've got Kyle Tucker and Blake Snell and all these people. So, yeah, I think this is like the most likely the Rays have ever been to kind of make a big splash. But I don't know if that means they make it. And if they don't, I think you look at the Dodgers and Yankees and say that, you know, the Braves too are a real threat. But I know the Rays are probably the only small market team that's probably got a real shot.
Chelsea, thanks as always for the time. You know we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
Go back to me and Mom.
And feed that kid already.
I know, seriously. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. That's
Thank
Chelsea
you.
Janes, MLB Insider for SNY. We will talk with Paul Taboni coming up at 9 a.m. When we come back, we'll get back into the Commanders. Not a big surprise. Adam Peters, big on Chig. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. Training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders will take the field for their first training camp practice today. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn had their introductory presser yesterday, leading into training camp.
Well, just quickly, during the break we were talking about it before we get into the Chig thing.
Yeah.
That I'm going to the Mubadala Open tonight.
Yes,
right?
you are.
And we had Ein on.
Mubadala DC Open.
We had Ein on yesterday.
We had Ein on, and I threw out there, I was a kid. I think he thought I was kidding, like I was doing shtick or something.
About getting hooked with the VIP.
Yeah, seats are good. I'm pleased with that,
Yeah.
But, any hospitality suites or anything like that,
Yeah, there was.
He had insinuated before. I don't think I'm dreaming this up. He's like, "Yeah, you guys come out. I'll give you the red carpet treatment." Drabby, am I?
Sounds about right.
Am I lying?
From what I recall,
didn't he say that?
He has said that in the past, but here's what we were talking about during the break, and we like Mark. He's very nice.
Yes,
and
of course. But I mentioned the hospitality suite. He just mocked me.
We couldn't tell if that was a serious answer he gave EB.
I think he was serious.
Okay.
When EB asked if can I get the big silly tickets, and he goes,
Now
no,
we're going too far.
There's some hemming and hawing.
Yeah. And I was just like, okay, well, he put me in my place.
Okay.
Right.
Did he check EB or not?
Yes.
So was that like a resounding no?
That was.
It wasn't.
That was.
It
I got bigger
wasn't
fish to
encouraging.
fry.
It didn't sound great.
It didn't sound great. That's why I didn't pursue it. I was like, hey, Mark, these seats are great. What are they covered? He's covered. That's in the baseline. Be under the awning. Those are great seats.
Well, he basically said
seats.
everybody has a great seat there.
Yeah, but there's not a bad seat in the house.
Right,
All right,
right.
okay.
So,
and I was like, oh well, if
But yours are covered if it's sunny.
Yeah, I mean it's 6 p.m.
Not that you care about that. Yeah.
I understand your angle. You want to be welcomed in with open arms into the hospitality tent, food and the drinks. He wined and dined a little bit. I don't deserve know what's happening here.
Listen, I don't deserve anything. I'm not suggesting I do. Okay, but when you go to the Caps and the Wizards game and they roll out the red carpet for you, it's nice.
It's great.
It's
we love
nice.
it.
You go to a Caps game. You go to what do they call the thing where you go to?
Oh, yeah, what's the
vault
vault
suite?
Suites. It's
amazing.
unbelievable.
Yeah, but there's
experience.
41 nights a year to go to those.
I agree.
There's 5
It's a
nights
week.
at DC
It's a
opening.
week.
Yeah.
And you got a million things going on.
what about like a hospitality suite or something where I can hang out with all the rich people?
Food and drinks.
Now you're pushing it a little bit.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I got you. Well,
Maybe he was just being sarcastic.
I think he's being sarcastic.
sarcastic.
No, you're finished. I mean, I think he honestly said, "Yeah,
I'd be willing to bet.
I'd be willing to bet that when you show up and you say, "Hey, Eric Bickle here," and you get your tickets or whatever.
I'm not. I'm just going to flash him my thing. No one's going to care about Eric Bickle. There's going to be, I don't know.
So
10,
the tickets
20,000
are already on your phone?
They're already on my phone. No one's going to care about Eric Bickle. I'm just going to flash it. It's going to get scanned, and not one person on the property is going to care.
Yeah, you're going to be a face in the crowd.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's going to be a random.
But I also know you, and you wouldn't have put that out there if you thought that was going to be his answer. Like
100%, he shocked me.
He shocked you. Yeah. He shocked all of us. But that's why I think he was joking.
Yeah, because like you said, he's said many times in the past that whenever you come out,
Red carpet treatment?
Yeah, whatever you guys want.
If anybody knows Mark,
I think
was that the red carpet
Maybe it's
treatment?
just maybe it's just there waiting for
It's
you,
not.
and you're going to be.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, there's no
there
waiting.
waiting.
Trust me, I know what hookup situations look like. This ain't.
I think he was kidding though.
Yes, that's like
he might have been kidding, but there's no Christmas presents under the tree like when I check in.
No,
the tree's empty.
But that's like
It's like
that's
a Christmas at the Mars house.
That's like Wharton School business humor. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
he's not a wacky radio guy.
Yeah,
like,
I
that's
know,
just
I know.
him
He
being.
doesn't have the gift of gab.
Yeah.
I get it.
Well,
That's what studying economics makes you.
And we caught him off guard too because he's in promo mode. I get it.
Of course. He's
Here I
pitching
am
the
trying to
event.
work at my own personal angle about having an elite experience.
I think you're going to have VIP seats and treatment when you get there.
I'm going to disagree with you. I am grateful
I don't think you're
for
going
the
to have.
seats.
I don't think you're going to have to pay for food and drink.
I disagree with you.
He has the tickets.
I have the tickets.
Yeah.
I mean, it just says.
I just think there's going to be something
they're
else.
nice tickets or
Someone's
whatever.
going to find you and say, "Hey,
Mr.
wanna show you?"
Bickle.
Oh, I don't know if anybody's going to find
I
him.
think they're going to find him.
I think
Let me tell you
he's Tom
something.
Hanks out on his own.
You think so?
I have I've got 30 years of experience. I know when you've been when they roll out the red carpet for you,
and I know when they throw you a bone.
They might mistake him for John McEnroe.
Yeah. But if I was McEnroe, I would get the hospitality.
Oh, yeah, you definitely would. You call the event.
This is be grateful you got this.
And also Bish doesn't know that like I put out the line a couple times to like his handler.
Yeah.
And I was told, you can apply for media credentials here.
That's why I was like, nah, we're not.
And I was like, no, you got the wrong idea. Here's the segment of us talking about it on the air.
It's different. Yeah.
Well, maybe it'll get back to him.
You know what? There's a disconnect. There's definitely a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah, but if he didn't want to do it in the first place and it got back to him, do you really want to be in there to begin with?
I would still take advantage of it.
I would still take it.
I would take free drinks and food.
It's not that much out of their pocket. I mean, come on. They're not killing them if you have 4 people in the hospitality
it's not that.
suite.
It's just that he doesn't think I'm worthy of even the thought.
That's hollow ground that you can't step on.
I think he was being sarcastic. I don't think he thought you were being serious.
Oh, I was being serious. I mean, you don't understand. I go out to a couple Caps games. I go out to a couple Nats games, couple Wiz games, and it's at the point now. I like the carpet to be a little red, and I like to, get hooked.
I understand.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna stay home.
I'm pretty much with you. I'm in lockstep.
Yeah, it's hard.
You want the Mark. Mark doesn't know that you want the Mark Ein seats. Like I've seen Mark at the Wizards games. His feet are on the wood.
Yeah,
those are there. Those are the same seats that Bickle sits in.
I've been there. I've been there on the wood.
But aren't you okay with the seats? You just want the
seats
hospitality.
are fine. I don't have a complaint about the seats.
Right. You want the comped food and drink.
I didn't say I want the comp food and drink.
What do you mean?
That's not what I'm saying.
What do you want?
Here's what I want. I want to take my family into a nice area, like a special area, so they feel special.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Where
saying?
they have comped food and drink.
You know what that's like.
Right?
You take your dad to a game or something, and you got the Delta Club or whatever they call it this week.
Yeah, you want something blank club, whatever the sponsor is.
You take your family,
whatever
they call it this week.
You want your
take
family.
them to that.
You want your family to feel
it's like the Club 54 at Live tournament.
You're trying to impress your family.
Yeah.
You're trying to impress.
Yes, you want to give them a nice experience.
Silly access.
Hey, Dad got us tickets.
Right.
Oh, we're gonna. They usually think like your kids. Yeah. Oh, that probably means it's probably going to be a nicer experience.
Eric wants to put food on your family. Eric wants an area with a carving station.
Yes.
Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't love carved prime rib?
That's my point.
Carved ham.
He wants to be in an area. You don't want to be in a nice area where there's nothing offered.
Yeah.
You want
correct.
You want the food and drink.
I'm not saying that I want like you to feed me.
Okay,
and, like,
I'll say it for you. That's what
I'm just
you
saying. I want to take my family to a nice spot where all the fancy people go.
Right.
Where I don't belong.
And that's why they go
Not suggesting I belong.
No, but you like to get that access.
It's actually
all of us do.
Been spoiled.
Yes, we have been spoiled over the years.
Spoiled.
This is very true.
Hey, you know what? I actually think you should use your longevity card. How you were a ball boy there for years ago.
I mentioned it. Yes. We had him on. I always mention it. That's we're the
your brother. Yeah, brothers in arms.
Yeah, we're brother. We probably worked the same event.
You could always buy them.
Buy what? The hospitality suite?
The Stadium Club seats.
She's not doing that.
How much are those?
I'm not worried about the seat. My seats are fine. I'm sure they're fine. I'm not complaining about the seats.
I know what
You're just complaining about the access.
And listen, my mother-in-law used to work this event. She probably worked it for 30 years. I'm not kidding.
God, you're laying it on thick.
No. This is not that. I'm just saying, I've been there before. I know what those suites are like. My mother-in-law used to work them.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to have parking too.
I'm actually okay with the parking.
Oh, you
That's
are?
the first thing I would have reached out
because
for.
This place, I've never.
I
had
haven't
a problem
been there.
parking there.
I haven't been there since like Justin Gimelstob was playing.
We used to go.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been. So I don't even know where the parking is and how much it is. I have no idea.
For a different event, I won't even name what it is. EB beat me to the parking request in the text thread. I was shocked.
The Grand Prix thing?
JVS.
By the way, my buddy. My buddy will fly up from Florida to go to
that.
Sure, he would.
I gotta ask if I can get a +1. It's not F1, but I guess it's Americanized. It's like the MLS version
of
an
F+1.
Yeah,
that's silly.
Because it's Grand Prix like Indy, from what I understand. Grand Prix is like IndyCar.
Yeah.
You can't find guys that know less about open wheel racing than this group.
They're going to go 150 miles an hour down Pennsylvania
They might
Avenue.
be going like 200 in the straightaways.
So
It's
I said
absurd.
to my buddy,
it would be cool to see.
He's a big F1 guy, though. He kind of doesn't have the same feelings for
The Grand Prix?
the Grand Prix, but he was sized to go.
I thought it was all the same.
For the Grand
He
Prix.
would slum it for the Grand Prix. But we got a great invite.
But anyway, you beat me to the punch for parking, and that made me
well,
laugh.
I need to beat you now for the +1.
He wants to park next to the IndyCar.
Yeah, he must have park on pit.
In the pit, the pit stop.
No, actually,
Service your BMW
can I
while
bring
you're
the
there at the
Passat?
event.
I want to bring that hoop Passat that my kids drive.
Do it.
They can fix that. Yeah. Actually, could they start it?
Yeah.
That would be a good start.
Yeah. Hey, work on this while you guys have some spare time.
That hoop is sitting in my driveway, and I had AAA
Meanwhile,
out
the cars
there.
they're working on are
hoop.
$1 million vehicles.
Yeah. I literally tow it over there and ask the guys if they could start it.
You should challenge
I bet
them.
you they could.
You can't.
I had AAA out there, and I tell you what, they couldn't start it.
He'd be like, get this
They
piece
had
of
all
trash
the, they had
off
all
of our-
the starter things.
I'm
They had the
sure
whole
they
kit
did.
and caboodle out there. Couldn't start it.
See, I'm a little bit more shameless. I think I would just. You're saying it on the air because
I'm
you're
saying it on the air
because you're hoping that something gets back to him.
Yeah.
I would just text Mark and say.
Well, when
hey,
he was on the phone, I did take a picture of his phone.
Oh, you did?
his
I would
phone
text
number.
him, say, "Hey, I wasn't kidding. Can we get a hospitality suite?" That's what I would say. Worst he could say is what?
I know, but
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Right.
Listen, I
I'm
have
with you.
no shame on the air. In real life, I'm a
I know
very
you
quiet,
are.
shy person.
know
I
you
would
are.
never. In real life, I would never.
Do you want me to text them for you? I'll do it.
You give me your text proxy.
Yeah, I'll
He'll
be your
do it.
rep.
What are the chances?
I'll
to
be your PR rep.
Since we're just doing this bit, I'm going to the beach in a couple days. Would love to have an AJ DeBonsa jersey. I've been thinking
Man,
about
you're
it.
going from 0 to 100 with the quickness.
Should I hit up? I would actually hit up Jim and say, Jim, is there a chance the boys could get?
Who else would you?
I don't know. I would like a DeBonsa jersey for the beach.
Send him a DeRozan
I
jersey.
mean, otherwise, I'm going to be wearing a Gill jersey or
a classic. It's vintage. But I hear you. You want the newest,
What's the
and the
new
latest,
new?
and the greatest.
What's the new?
I'm going to wear. One day I got my Juan Dixon Maryland jersey.
Okay. You
One
got it
day
all
I got
planned
my
out?
Len Bias jersey.
Okay.
One day I'm going to wear my Jordan jersey. I need
Jordan with the Wizards or Jordan Bulls?
No.
Wiz.
Jordan Bulls.
Okay.
Oh,
Red
really?
Jordan Bulls classic.
Jordan Bulls 23 or 45?
23 would never wear 45. But I need a AJ jersey. Large because I think
JVS.
I'm a little skinnier.
JVS. Hook it up.
Do you think JV could do that?
You're not gonna. Large isn't gonna fit you. You're too tall. I think.
I think it make the guns look a little bit bigger. I think I'm a large now, dude. You know I'm wearing 34s? Silly.
I wish we could talk about the angles that Lurch is trying to work off the air.
Oh, really?
What is he trying to work?
I'm desperate
He's
to
always
hear-
asking me for contact information.
That's for my daughter. Yeah, I know.
What are you working over there? Mine is pure selfish.
Well, definitely Nats.
Okay.
And George,
I figured Nats.
and
I gave up
Georgetown.
on them.
If there's anybody
They're too
listening over at Georgetown's athletic department,
What are you trying to get there?
I need a nice connection over
What are
there.
you trying to go to there?
Oh.
Hoop game or
I'll tell
something?
you off air.
You trying to go to a hoop game or something?
No. I'll tell you off air.
Trying to go to get a master's degree or something?
No.
What are you trying to do?
It might be harder.
Those days are over. Those days are over.
I know you're not trying to go to a Georgetown football game.
No, it's not. I'll tell you off air. I
Can't
don't want
be
to
hard
say
to get Georgetown basketball tickets. I mean, it's got to be pretty easy, I would think.
Oh, I know
Well,
what you're doing.
Well,
I know.
I need to know who to call to get the tickets. That's what I need to know.
Oh.
Okay, I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I got it.
Need some connection.
I'll just say Jason doesn't mess around with people not at the top.
Yeah, he goes straight to the decision.
Right to the big dogs.
Hey, you know what?
Decision makers.
You're not wasting your
Yeah.
time. I like
Yeah,
it.
you know what? You live one time.
Yep. You have
Once.
limited. We have
And
limited
all
sand.
people can say is, sorry, can't help you.
Right.
If you don't ask, of course you're not going to get it.
I've
So-
learned that
Very
from you.
true.
The worst that you can do is say no.
That's right. So,
The no hurts a little bit, though.
Well, it
about
does.
about 3 seconds.
it
Mark
does.
Hines said no.
Mark Hines said no.
Yeah. Mark needs to learn from JVS.
He didn't have a problem saying no from
Yeah.
the sound of it.
I'm going to ask JVS for a +1 and a DeBonsa jersey.
And a premium parking pass. I mean, there's a lot of
I think
requests.
you're getting all. I think you'll get all of that
Yeah.
from JVS. I'm not sure about Mark.
Mark, I think, is a whiff.
I think you just got to try.
I swung and missed.
Double faulted.
Yeah, double faulted.
Good tennising. I like
double flat match point, double faulted like a multiple.
Yeah,
times.
like Cakes did.
Yeah. Oh, so bad.
Mr. Flame.
On match point, no less.
Yeah.
I literally wanted to set myself on fire. It was so terrible.
Right.
All right.
All right, can we talk about Chig? Can we talk about
Chig?
Chig?
I mean, we can.
Yeah, let's talk about
We
Chig.
can do that when we come back. And don't forget, Paul Taboni, Nats president of baseball ops. He will join us. His final appearance before the trade deadline on Monday. So you don't want to miss that. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So yesterday, during the introductory presser before training camp, Adam Peters was asked about Chig Okonkwo, new signing, over from the Tennessee Titans. Here's what Adam Peters had to say about him and his role in the offense.
We're all talking about wide receivers here, but curious your take on Chig Okonkwo, because he almost plays like a wide receiver, and how does he kind of fit into the conversation of, do I add a receiver, do I not add a receiver, knowing his skill set of he could be a receiver in a sense?
Yeah, that's a great observation. He's an outstanding receiver. He's outstanding in the pass game. He's great after the catch, and he's also a really good blocker, a good competitive blocker. He's not the biggest tight end. He's not John Bates, but really love the way he competes as a blocker and how he executes there too. So he's got a really good skill set, but he does help us quite a bit in the pass game. So he allows you to be a little bit more multiple. You can go more 2 tight end sets. You can go 1 tight end set. It's like you almost have 4 receivers on the field. So he provides a lot of versatility in where he can line up and what he can do for us, and how when he gets the ball in his hands, then he's pretty magical.
That's the money quote right there. It's like you almost have 4 receivers on the field, straight out of the mouth of Adam Peters, GM of your Washington Commanders. He's big on Chig.
Yep.
I'm big on Chig. I'm willing to put this bet out there right now. Any takers, $5 per man. You know what? $10 per man if you're willing to take it. Chig will set career highs in receptions, yards, and touchdowns in 2026.
So $10 per category.
No, 10 per man, but he has to hit all 3 in order for me to win the bet.
Oh, he's got to hit all 3. Okay.
15-plus games caveat for him if you are going to take the bet.
All right, so give me the numbers. What are the career highs? 57 or 56?
Yeah, his career stats.
Catches?
Yeah, he has his career high in catches is 56. That was set last year.
Right.
His career high in yardage is 560 last year. And his career high in touchdowns was 3. He had that as a rookie.
I mean, I can't bet against that.
If he plays in 15 or more games, which he should, because he's played 17 games every single season since he came out of Maryland.
So
I don't expect him to miss games. He's going to set career highs in this offense.
You just jinxed him.
Here's what you have going for you. Is that, and people have brought this up, that like in all of the preseason rankings, nobody's got Chig like in their top 10 or whatever.
That's
Some
fine.
don't even have him in their top 15.
People are just snoozing.
I think he finished 15th in receptions last year with 56. But here's what you have going for him.
And that was with Cam Ward throwing to him.
Well, yes. What you have going for you is the guys at the top, for example, Trey McBride, as we know, led tight ends, right, with 126 catches.
That's unbelievable.
His target share was 27%.
Yeah.
So the teams targeted him 27%. All the other guys, Kyle Pitts is second in receptions. His target share was almost 23%. Okay? All the other guys, like Brock Bowers, 23%. Tyler Warren, 21%. Travis Kelce, almost 20%, right? Chig, 14.9%. So he was barely targeted relative to the elite tight ends.
Right.
So if his target share goes up, which don't we all think it's going to go up from that?
I think it's going to be north of 20%.
Right. I would love to see Zach Ertz in 2025, and was a down year. His target percentage was 20%. So that would be going up 5%. That would be going up 25% relative to his, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. He really is built like a big receiver. He's not really built like a tight end.
Right.
That's why he's got speed and he's really good after the
Peter
catch.
said as much. He said he's not John Bates. He's not a big,
he's not a big guy
blocking tight end.
But he's when he gets the ball, especially in the middle of the field, man, he's fast. He can move. I can't bet against those numbers.
His target share, I think, is going to be in the 20% range.
Totally agree.
Right? So if you put him in that 20% range, now you're with Dallas Goedert, Tyler Warren, Harold Fannin, George Kittle, Kyle Pitts, and those guys.
Yeah.
That puts him in top 10.
I mean, there's a reason that Adam Peters gave him a 3-year, $27 million contract. He didn't give him that to come here and be a blocker along the lines of John Bates.
No, he got the same targets basically is like Dalton Kincaid.
Uh-huh. He essentially is going to be the number 2 receiver.
Right, exactly. And that could be why there's not a lot of hand-wringing inside the building about not having the best number 2 wide receiver option. Because they feel like they can like piecemeal it with Chig having a bigger role in the offense.
Yeah,
I think he's just going to have a big. He's going to have a big.
I think
year.
he's going to go over 56. I think he's going to go over the 550 or 560, whatever it is, and 3 touchdowns. I mean, come on, that's nothing.
I mean, he has to score more than 3 touchdowns. I would.
That's probably the biggest lock to go over out of the 3 categories.
He may double his highest touchdown.
Yeah, I could see
production.
6, 7, 8 somewhere in there.
6 plus.
Yep.
In this offense, especially with Jaden's propensity to throw the ball to tight ends, his relationship with Zach Ertz. Like, I feel like he's going to want that to continue, even in a new style of offense led by Blau.
24 is the year where Ertz really went off, right? For him, with us, right?
Yeah,
he had
his first
66. Yeah, then he was targeted 18%. So either way, 18%, 20% last year. For him to only be targeted 14%, you're going to see significant, as long as he stays healthy.
Plus, he was in a poor offensive environment. Rookie quarterback, not a lot of help around him. Team that didn't score a lot of points, probably didn't have the ball, time of possession-wise, a lot in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully those things improve here in D.C.
How many catches, again, did Zach have in 24?
In 24?
I think it was 60 plus, right?
66, was it?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, 66. He had 66 and 7 touchdowns. Not a lot of yards, though. That's what we always talk about,
Well,
right?
that's because he's not the athlete that Chig is.
But, as JP always points out, when you look at Chig's yards per catch, it's always similar. It's in that same realm.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make sense.
So if Chig plays 17 games like Ertz did in 24, and Ertz had 66 for 654 and 7, I mean, he's going to put up at least those numbers.
I would think they'd be comparable.
If he has 66 catches, he's going to have more than 654 yards because he can run.
I'm not saying that Chigakonkwo is like a Hall of Fame level tight end. I'm just saying
he's just a really good athlete.
He can be productive, and he's going to be in the best offensive system and clearly playing with the best quarterback that he's ever played with in the NFL, in Jaden Daniels.
Correct.
So I think it's just arrows pointing up for Chig and his production.
And Adam Peters, he's excited. Dan Quinn's excited. I'm sure David Blau's excited about him.
Sure he is.
Johnny Cakes is excited.
I'm definitely excited.
Eric Bickle is excited.
Yeah, I think he goes in that 70 catch range for
70. Now you're up to 70.
I think he could be 65 to 70.
That'd be big, man.
By the way,
if it's out there and he's going to be targeted 20%.
Cakes, what was your yardage that you threw out there again?
I'm just saying he's going to set career highs in receptions,
it was 550.
Yardage, and touchdowns. The yardage high for him was 560, which he set last year.
Yeah.
I'd go over on all 3 if there are any takers. Haven't heard many takers.
I'm not going
a lot of people are quiet.
I'm not going against
those
you.
numbers I just think are very doable.
I think so, too.
I think he's going to be a plug-and-play guy. The one that I'm concerned
about...
But
you did jinx some, Cakes, because you said you expect them to be on the field 15 games. You jinxed them.
No, I expect him to be on the field for 17.
Yeah, you definitely
that's what he
jinxed
does
them.
every single year.
All right, so he's going to be on the field for 4.
Yeah,
I mean, if that happens,
that would
then,
be bad.
Then mark the tape, Valdez. Then
Yeah.
my jinx powers strike again. Here's where I know that he's not the same as Zach Ertz. His long receptions in each season. Now, maybe Zach Ertz did something like this early in his career, but I know he didn't do it here in Washington. Chig has long catches of 48, 39, 70, and 43 yards.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He's got that in his repertoire.
That's in his bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we all
hopefully
know-
that's going to be unlocked here in D.C.
Yeah.
I think the only way I would go under the numbers is if they went out and got Diggs. There's someone like that.
That would impact that.
Because that is going to impact it.
Well,
But if they don't,
Yeah.
and they don't have that true number 2 receiver, they just got to have a committee,
Yeah,
then Chig will be your number 2.
Wheels
If
up
they
time.
were desperate for Diggs, why did they just go sign River Craycraft?
I mean, just a depth piece to
They
stash
literally
on the
just
practice
signed him
squad.
today.
They've signed him before.
Yes.
Yeah. They love. You know what? They love his name.
I
That's
think
why.
Diggs is going to end up somewhere else.
Chig over Diggs. Chig greater than Diggs. A lot of T-shirt ideas.
Yeah.
A lot of possibilities.
Could we sell Big for Chig? He doesn't own that.
Big on Chig?
Big on Chig?
Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't.
LCK, get that out there.
Start printing them.
Get that to the people. Big on Chig.
Start printing those yesterday.
Burgundy and gold, big on Chig
Let's do it.
T-shirts.
All right, coming up next, we switch from the burgundy and gold to the red, white, and blue of the Washington Nationals. Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nats. He will join us coming up next on the Junks.
The Nationals drew 6 walks against former Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber in a 4-run first inning, eventually getting the win 8-6 over the Blue Jays. Bieber issued walks to 6 of the 9 batters he faced, including 3 with the bases loaded, before he departed after just 2/3 of an inning. According to ESPN research, he is just the 4th pitcher in the divisional era, so since 1969, to issue 6 walks in the first inning of a game. The Nationals are now tied with the Pirates 1 game back with a 3rd NL wildcard spot. And the Commanders have made some roster moves. They've signed the following players as free agents: wide receiver River Craycraft and punter Matt Hawk. They've also released 2 players, outside linebacker Andre Carter and tight end Anthony Ferkser. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for your Washington Nationals. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. What's going
up?
on?
Paul, it's getting interesting, buddy. It's getting interesting.
I know. They're not making it easy, huh?
By the way, before we get to the trade deadline stuff, how shocked were you? I was watching the first inning last night that Shane Bieber, who, won a Cy Young in the American League, and he could not throw a strike. I guess he was asked about it after the game, and he blamed the weather because it was hot and sticky, and his grip wasn't great. But what were you thinking watching that? 6 walks.
Yeah, surprised like everyone else. It's you mentioned the Cy Young, but I mean he did that really like driven by his ability to command the baseball. So he's always had a great feel for it, and everyone has those days. I think just yesterday was one of those days for him.
So we were not super surprised that there was a trade, but Curtis Mead, he gets dealt to the Boston Red Sox. Connolly Early, you acquire a 24-year-old lefty pitcher. He's now a member of the Washington Nationals. I wish I had bookmarked this when I saw it. I'm going to paraphrase here. I'm pretty sure I saw that you said you felt like you wanted to cry when you dealt Curtis Mead, or you were talking about it. Can you take us through
He was very
the
emotional.
emotions of a guy that you brought here in late March, and he was really like an offensive spark for this team, but you're able to parlay him into a young pitcher that you have control of till, I believe, the year 2031 in Early, a guy that you're familiar with from your time in Boston.
Yeah, so I think it goes back just really quickly. Curtis, like the guy, I mean, incredible dude, and he's a key piece in our clubhouse. And then not only that though, like his trajectory has been different than most. He former top 100 prospect. He was dealt for Christopher Sanchez at one point in time. You guys probably know. Bounced around a few different organizations. Went from being like this top prospect to DFA'd by the White Sox. And when we picked him up, I think he was questioning like whether he was going to have a long career. And Blake obviously had a connection with him going back to his minor league managerial days in the Rays system. He managed Curtis, and we just thought it was a really good one to get. And then you fast forward 90 games. Actually, before even fast forwarding, like he started the year just really on the short side of a platoon, right? Hitting against lefties and not playing against righties, and he was mashing. He started to get more opportunities and turned himself into an everyday player that isn't just an average everyday player. He's better than that, and that's how teams valued him. So coming into the deadline, like we thought there was no way that we were going to be considering him, given, hey, he's got however many years of control he has, and he's played great for us, all those things. And then, man, out of nowhere, I think in part because there aren't too many right-handed hitters on the market, teams just started getting super aggressive. And, over the last 10 years, it's just been really, really difficult to acquire young, controllable starting pitching. And when Boston was, finally agreed to include Connolly early, it made it push the deal across the line for us.
Right. And, of course, you're very familiar with Early. And, you know Boston's front office very well, so you don't have to deal with all the BS. And you get a guy, like Cake said, that you're going to control till 31. He was really good this year for Boston because, I kind of follow them. And he was one of their best pitchers, especially when Crochet got hurt. And then his elbow started to bother him a little bit. But he was really good for about 20 starts. And now you get him for the next 5 years. And you said he's probably going to pitch, and he will pitch this year. So he could be another reliable starter for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. He's a stud. We've obviously known each other for some time. I was over there when we took him in the whatever it was, I think the 5th round. Right. He actually, he's from here. He's from outside of Richmond. He actually went to West Point for 2 years out of high school, and then there was a coaching change, transfer to UVA, was drafted out of UVA. But, I think if you really want to get a look at what this kid is, you should watch his playoff start against the Yankees from last year. Mm-hmm. It was like his 5th major league start. I heard he's the youngest Red Sox pitcher to pitch against the Yankees in the playoffs, or maybe just pitch in the playoffs generally since Babe Ruth. Wow. And he goes in there, and it's cold and it's October in New York, and fans are yelling at him, throwing stuff at him in the bullpen, whole deal. And he just hops right out there. Once again, 5th major league start, and he's going right at Judge and right at Stanton and all these guys with no fear and really good stuff. And those are the types we want. So he's going to fit in great with our group, and we just need to get him healthy and back rolling, and we'll be good to go.
I know you're not going to tell us like what you're going to do next, and
or who you're talking to.
Yeah, I mean, respect all that, understand it, and we get it. But there was some, I don't know, maybe you could, I don't even know if you probably won't even talk about this either, but there were some reports that said that obviously you guys had some interest in maybe, having Foster Griffin maybe be here long term, maybe some initial talks, and the quote that went viral was they collapsed quickly, something along those lines. And then when you read that, you go, well, he gone. I mean, they're going to move him. If the talks collapse quickly, then there are obviously maybe some different ideas of what worth might be on both sides. Both sides, I'm sure, have merit. Is that fair to characterize that way, that you guys did have some talks, or you just can't comment on something like that? I don't know.
No, first of all, I don't mind being pretty candid with you guys on this. I would not categorize them that way. Okay. And so
fizzled
we'll obviously
quickly
see where it goes.
Is what we read. Fizzled quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
But you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I would. That's not to say that Foster's necessarily going to be here forever, but personally, I do think that there's a chance that he's here beyond this year. Is it a greater chance than whether he's here just till the end of the year or being traded? I don't know. We'll obviously find out these next few days, but yeah, I don't think that was categorized totally fairly. Okay. And so really, it's like I've been telling everyone, like, inside our organization, it's kind of like running the RPO in football, right? Like, it's, hey, you could think about extending them, you could think about keeping them till the end of the year, and then if someone blows you away with a trade package, like, you consider that. But we're in this interesting spot where, and I'm curious how you guys think through it, but we're trying to find ways to upgrade our team, but also still want to build for the future. And it can be a tough needle to thread, but we want to try and do it.
Right.
And I think, not to just address this before you guys even ask, but I think realistically what that means is probably trying to do a little bit of buying and selling to try and upgrade our team for this year, but also be smart about the future, so on and so forth. Now it's tough to do in practice, so we'll see how it actually works. And it could be just, end up just sell side moves or just buy side moves. We're going to figure it out here in the next couple of days. But like I said, we want to do a good job kind of threading the needle between being good this year, giving these guys a shot, while also not sacrificing the future.
Well, Paul, you kind of did that, or you did it with acquiring Early, because Early, once he gets back out there and healthy, he's not going to be in the minors the rest of the year. He's going to be out there for you at Nats Park. And he's also a guy you control for 5 years. So you kind of did that with the Meade Early deal.
And by the way, with Early, was there any hesitation with the elbow injury? Like, how many times did you and your staff look at those scans before you made that deal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just the second question first. So, is there a concern? No, I wouldn't say there's concern. Is it on your mind? Yeah, but no different than any other pitcher that you'd be trading for. You know what I mean? It's funny. We go through the combine now with all these high school kids, and they all get imaging on their shoulders and elbows, and everyone's got a little bit of something. You know what I'm saying? So that's just kind of like the norm for pitchers these days. But nothing like alarming, which is that made us obviously feel really good. But the previous part relating to like the Connolly Curtis trade, like a big part of that too was, hey, we bring on Connolly. Man, that's upgrading our rotation in a major way. Curtis leaves, though. We feel pretty good about bringing Brady up here, right? And he's played well so far, and he's at a different stage of his career than Curtis, but we're willing to give him some, a little bit of a longer leash to go out and play well, right? And so it's all kind of how the roster comes together. And Bish, you said it, like that's tough trying to thread the needle, but there are opportunities to do so, and we just got to be really, really good figuring out what those opportunities are. It's not to say we're going to be able to execute on a bunch of them, but if they're out there, like, we want to know about them, and we want to have the opportunity to get in the mix.
By the way, horrible story with Meade getting hit. Probably going to be out 2 months.
Yeah, man, I was.
Isn't that brutal?
Yeah, it was brutal. But yeah, it was. I texting with him yesterday. The silver lining is he and his wife are due with a kid here in the next few weeks. So the first time ever, he'll be able to spend some time. But that was really tough, and just it makes you feel bad after having made the trade. Like the Red Sox, I thought it was a great move for them, and you just kind of feel bad, like just seeing, hey, they kind of put their what's on the line to try and get something done and improve the team, and now they're reeling a little bit, but they'll be fine. They got a really good team.
Can you, speaking in broad terms, can you realistically move off of one of your bigger, so you get rid of Meade, right? But you could replace him with House. That makes a lot of sense. He's played really well in AAA.
Got 4 hits already.
Yeah, and he's doing great. And, he's a guy that people have good thoughts about, right? Good expectations. So not surprising. But if you get rid of some of your other bigger name guys because, the haul is just so great, like long term, I'm not sure. How much confidence do you have that you can replace 1 or 2 more big bats, like 1 or 2 more of your bigger bats this year? Like, how much more wiggle room do you have there?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends who you're talking about, right, and what position they play. But, I mean, we obviously have a couple guys on our roster that are pretty darn close to irreplaceable in the sense that if a team's trading for one of those players, it's unlikely if they have like huge playoff aspirations, which they probably would, trading for one of these players, that they would be sending us something back that could plug right in and play.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. My guess is that you're getting at CJ, right?
Well, CJ
or Garcia.
You have Garcia, right? He's been a massive producer for you.
Yep.
Yeah. CJ and Louis have been awesome. I do think they're a little bit different in terms of positions they play and kind of how our roster is built, so on and so forth. Tail of control, all that.
Right.
But they're really, really good, right? And they've played awesome for us, and both those guys are huge parts of like the positive vibes we got going in the clubhouse, right? And so, what I would say for both of them is, in order for us to consider dealing these guys, we just got to feel pretty darn good about the return and about who's backfilling. But I will say CJ's a little bit different in that, listen, like it's not just about whether the trade makes sense on paper for Siege. And what I mean by that is I think more than most athletes in DC, like he means a lot to the city, to the fan base. And that's really important. You know, like we have some momentum going as an organization. And if that's going to take a bit of a hit, you have to feel exceptionally good about the return you're getting back. So
right.
That's where we are. And I think it's like the most reasonable way to think about it. But listen, I'm probably like every fan, right? Where probably even more so the case where I freaking love the guy, and you know you grow close to him personally too, and so you really want to keep him, right? And you know you once again I keep saying it, but you feel drawn to give this team a shot because of how they've overperformed and how they've rallied around each other and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. We just got to see what comes our way at the deadline and. You know, make a good decision on what's best for.
I couldn't do your
team.
job. It's too hard. I'd be too emotional. I'd be like, no way I'm trading him. I love that guy.
Right.
Hey, Paul, when you made the trade for Early and you dealt away Curtis, do you deliver that news yourself, or is it the Moneyball bit where Brad Pitt tells Jonah Hill, "Hey, you got to sit down and trade Pena. You got to learn how to do this." Like, how does that work?
No, I call Curtis and. Yeah, those calls are tough. That one specifically, because I mean Curtis was not under the impression that he was getting traded at any point this deadline. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I think we actually this has been talked about a little bit. Like we pride ourselves on trying to communicate to guys like, hey, if their names are in trade conversations, to the extent that we can, we try and keep them informed, right? So they're not blindsided by it, and they appreciate that communication. With Curtis, I have a great relationship with him, and that wasn't the case because we genuinely were not considering it. You know, we just kind of got rushed with teams getting super aggressive and wanting to move. And so that call was difficult in the sense that, hey, it's always difficult to see a guy leave the team that you really, really like and you envision as a core part of the team going forward. But also, it caught him off guard. And there's a part of me that hates the fact that it caught him off guard a little bit, you know, but it was a little bit more unavoidable than most of these.
And he knows who Early is. I mean, you guys faced Early. You guys beat him. Well, you didn't beat him, but you beat the Red Sox when Early started earlier in the year.
Yeah, you guys probably remember it. That was actually the Contreras Cavalli game.
Yes, that's right.
He was shoving against us, and then I honestly thought that he wasn't hurt. I thought it was just. That inning was it felt like an hour because of all the commotion on the field and everything. I thought they didn't want to throw him back out there after sitting for an hour, but turns out he did have a little something, which is obviously why he didn't go back out there. I think it was the fifth inning. So
hey, that's right. He only pitched 4. Getting back to Early, when do you expect him? I think you told the media he was going to make a rehab start on
the second,
the third, maybe Monday or Tuesday. Is that true?
Yeah. So. We're going to adjust it slightly just because there aren't minor league games on Mondays. And so that's how the schedule was initially built out. We're going to get a little bit creative and, you know, we'll get him working on that day. But I think realistically, it's probably going to be, you know, a few weeks after that.
Okay.
We can't tell exactly. We've got to see how these outings go. But I think my best guess is probably somewhere around the last week of August. We'll have him back.
Okay. So he should be, you know, barring any setbacks, he should be on the mound in the rotation last week of August. That's great.
Yeah, it's a game plan right now.
Yep.
Well,
all right, we know you're busy, man.
Super busy. We appreciate you taking the time. It's Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nats. We will talk to you post-trade deadline next week.
Thank you, Paul.
I'm sure we'll have something to talk about.
Yeah, sounds good. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
all right, appreciate
Thanks
it.
for the time. It's Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nationals.
He's great.
He's awesome.
He's great.
Very straightforward. Baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll be right back. When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors can always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANwealth.com and start working towards the retirement you've always imagined. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You know what I like best about the Taboni interview? He called me Bish.
Oh, he did? I didn't notice that.
I noticed that.
Oh, you didn't hear that?
Well, did you spend a little
missed
time
that.
with him, by the way, before a game?
On the field.
Yeah, so he knows you. I wasn't here when he was in studio. Or when we saw him, whenever we saw him.
We saw him when he was introduced at Nats Park.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah, he
that
wasn't
day.
here.
Yeah.
I wasn't there that day.
Right.
Oh, he was awesome that day. He came over, sat down, probably spent
we
15
talked-
or 20 minutes with us when he was after he was
Yeah, we
introduced
had him. Yeah, that's
to
true.
the media.
Yeah.
Oh, he's great.
No, he's
awesome.
like he reminds me of
good.
Carberry.
Yeah, he is
Carberry's
very cool.
just very comfortable, and
Yeah.
he doesn't mind. And we ask him, we're trying, we don't want to be jerks. We're trying to ask him the important stuff, but without being a jerk and understanding. There's limitations to what he could say.
Right.
We're probably too deferential on that, but we got to have him on every week. You can't
Well,
just
it's
sit there and
interesting
hammer
that
him.
he refuted that report that the talks
I think so. To
fizzled
me,
quickly.
That was
I
my
can't
big
remember who-
takeaway from that interview.
I can't remember who reported that.
Somebody said the quote was "talks fizzled quickly," right? And that kind of went viral.
Yeah.
And he disagreed with that characterization, which maybe you'd say any GM would. I don't know. But he definitely left open the idea that, maybe they could come together with a contract or just keep him through the end of the season and then see where they are, then.
Yeah.
And also they would get, I know Grant reported at one point, and I take Grant, he knows baseball, that they would get a second round pick potentially in a compensatory
pick?
pick. Yeah. So, if they're going to give you a couple bums, or you could just get a second round pick at the end, you might just take the second round pick.
It would kind of suck that, because he said, as you heard on the interview, that Early's probably not going to be ready till late August.
Yeah.
I was thinking he would be ready earlier than that, but Paul knows.
Yeah, they're going to take their time with him.
True. But if they traded Foster, all right, so you don't have Foster or Early basically for all of August, that would hurt.
That's going to be trouble
That would hurt.
for a pitching staff that's kind of thin
Now, if
already.
they didn't trade anybody else, none of the bats, then maybe you could just outscore everybody. But you lose your best pitcher plus another guy who's going to be in the rotation when he is healthy. That's
You're
don't have
really
him.
testing your resources at that point. You're stressing.
We'll see.
What's left of your roster.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Before Monday at 6.
But real quick, before we get into the EP, I'm assuming it's real, but it's probably fake because everything's fake. Nothing's real. But there's a video of C.J. Stroud walking into the Texans training camp.
I saw it yesterday.
Okay. I'm assuming it's real, but maybe it's AI. If that's real, they're in real trouble.
Because
he looks like Humpty Dumpty. He looks like he's going to like a Star Trek convention.
I was kind of struck by the way he looked.
He looked
his
like
fit.
one of the least athletic guys I've ever seen.
Let me see.
I'm not a CJ Stroud guy.
That,
just so you know.
That video
Before
is
that video.
striking. Striking. He looks dumpy. I guess the big deal is he got his hair cut.
Cut off the dreads.
He's got no riz. How can that guy be a leader of your quarterback, a leader of your team?
Some people are taking the opposite tack, saying he's all business. Now, I'm just saying that's a couple people's opinion. Like,
does he look like he's in tip-top shape? Now, I'm not saying all great quarterbacks are. We saw Peyton Manning at the beach.
We've seen Patrick Mahomes not look like
I'm
he's
not
in
saying
the best
he
shape.
I don't think he's always been a workout warrior.
Yeah, I don't know his history. I know nothing about his history. All I know is what I saw yesterday. And I saw a guy going to a Dungeons and Dragons convention.
Also, you also have to know that he is.
It was bad.
CJ Stroud is also public enemy number one in the hot takery that's going on right now.
He's mine. He's mine.
Ever since his poor performance against the Patriots, the guns have been trained on him, and everyone, like the Cakeses of the world, just think he's trash now.
I don't know if he's good or
he's
not.
trash. I would never put him amongst even close to the elite quarterbacks in the league.
He could throw.
Like, he might be the 12th to 15th best quarterback in the league, and that's fine. You can have a great career and make hundreds of millions of dollars being the 12th, 13th, 15th best quarterback in the NFL. I just don't think
I'm glad he's not my quarterback.
He's never going to be a top 5 quarterback in the league. Never, ever.
If he was walking down the
Not in
street,
a billion
you would never
years.
have guessed he's a NFL
He
quarterback.
looks like he's on his way to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, he's just.
He wants to get some salt and vinegar chips and some Mountain Dew. I mean,
you're acting
But
like
if
you
he
didn't do
if he
that
walked
back
in
the
here,
day.
Exactly.
But if he walked in here, you probably wouldn't say, yeah, he looks dumpy. You'd probably say he looks big. He's a big guy. You know what I mean? He's big.
Maybe you're right. But
it's kind of hard to tell. He's got very baggy pants or shorts and a baggy shirt.
Those are shorts
He
that I
doesn't even have an athletic gait. He doesn't even have the gait. His gait is trifling.
You've seen him play. He posted a video on Instagram 12 hours ago of his off-season workouts.
After that,
he's wearing.
No, I'm just saying.
Was it a response to the dumpy video?
I mean, he's got a rocket arm. I mean, I don't know what you want. I don't really care what baggy shirt he's wearing if he looks like a 7th grader going to middle school.
He's wearing JP-esque basketball shorts.
I mean,
baggy, way past his knees.
He's wearing an Adam Sandler outfit.
Good for him. Good for him in this sense. Where I hate the fashion show that everything is now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're walking in and everything, the camera's on you. So good for him for not caring. Bad for him for just being such a terrible dresser in general. I mean,
doesn't look great.
You're starting quarterback in the league. How much you made? 30, 40 million bucks? You're still young.
But he's got a lot to prove.
He gotta have better.
Maybe Caleb Williams was on to something. Wasn't it the awkward back and forth between them? Was it last year where I guess the Texans might have beaten the Bears, or Caleb had a bad game, and CJ Stroud is like trying to lift up Caleb post game, and Caleb was just like looking at him, like just looking off in the distance, like, can't believe this guy. Like, what is this guy
I don't
trying to
remember
do?
that.
Why is this guy trying to pick me up after I lost the game? Like, he just looked like he didn't want to have anything to do with
this
him.
way. I'm just glad that's not my quarterback.
Well, he's not. So
Glad he's not my quarterback.
Yeah,
He got no riz. He got no riz. He doesn't have the walk.
He cut off his hair, and all his riz went away.
Yeah, you know they won the division 3 straight years and won
Understood.
playoff
Now, a
games
lot of
for
that's
the
on
3.
the strength of their defense.
Oh yeah, go look at the scores.
They have a fearsome defense.
Go look at the scores and tell me it's all about their defense.
You
I'm sure their defense really helped when the Ravens put up 38 on them.
You think if they had the 25th ranked defense with CJ Stroud leading them, they would be winning divisions?
I'm saying that there are a lot of people, for whatever reason, do not like CJ Stroud, and it's all because of one game in the playoffs last season.
No, I don't like CJ Stroud.
No, I'm
because of
telling you
what
that's
he's
why
wearing
I'm telling you that's why
yesterday.
Cakes doesn't like him.
Oh, I don't like him because of what he's wearing yesterday. He could throw 10 touchdowns. I'm still glad he's not my quarterback in one game.
Well, when he's on the
he
field,
won't do that.
When he's on the field, he doesn't look like a dumpy fat guy who just eats Doritos.
Maybe.
He looks like a quarterback when he's on the field.
Okay.
Now he looked
Maybe
bad.
he's gonna look different.
Maybe he looked bad that particular day, but I mean, just watch him.
Now
I'm watching this off-season video again.
Yeah.
There is a quick screen grab where he's shirtless.
Not great.
He does have a
He has to.
He's got a little belly.
He's got a drab belly.
Listen. Peyton Manning didn't have a great body. I mean, we all know Brady Quinn looked like a bodybuilder, and he was terrible. I understand. You don't have to have a great body. He just doesn't look good. That's all.
I mean, you don't have to look like a wide receiver if you're playing quarterback.
I know. Let me see. Dude, he looks like a fat Jameis Winston. Right? Like a.
Let me see this pic.
Look how big his butt is. He looks like he had a what do they call that when the girls get it?
BBL?
Yeah, he looks like he got a BBL.
He's always had like a big trunk.
Maybe they're looking at that big butt of yours.
Dude.
Let me see.
He looks terrible.
Yeah, this is, I mean.
I'm just saying when he puts his uniform on.
Will you look at this picture?
Okay.
This looks like a guy that would be down at like the community center shirtless that shouldn't be shirtless.
Yeah, like he's not even getting in the
game.
he's not even getting on the big court. Like when you're playing ball, he's getting on the secondary court.
Yeah.
He's not even getting on the big court. He's got next on the other court.
That doesn't even look like him.
That's shocking, dude. What did he do this offseason? You know what? That dude's depressed. Because he took an offseason of hammering and he ate his...
he ate his feelings?
He ate all his feelings. He ate his depression away. That is shocking.
Watch, he'll come out throw like 42 touchdowns this year. Then I'll have to eat all these words.
I don't see it.
I don't really see it either.
I don't see it, man. You look at that. I mean, is that... And I guess it's not AI. Because you got... Because that kind of... That picture shirtless that you took, it looks what he looks like with the shirt. What you imagine he would look like with the shirt with the shirt off. He looks horrible.
He doesn't look great, but I do respect the fact that he's not peacocking on his walk into
too.
training camp.
And I was about to go somewhere and say, like, at least our Quarterback, like Jaden always looks put together well, but Jaden just walked in the other day and he was wearing some.
He's wearing a Simpsons T-shirt.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't like that. Fit.
He's wearing a Simpsons T-shirt. His hat was like this.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine. You can dress
It's
however
fine.
you want. People can be it however they
you know
want.
what?
It
That's
wasn't his
our
best
guy.
look.
That's our guy.
I know it's my guy, but I like him when he.
And you know what?
He's a little more tightly.
At least
dressed.
Jaden's T-shirt had like characters on it. This is the plainest T-shirt I've ever seen.
He's got nothing on it.
It's got nothing.
Oh man, I don't know.
What
man.
are his shoes too?
But look,
what are his shoes looking like?
Drabby, look at these highlights. You would never say he's fat and dumpy.
Is that from a game?
Yeah, it's his highlights from last year. Look at him.
I'm saying maybe I didn't even watch him last year. This could be he could have gained 30 pounds from last year. He looks like he gained 30 pounds.
Yeah, I assume he's going to lose it and look like this. He's going to look like this in his uniform.
Somebody tell him it's not 1972.
I know who I'm rooting against this year. The Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Pulling for them to win like 4 games.
Don't draft C.J. Stroud in any of your leagues.
Are you serious? You think I would ever have C.J.
In a
Stroud?
super flex, you might. Yeah, he might be number 2.
In a super flex.
He could be your number 2.
Yes, but in a standard 10 to 12 team league.
Yeah. No, I know that.
C.J. Stroud would never be my quarterback.
Well, you could draft him as your backup. Don't draft him.
On principle, I'll never draft him.
Ever. Okay. All right.
He won't grace any of my fantasy squads.
What if he throws 37 touchdowns this
I don't
year?
care.
And next year?
It's called taking a stand.
Okay.
It's called.
You've gone back on that.
It's called having principle.
You've gone back on that before.
All right, so I asked, what are the FanDuel futures on? They're so low. C.J. Stroud's passing yards futures is 3,500, 3,550.
Okay.
I mean, that's
the over-under on his yardage for 2026.
I asked about touchdowns. FanDuel
That's so pedestrian.
currently, I don't think the FanDuel currently has one. It looks like if you look
Probably
at
20 and
other
a half.
consensus, other betting sites, the consensus is 23.5.
Ooh, that would be higher than his career high. I think 23 is his career high.
Okay, so we're going to pound the under on that. Valdez says
23,
you gotta
20,
pound
and
under
19.
on these all the time anyway.
Sure. I'll bet against the guy that I'm actively rooting against. Why not?
Yeah.
And
He'll
I'm
probably
sure
be
he's
in
probably
that
the
range.
nicest guy ever. I don't know why I'm going so hard against C.J. Stroud. I've just never thought he's that
If
good.
I was a Texans fan, I would be distraught.
Just glad you have Will Anderson and company.
His
on your
numbers
defense.
have dipped since that rookie year. They've dipped
Oh,
considerably.
Yeah.
This is a big year for him. Big.
Well, you would-
contract year?
Huge year.
Contract year?
Massive year for him.
Yeah.
Well, why did he get
Or did he sign a deal? Or he didn't sign a long-term
He has not
deal.
signed a
Why
long-term
did he
deal.
get the BBL then if it was going to be such a big year?
Yeah. It's true.
Why did he do that? He's not taking it too seriously. I think he got in his feelings and he got some extra of those cookie skillets.
You don't.
Brother should
Eric,
pull up the pants.
You don't
Maybe they're
need.
looking at that big butt of yours.
You don't need your QB to have 8 abs. They don't need to look
I've
like
said
Lamar.
that. I know that.
That's true.
I've said that. I made a point of saying
I mean, Mahomes has a big belly. Who
I know
cares?
that. So did Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Well, Mahomes currently has the big belly.
Well,
I know.
Problem
It
is
means
you're,
nothing.
You're comping
Yeah.
him to one of the all-time
Hey.
greats. C.J. Stroud isn't anywhere near that.
CJ Stroud doesn't
The
need one
stratosphere.
ab. He just doesn't.
I agree. He doesn't. I agree.
might
He doesn't need that.
He might need some more.
He also
Some
doesn't
swagger.
need that big butt though.
Well, he was born with that big butt.
It's a big year.
It's the
but
biggest
you-
butt I've ever seen.
But you would admit it's a big year for him.
You know what?
He's
He looks
got to
like,
have a
he
good
looks
year.
like Craig Ironhead Hayward. Like he
looks that big.
He looks like he should be playing fullback. He looks
It's
like
a good old reference, though.
he actually looks bigger than Mike Allstott.
No, he doesn't. now you're just
Like
talking
from the waist
insanity.
down. From the waist down. He doesn't have any muscle tone.
He's doing white on off-white. That's a wacky bit that he's doing.
Anyway, I am betting against C.J. Stroud, and I am thankful he's not our quarterback.
Yeah.
Cakes.
Not our guy. He's Houston's
My guy, 9 times out of 10, looks silly.
You just didn't like him wearing a Homer Simpson T-shirt?
I didn't really like that.
You weren't feeling
But
that?
usually he looks slick. He looks
Who,
fly.
JD?
They would say in the 90s, they said you look fly.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know what they
he
say
doesn't
in
look
the
fly on
2026.
the sidelines.
No.
in
No, he
regular
needs to be out-
clothes.
Yeah, he needs to be out on the field. All right, when we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this upcoming weekend. Keep listening for your chance to win. Before this high-quality radio program is over, we will give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soulja at Nats Park August 1st. That is this weekend, my friends, so keep listening for your chance to win. By the way, speaking of winning, I have a chance to win $20 off of Matt Valdez. We consummated a bet during the break. I bet on Jaden Daniels. He bet on C.J. Stroud for passing yardage in 2026. No injury caveat. I'm betting on Jaden. He's betting on the guy who looked like a middle schooler with a big butt walking into training camp yesterday.
Total passing yards?
Total passing yards.
Okay.
Yep. So that should be fun to track week by week by week of the 2026 season.
He's just banking on Jaden getting hurt.
He could be
banking on that. No caveat?
No injury caveat.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
We're betting.
By the way, it's smart plus EV play by me because CJ for total yards thrown is 300 yards more the total than Jaden's.
That's fine. Yeah. I like my side of the bet.
Can we get rid of injury caveats and just do average per game on all these bets? Because it always boils down to injuries. Just do.
Not really. If the injuries don't happen, then.
Oh, I know, but Chig's got to play 15 games. I mean, what guys play 15 games? I mean, not
Chig
a lot.
does actually.
Not
play
a lot.
17
But I mean,
games.
whatever. He sprains an ankle, and the bets. It should just do average per game. Jaden Daniels, CJ, who's going to pass for more yards per game this year? Then you no caveat, unless Jaden goes.
I mean, we've already consummated it. Sans caveat. We're good to go.
All right. I'm just saying, moving forward.
That's fine.
All the bets.
I got no problem with that.
Depends.
I just want the action. I want a vested interest.
I know they were hammering you during the break, a couple breaks ago, about being such a Chig stan.
Yeah, it was very. They were very like in attack mode on me when I walked in there. There was a lot of ganging up.
Yeah, no, I was trying to I was explaining to Cakes about how the numbers don't make sense with his 15-game injury caveat. Then basically Chig has to average 36 yards a game for it to come to fruition.
And I was explaining, I just am looking for the best bet from myself.
Right.
It might not be the best bet
if Chig averaged 36 yards a game this season, do you think that would be a successful season, depending on or compared to how much Cakes has talked about?
I would like him to.
He's big for
36
Chig.
gets him to what? 36 yards gets him to what?
550 yards.
No, he needs to do more than
over
that.
his
He needs to
career
do
high.
more than that.
Well, but that's what I was explaining. That the math ain't mathing.
He thinks
But I'm also trying to.
He thinks it's going to be higher than that.
Trying to get the
He doesn't
best,
think it's going to be 550.
the best payoff bet for myself.
I know,
What do
but
you
it
think?
just
All right,
seems
so
what
forget
you're
about
missing.
the bet. Forget about a bet.
Yeah.
What numbers wise is what? Would
How
be
many yards should he
acceptable?
average a game?
Forget about the bet.
Average yardage per game,
I think he should be in the 700 to 700.
45 to 50 yards per game.
He should be in the 700 yard range.
I think that's a reasonable ask for him.
50
If he has
times
his big-
17
if Zach Ertz was a success,
would be
his fir-
850, right? 50 times 17
I don't think that's
would be
unreasonable.
I think 850 is a little high.
It's a little high, but I think it could be high end.
I think 700.
700 would be really good.
Yep.
800 plus would be better.
To put it,
But it comes down to the catches and touchdowns.
Yeah.
the guys that went over 850, there are only 4.
I think
he's not going to go
I
over
think deep
850.
down he might have like 10 touchdowns. But
I'll bet under that.
I'm trying to keep a lid on that as much as I can.
One guy had over. Well, this is in 24, and that was Mark Andrews in 24. I got the wrong season up. Sorry. Let me see. Let me see in 25.
I mean, somebody besides Terry McLaurin is going to have to score touchdowns through the air. And Chig seems like as good a bet as any past Terry
I think he's
McLaurin.
going to be a factor. Definitely.
Yeah.
4 guys went over 850. Travis Kelce at 851. Jawan Johnson, 889.
Kyle
Pitts and McBride. Kyle Pitts finally kind of came through.
He finally showed up.
Finally kind of showed
He
up.
also had 1 million targets, too.
He did.
He did. His
He was-
target share was 22%.
He was heavily
He had,
targeted in that offense.
But that's
118
But
targets.
that's what the kind of the best players on offense should be.
I totally agree. That's why David Blau came out months ago and said he wants to get Terry targeted 10 times per game.
Right.
Because that's his best player on offense besides Jaden Daniels. And he knows it. So he should be targeting
It'll
him
be very interesting to see
10 plus times.
Now I gotta find what was Terry's target share last year?
Terry?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably pretty
He
small.
had a down year.
I know,
Wouldn't have been
but
great.
well, just when he played, right? The target share would be based on when he played, right? I would think. He's so down low in there, I can't even find him.
Yeah, it was a bad year. Right? Bad year for him.
Yeah, I got to go in order. First, I got to go in order of receptions, and then I can find him.
He was targeted last year. He was targeted 4, 9, 4, 4, 14, 6, 4, 4, 7, 4. 60 targets in 10 games.
Right? Because how many catches did he finish with?
38.
He finished with 38.
I think he
Yeah,
played.
there you go. Okay, so he was targeted 23%.
Yeah,
that's actually a decent amount.
Not
actually.
a lot. Well, he just didn't have a lot of targets. 60 in 10 games.
Right, but it's just because he didn't. But 23%.
But he wasn't healthy. He wasn't healthy.
23% is in there in the Mike Evans, CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Waddle. Devontae Smith was at 24, so that's not a horrible. I mean,
those numbers are going to go way up as long as he's out there. Way, way up.
They should. They should definitely spike.
I don't know if they're going to be as high as what Cakes thinks.
All right, we're going to hook up the 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Soja with special guests, Pigeons playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. The Commanders are out on the field, by the way. If you want to get some updates, our guy Linnell Willingham is
out there?
tweeting. Yes. He tweeted
saw some of
43 minutes ago, Jaden Daniels to Traylon Burks for a red zone tutty versus the first team defense.
Really?
So that's I believe,
Man,
one of many
And
tweets from Linnell.
and I think our guy Scott Abraham had some video of Trey Amos out there just kind of like joking around and like palling around with the guys and, in shorts and T-shirt. He looks great.
Yep.
He looks great.
Well,
He's going to be
hopefully
fine.
back out on the field soon. We're the Junks. We will be back tomorrow. BMitch and Finlay, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish. If you've been firing darts lately, great. If not, my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru, they want to help you score. Whether you're chasing birdies or just looking to go low on your next ride, Buyer Subaru has you covered. Right now, drive off in a new 2026 Outback, 1.9% APR for 72 months, or go crazy low, your choice of a new 2026 Forester or Crosstrek, both with 1.9% APR, 36 months. I'll tell you what, my guy Josh may not fix your swing, but he can definitely help you drive away. Plus, one thing I really love about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the community. Buyer Subaru is always finding ways to give back, whether it's supporting local animal shelters or other great organizations right here in Northern Virginia. That's pretty cool. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the GM. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online, buyersubaru.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? To even up the series with the Blue Jays, the Nats had to use a lot of patience. They waited out an hour-plus rain delay, and then in the first inning drew 6 walks, scoring 4 runs on just 1 hit. They kept that offensive momentum going and avoided what almost became another bullpen meltdown in an 8-6 victory. The Nationals are now just 1 game behind the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 3rd National League wildcard spot, tied with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Moving over to the NFL, Falcons quarterback Tua Tagovailoa is sidelined with what the team considers a flare-up of an undisclosed injury, according to head coach Kevin Stefanski. Adam Schefter is reporting that the veteran quarterback is dealing with a tight back. With Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. both out, according to Schefter, the Falcons are now signing Cooper Rush to strengthen their suddenly injury-ravaged quarterback room. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are west. Ashburn, Virginia. First day of Commanders training camp. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm fired up, man. We got to watch football.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, first day of school, whatever you want to call it, like to actually see football on the beginning of the actual season. This isn't minicamp. This isn't OTAs. This is the first day of a very long process. We're a long ways away from even week 1, but it's the beginning.
And that's what Dan was talking about, a little competition there. And they're not in pads, but they were moving crisply. They were moving a little bit quicker. And I think that's the one thing that we need to see steady the whole camp. Make sure you're moving fast enough to get this thing ready to go. You can't go in slow motion. You can't have step stuff and expect when the season starts to just get there. You need to build up to that moment. So when the season starts, hit the ground running.
Absolutely, man. So B and I are out in the tent. If you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, we appreciate you. We're trying to figure out some of the camera stuff. Stallion front and center. At least Stallion's getting his airtime. Jaden Daniels will address the media relatively soon, is my guess, and we're going to try to take that live for you. Mm-hmm. I just think it's an exciting time for this team, and B, having just watched practice, so practice started at 8:30, wraps right around as our show wraps. Seeing the new offense and seeing the new defense, and let's be clear, we are not allowed to disclose specific things we see. Far more aggressive, far more speed. Like evident right away.
Yeah. It's there, and I think when I look at the defense, you see so many. I see a lot of guys in 40 numbers that are pass rushers. And then looking at guys out on the football field. Chig plays tight end, has the build of a big receiver. You look at Caleb Chason. You look at Jordan Baptiste changed his number to 41.
He had a couple good rushes. Yeah. I had to check the rosters. I was like, who is that?
He changed his number to 40. A minute who's wearing 90 at this point. They have some guys with size and athletic builds that are a lot different than what you saw. My whole thing, I was just trying to see how things were coming together. And they seem to have a great understanding. Like I said yesterday, if you have an understanding of this offense and this defense, the football players will figure this out. These are the best football players in the world that are out here. It's not going to be anything like they have to figure it out to be able to run it. If they have the concepts down, the athleticism, the football acumen will take over and things will work in your benefit.
I think for all the concern over wide receiver 2, right? And I think I heard this from Grant the other day, and I thought it was really interesting. He said as more and more defenses have gone to zone primarily, like having man-beater receivers is less important, but it changes. Like you just need people that can function in the offense. the catch he made. I think with this offense, people are going to get open. And it's day one of training camp, and they're not in pads. But I said to somebody with the team standing on the sideline, like if I was a genie and could give one person one thing, just to see Treylon Burks stay healthy. The catch he made in the corner right there before we came upstairs reminded me of the Denver catch last year. And the first once,
and he got 2 feet down.
Yeah. So the tempo and flow of practice, they come out and kind of run around a little bit, team stretching, individual drills, team drills, and then you finally get 11 on 11, 7 on 7, right? And the first time Burks, and today was primarily a red zone day, I feel like nothing started further out than the 25. But the first time Burks ran to the sideline, we were standing and watching. I was like, damn, that dude is big. And I feel like that is forgotten in all of this. But he's never had really a healthy offseason since he's joined the NFL. And for a lot of the, I don't know, with Chig Okonkwo, we often talk about, those quarterbacks in Tennessee were terrible, and that offense wasn't very functional. It's the same for Burks. He just was also hurt.
He was there.
Right.
I like the thing, Jay, I was talking with David Aldridge, and I was telling him, like I say, the moment you start talking about back in the day, people want to shut you down because they say things have changed. But as I told them, the difference with Coach Gibbs is he had full gear. These guys don't. Andy Reid didn't have full gear. You go back to Walsh and Seifert or whatever it was in San Fran. They didn't wear pads, but it was the intensity that they picked up and the track meet like mentality that when they got in the football game, they were damn good. Because think about a football player, everybody is a little off up top.
Sure.
And if you're in shape and you can go full speed doing stuff, you're gonna make a world of difference when you get on the field. I saw them moving. I said, you know what? It's a lot like what I saw in the past. And he was like, so y'all didn't tackle? I said, no, we didn't tackle a lot. But thing up, we had a drill where we would tackle, and it was only like 10 plays for the whole practice. But other than that, you just do like a little button, boom, keep moving. But you can get your guys in shape, and I think the faster you move in days like today, the better things come to play. If you do everything in slow motion, when you put pads on and then you put somebody else's team on the other side, it changes.
Totally.
You won't be able to do it. But if you're doing it at a pace that's fast enough to where you got to make those quick decisions, it'll work out. But these guys seem to have a feel for this offense and the defense. And the thing of it is, yes, they show up at camp today. If any player hasn't looked at their book since the last day that they were in OTAs or minicamp, they should be cut.
And you can just I thought you saw some guys that were clearly locked in. I have my one don't do that play of the day. There was a bad snap. I think they were inside the 10. Shotgun snap went bad. And he said, we think he's getting probably 7 or 8 I think it was Oweh bearing down on him, and Marcus dove for the ball. And you could just tell everybody's like, we're not diving on day one of training camp. But, that's their instincts, right?
Yeah.
I thought a couple guys had good – I thought Bill looked good. And it was interesting coupled with this morning Dan Quinn got asked about Bill. And he said, we think he's gained probably 7 or 8 pounds of muscle. But it seems like within the building there is a consistent – we want to see more message about Bill. Because that's kind of what we've heard throughout the offseason. They keep bringing up the pass game. DQ asked about Bill, proceeded to talk about Rachaad White's soft hands. We saw that today. Rachaad White also wears a gladiator cap. I learned that today. But I thought Bill had a good practice. He had a nice catch out of the backfield, a couple nice runs. I also thought I'm very much trying to temper my expectations until I see him in pads against press coverage, against NFL press coverage. Antonio Williams. Dude.
Yeah, he has a knack for getting
slippery,
open, and he moves his body in a certain way.
Fluid.
But back to Bill, like the thing I've said this over the last week or so, the more Bill can do, the better apt it is to go against the defense out there. If Bill is your running back all the time, defense is going to be able to prepare for that. If Rachaad White comes in, all he does is catch passes, they can prepare for that. But every one of these running backs, if you make it to where you could be you might not. And some guys are gonna be better than others coming out the backfield, catching passes.
Totally.
But if you can do it, and make sure you're damn good at pass protection, because if you can't do that, you're not gonna be playing. But if those guys can bring that into their arsenal, like they always say, we try to find out what guys could do, and the more you can do, the better. If every running back can catch the ball at the backfield, every running back can run it, defense don't know what to prepare for. And I think that's the point you want to get to.
I totally agree. It's going to be a committee.
Yeah. So I just like look at it. What if one day K-Tron goes in the game? The first thing I know they'll be thinking, are they going to run the ball? But what if the first pass is a damn out the backfield, boom, get the ball? You throw a defense completely off with that. If Bill comes in the game and they know he's going to run it, he may run, then boom, you got him a pass at the backfield. On third down, instead of Rashard running the field, Bill stays on the field.
I think when you watch
now you got it could be third and 2. You might think it's a running play, but guess what? It could be a pass play. You got to get to the point where you're running back and
we're not allowed to
the
provide
offense,
specifics.
no matter which
There
one
was
of
a
them.
formation I saw out I'm with you there for sure. I think it's great if they each have a role, but they got to be able to do all of the things. Otherwise, but I think when you watch offensively, the amount of formations and the amount of motion. Now
shifts, I saw a lot of that.
Dude, we're not allowed to provide specifics, but there was a formation I saw out there that we ran in Maplewood when I was in 5th grade, and it was just like so refreshing to see something
Did
that
they find
old
your
school.
playbook, Jay?
No, man.
But I look on the field and I see certain people in certain positions, and then I see a shift, and I smiled because people think that everything was
really
invented
exciting
today.
day. Antonio Williams.
Some of that stuff is old school, man.
7-on-7. He was in the slot.
You know, I know Joe did it. Joe was a running dude, but hell, he'll start off. Running back may be out wide.
And this is a
all of a
fast
sudden, you
linebacker.
shift. He's back in the backfield. You see the shifts going on. A defense is confused as hell.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think it was a really exciting day. Antonio Williams, they were in 7-on-7. He was in the slot. And the feet. This move he put on a linebacker, and this is a fast linebacker. He went outside 1, head fake 2, broke it back in, and I was hit in stride for an easy score. I was impressed by Antonio Williams. Far too early.
It's too early, but things that you see, things you come looking for.
Right.
I came looking for Sonny. And I saw
that's cool to hear.
First day of practice, and I want people to understand, temper what I say.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And I watched Ford running the route. And it looked like Sonny had a connection to him. Everywhere Ford went, he was right there.
Right.
And it reminded me of 5-1.
I want to watch for a few days because I was. That's cool. That's cool to hear.
And I told Dave, I said, bro, this dude right here just seemed like every move he tried to make, he was just going with him. You like, if you're getting ready, like the airplanes that fuel up.
Yeah.
And you connect it. That's how he looked. He was just going with it.
That's awesome. I want to watch for a few days because I saw Brandon Coleman kind of coming in and out. I want to see more so I understand exactly if that's just packages or if there's they're trying to give both Coleman and Paul reps. I didn't notice it enough on the first day to be able to make a determination of what that's looking like. I did. I mean, Tunsil just full go on day 1. Mm-hmm. DQ had an interesting line. He was asked about Tunsil. He's like, there's guys you just know you're confident in, and that's one of them. Yeah. And I thought that was
when they gave him that extension this offseason, that tell you that they're confident in him.
I believe it. But so two picks got dropped, but players were in good positions. Sammer still dropped one in the end zone, and then Jordan McGee skied up for what I thought he was going to be able to bring down, but it ended up just being a knockdown pass at PBU. I was impressed by Javonte Jean-Baptiste. And the rushes he was winning with that second group, that was against Andrew Wiley. That wasn't a nothing thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He looked good. He's always had that length. I also, having seen him a little over the summer, the kid Josephs, the Tennessee kid, that length is hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And
he has a 40 number too, right?
48.
Yeah, man.
You got to wonder if there's going to be some reassigned numbers.
They were throwing me off, man.
Dude, me too. I was standing with some of the PR guys. I was like, who's that?
But
who's that?
He's thicker than I thought.
Totally.
I thought he was just a sleek dude, but he got a little girt to him, man.
I noticed there was a blitz package from a defensive back and Owe coming on the side, and it looked like, in Tecmo Bowl when you pick the perfect play, because there's only 4 plays, like if you pick the right one on defense, it's going to be a big play.
You're not going to believe this, Jay. No, I don't know.
Tecmo Bowl's kind of your generation.
Never played it.
All right, well, you missed out. But
I was playing Tecmo outside.
I'm just going to move forward. I had a really good line to deliver there, but I don't think it would have been appropriate, so I'm going to pocket that. But it seemed like the offense was trying to set up a screen, and they had this blitz with Owe on the outside. It would have been a disastrous live play, and you saw Owe's length in motion, getting his hands up as the blitzer was coming from the other side, and I was like, damn, how long are his arms? And somebody said they reached to his calves. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but that is insane.
That's one of the things when he came here, they were talking about how he had long arms as well. He's already tall, but then to have those extra long arms is something else. That's going to help him out a lot. Batting down passes, being able to get up and make a quarterback have to come off of a route he's waiting on. Those things are going to help.
Okay. A lot of moving parts here. I think Ben Sennett is going to join us. It might be sooner than we think. Trying to figure a bunch of things out. The other part of all this is I enjoyed watching Jaden Daniels play football. I realize how simplistic that is, but watching Jaden, when he drops that little sidearm laser,
yeah,
he's, as the baseball guys like to say, pumping gas.
Yeah, he was moving left and able to hit that thing back on the right side, right on target.
Right.
So,
let's go to break early because I think Ben Sennett's going to be
talent.
joining us. You are listening to BMitch Finlay. We are live out in Ashburn. First day of training camp. 2026 season is here, baby. Let's go.
if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they installed new systems in my house, and I felt a cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
After beating the Blue Jays 8-6 last night, the Nationals are now 55-53 and 1 game back of the Arizona Diamondbacks for that third NL wildcard position. Paul Taboni joined the Junkies this morning to talk about what will they do at the deadline. Will they buy or will they sell?
We have some momentum going as an organization, and if that's going to take a bit of a hit, you have to feel exceptionally good about the return you're getting back. So that's where we are, and I think it's like the most reasonable way to think about it. You feel drawn to give this team a shot because of how they've overperformed and how they've rallied around each other and so on and so forth. We just got to see what comes our way at the deadline and, make a good decision.
Taboni went on to say that, of course, there are some guys in their lineup that are irreplaceable, so if you're going to give them a shot, you can't trade them away. He said not to beat around the bush, but of course that includes C.J. Abrams and maybe even Luis Garcia Jr., both names that have popped up around this trade deadline rumors. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. We're live out in Ashburn, Virginia, Commanders training camp, and we are really excited to have Commanders tight end Ben Sinnott joining us. Ben, what's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
How is day one of camp for you?
It was awesome. It's good to be back on the grass, man. It's been a long time coming, long summer, training and getting ready for it, so it's good to see the work come out on the field.
I was watching out there just trying to see people, are they comfortable with the offense? How comfortable are you, and do you feel things are coming along?
Yeah, I feel very comfortable. They did such a good job in the OTA period, installing things, and being able to look at it through the summer and expand on the why. Why are we doing this? What's everybody else doing on this play? What are we trying to get done? So feeling really confident. That was one of my goals, is to just be as confident as I can in the offense so I can come out here and just do my thing and play fast. So.
You said maybe when we talked at minicamp or OTAs or something that you feel like this offense is better suited for your game.
Yeah.
Can you help us understand that a little more?
Yeah, for sure. This offense is based off outside zone, play action, marrying concepts, and that's something I feel I'm very good at, is running outside zone, running off the ball, moving around, lining up in different spots to just use my skill set. And I think this offense is so multiple in what we do, under center, play action fakes, I think just really suits the way that I play. I'm really excited for it. That's the biggest thing.
Defensively, you all added a lot of different people, different levels of athleticism.
Yeah.
So I think back to when I got here early, our defense was probably as popular and as good as the offense. Mm-hmm. And I felt when we got into football games, it was easy.
Yeah.
Do you see that having that defense change up now is going to make it better for you in practice? So when you get into the game?
Yeah, for sure, man. This defense is so talented. They do so many different things, put people in so many different places. So, being able to go against them and see different looks, go against different guys. I'm going against Javon Kinlaw, and I could be going against Jordan McGee, just different body types, preparing me for what I'm going to see on the field with what these NFL defenses do nowadays. So,
what have you thought of Sonny early? Styles?
It's so fluid, and obviously, the stature he has, however tall he is, and the way he can move. He's very fluid, very cerebral. You can see how he's understanding the game, and really impressed with him, and especially off the field, such a good guy, and we've clicked really easily.
That's cool.
So, yeah.
As I started watching the quarterback show on Netflix, and obviously, I'm here, I interact with Jaden, whatever, but it's always different behind closed doors with your teammates, all that. Same draft class as Jaden.
Yeah.
He still seems to be the same dude.
Yeah.
Despite all of the ups, downs, the superstardom, all those things.
Yeah.
What's he like for you guys, especially as you guys are learning a new offense together?
Yeah, man, that's the cool thing about him. He's so even keel, same person every day, whether we're in the NFC Championship or whether he's struggling with injuries, the same guy shows up the same way each day, and he's the same way behind closed doors with us. And I think the QB1 stuff is so cool. You can kind of get a more inside look, at least from the fans' perspective. You guys kind of see him every day, but he's the same dude every day, which is so cool.
Do you watch it?
I watched a couple episodes. Me and my wife will, but yeah, it's cool. I like seeing that stuff. And
if you're in a scene, will your wife get all excited?
We'll laugh about it for sure. but I'll be like in the background. Oh my gosh, yeah. But you can tell who's trying to get on the show.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well, like coaches and teammates. Like there's some
Mikey.
people who are trying to. Yeah. I wasn't
Mikey go get on.
I wasn't gonna say any names. You can tell there's some guys trying to get on.
That's just who he is.
Yeah, 100%.
He's the jokester, and I guys like that, man. They kind of keep a team going.
Exactly right. Yeah, 100%.
I'm curious for you going into your third year now. Like, are you doing anything differently? Not on the field, but like, do you eat differently? Have you get more in tune with your sleep? Like, how do you figure that kind of stuff out?
I think like the off field is the biggest area where I've improved. Is like, so I got married after my first year, so like now my wife's with me. She's an amazing cook. Like she keeps it very healthy. So she chefs it up, man, keeps us in a good spot, like anti-inflammatory diet. But
what does that mean? I got a feeling my diet's very inflammatory.
I try.
How does vodka fit in there?
Inflammatory.
Exactly. Man, it's like it's a 80-20, 90-10 split. I enjoy myself. I got a sweet tooth every once in a while, but like taking care of the stuff off the field from a recovery standpoint, sleeping, eating right, getting your recovery like cold tub, massage, all that stuff. You kind of fine tune it over the few years. And like you look at a guy like Zach Ertz and his consistency, his routine. I learned more off the field from Zach than I could have, just watching him. So that was the biggest thing, getting my routine right.
Talking with Commanders tight end Ben Sinnott here, kind enough to join us in the tent in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Day one of training camps in the books. You mentioned how much you learned from Ertz. Obviously, he was a huge presence here. He's a potential Hall of Fame type player. How different is it with Ertz gone, now Chig's in? I mean, that's a new room, right?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a different vibe in the room, but it's still good, It gives me more opportunity to grow, more opportunity to, go out there and earn it every day. And Chig's been a great addition to it. Like, he fit in very well with us. And, we got such a talented tight end room. Like, it forces you to work. It forces you to grow each and every day. So, yeah, it's a really good vibe we have.
I bet, man.
What is it a thing like in your 3 years now that you've said, okay, I need to add this to my arsenal, to my, I guess what you call it, your preparation.
Repertoire.
Yeah, for sure. One thing like I never thought about in college, but like mental preparation as far as not even the playbook, not even any of that, but like mindset. Okay, I'm going to go out there and prove it every day, but if something goes wrong, I'm okay. Like get back next snap, Roger Federer, whatever, his famous speech, like it's just a point. So I think that was the biggest thing. I started working with a guy on my mental side of the game to prepare me, visualization, mental reps, and prepare myself before I even get on the field if something happens. So that was the biggest thing that I added to my repertoire off the field.
That's really interesting.
That's really helped me.
What prompted you there? Was it just something you thought about or a conversation you had? Or
I really struggled my first 2 years. It's a really frustrating feeling knowing what you can do, but having a Hall of Famer in your room. I'm doing everything I can, making plays in practice, but we still got a Hall of Famer, that we need to get the ball to. So I think that frustration and things built up inside of me, like I know I'm doing everything right. Like I got this playbook dialed. I'm putting in the work. I'm showing up early. I know what I'm doing, but the opportunity still wasn't there. So I think like being able to form that and turn it into good rather than keeping it all inside and then blowing up. And getting frustrated for it, turning that into something good.
Are you seeing that work out for you?
For sure, yeah. It's allowed me to just play free. And, it's just like my headspace and my mind is in a really good place. Like I'm so confident going into year 3, man.
I remember being in this thing and being a return guy, doing stuff to help us. But when your mindset is like, I was a quarterback, I was like, man, I'm not doing anything. I remember Pete Rodriguez came in, he said, what you do directly impacts what this offense does. And he made me look at it in a different way, and it completely changed my mindset. I went from being a disgruntled guy to a guy that couldn't wait to get on the football field.
Yeah.
You know, and it made a world difference. Like you said, it released a lot of that pressure from you.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool to hear you two talk about those experiences because I think what gets lost on a lot of fans a lot of times is you were the best player in high school by a mile.
Yeah.
You were one of the best players at Kansas State by a significant margin. You were the best player in the state of Louisiana, but you get to this level and everybody's so freaking good that there's probably a recalibration of your brain.
Yeah.
And that's got to be difficult. Ben Sennett, kind enough to join us here at training camp. All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So you said you watched a little bit of quarterback with your wife. What are you guys watching? So you have a good dinner, no inflammatories, then you're going to chill out. Well, how does your evening go?
Inflammatories.
Man.
That's all kind of funny, though.
Yeah, no inflammatories. No, we just finished Parks and Rec. That's
I love that show.
It's kind of like our mindless show.
Sure.
And then at night we'll really lock in. We're watching Silo. The new season came out of Silo on Apple TV. So we're excited.
Sci-fi, right? I haven't watched it, but I've heard good things.
So we're excited to get into that. But yeah, we keep something where we lock in at night, and then while we eat, we'll watch something like The Office or Parks and Rec. And
Parks and Rec, so good.
Yeah, 100%.
Chris Pratt's character
So
is just unbelievable.
Yeah,
dude.
it's an all-timer.
It is. It really is. I'm curious. Growing up in Iowa, is that Cubs territory, Cardinals territory?
Yeah.
As a kid, what teams did you root for?
It's like a really weird spot. You don't have any professional teams in the area. Like football, people go Green Bay, Minnesota, the Chiefs.
Okay.
And then you get a little Bears as well. We're kind of like all in the middle of those. Same thing like Cardinals, Cubs, Royals.
Pick of the litter.
I know. I was so busy, I didn't even have a team growing up. Like, I was a big fan of players.
Were you just playing sports all the time? Did you play everything?
Yeah, I was like 6 sports, even into high school. Like, I was playing 6 sports at a time.
6?
Yeah. I went to a small private school, so I was playing.
Give me
baseball,
6.
basketball.
I was playing hockey, baseball, football, golf, track, and tennis.
Wow. Dude, how hard can you serve a tennis ball? Holy moly.
Dude, I love tennis. Pretty hard, but that second one's going to be lobbing over. I missed the first one.
Will you get to the DC Open at all? I know you're busy right now. It's a pretty fun event, though.
I would love to get to a tennis match. I'd never have in my life, and I've heard it's awesome. So, yeah, I definitely want to get to one at some point.
You know a guy here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just, hey, pull his, hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Like, B will just text him, like, Mark, I need tickets.
Exactly.
So, B, you got to text him on Ben's behalf, dude.
100%. Yeah, if it works out, I would love to see a tennis match.
Yeah, because you guys have an off day Thursday, right? No, Friday.
It's like,
Friday's off day.
Friday.
Well, you off for us. It might not be off for you.
We're all probably coming in here. But, yeah, I know. I'd love to.
Dude, I don't want to hold you up. You've been very kind with your time. Is there anything you think Commanders fans don't know about you that you'd want them to know?
Man, just know that, I'm doing everything I can. I think people get caught up in the stats a lot, and I think I'm able to just get some more opportunity this year to show what I can do. So just, stay patient, allow me to do my thing, and excited for a big year,
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're wishing you all the luck. We really appreciate you making time for us
Definitely.
today.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell him how far you hit a golf ball? or do we need to get out there together for you to see it?
I think we need to get out
I can imagine. I'm telling you, I play with Ott. He can hit it too now.
Ott's got nothing on me. I can hit it far. I'm telling you, though.
He can mash it, dude.
Yeah.
Didn't you win the long drive at Live?
Yeah. I mean, I can hit it now.
Were there pro golfers in the long drive, or was it just for the celebs?
They were playing from a different tee.
Okay.
But they put me on a launch monitor, one of the Caleb Surratt, the second guy I played with, and I mean, I was touching 200 ball speed, 205.
Jeez.
You need to go to the long drive contest.
I was 350 carry on one of them.
350 carry?
Yeah.
Was Bryson in the contest?
He was. I don't know what he did on that hole, but I mean, I won it. He was playing from a different tee, though. I was a little up, but it was.
Do you think that was a penalty on Bryson and the British?
I don't know. I'm a Bryson fan.
Okay.
I might be criticized.
He
for
was
that.
tramping around in there
I'll
pretty
tell
good.
You know,
Listen to me.
there's always
that last step where he stepped and the tall grass laid down.
Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna get you.
You know what you're doing. You know the rules. You know what's going to be questionable. I think it was, but yeah, it's questionable. Man, you always want to get an advantage, especially in that long stone.
Totally. I mean, he was in jail in there.
100%.
Ben, thank you for the time, dude.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking
Good luck
golf,
to
we
you
got to
guys.
let you
All
go.
right, man.
Thank you,
Exactly.
brother.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
Appreciate you, man. That's Ben Sinnott looking for a big third year. You are listening to BMitch Finlay. We are live coming to you from Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Training camp, first practice. Oh, dude, since you didn't leave, BMitch knows you got to leave if you're with me.
Yeah, because he will bring you into
Touchdown catch on Mariota. Tell me that route. You just got your feet in bounds. It was pretty.
You know, it's called we call it the Pacer concept. I just have a shallow, and I got to beat the flat defender to that front pylon, and I'm just hauling because we got a back line coming in.
Yeah.
So the faster I get there, it can open up the back line. But if I beat that flat defender there, he's going to put it right on.
It looked pretty textbook by design. It looked pretty
Exactly.
clean.
Yeah, they had no idea. They had DN trying to play the flat. So.
That's a tricky spot.
Bad idea.
Trey Burks in the corner. Did he get both feet in?
Oh, of course.
Oh, he did. I watched that.
It's no question.
I watched that.
If you ask an offensive guy, it's going to be 2 feet in every time.
100%.
This time I mean,
Ben, run.
yeah. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the time.
I'll sit here all day, man.
Well, you're welcome to.
I appreciate it, guys.
It was a great catch on the touchdown. Great footwork to kind of get on the other side of that pylon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're listening to BMitch Finlay. We'll be right back. Thank you to Ben Sinnott.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live, Ashburn, Virginia. If you missed any of our sit-down interview with Ben Sinnott, kind enough to join us right here in the tent. Ben can talk, man. I feel like the three of us could sit and talk golf for 2 hours.
You know this Stallion sat in that little spot. Because I had the double shot, I had to quickly move him out of there.
Stallion wanted to be in it.
Yeah.
Like how Ben was saying he could tell certain teammates try to be in the quarterback show. I think Stallion was trying to jump in there. Let me remind you that BMitch Finlay is brought to us by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, B.
It ain't right.
That's correct. I think there's going to be so much more opportunity. I tell you what, we watched one practice.
Yeah.
But I do feel optimistic about this offense. I was at the press conference last night with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and I can't remember who it was. I want to give them credit for the question, but I can't remember who it was. But they talked about Nick Allegretti.
Yeah, I heard that.
For the concerns people have about Allegretti, the responses from AP and DQ, they kind of – remember it was like 2 weeks ago or whatever, we ended up looking up Allegretti's Illinois highlights, and I couldn't help but notice that he was a 4-time All-Academic in the Big Ten, that he got his accountant degree early, then he got his master's. And
he's overachiever.
Well, and when Quinn started talking about how smart he is, how he's always in the right position, and he said if there was a green dot on offense, it would go for Allegretti. Yeah. Things happen. It's the NFL. Being super smart doesn't always equate to being a great player, but I'm cool with them giving him that opportunity.
Being super smart, being a guy who's been around for a while, being consistent, and being a guy who's a competitor. Because he also mentioned that, too, about how hard he's going to fight, how hard he competes. That makes a world of difference. I think back to my center, Jeff Bostic. Smallest guy, he was the smallest center in the league, but he was a gnat to most people.
Yeah.
Because he would just harass the hell out of them and would never get off of them. Nick seems to have that same type of that type of play, that type of effort, that type of mindset. And so I'm looking forward to it. And it's not just one guy. The thing about it is it's the whole line. The thing about offensive linemen, when you look at them, we rarely just say, oh, look how great that guy is. We say the offensive line. And if all of them can work together, it'll take a lot of pressure off of him.
It's funny. We were talking about this the other day, kind of guys that pop in preseason, right? Jeff Bostic, Bosco, 6'2", 270, 268 is what they listed at. That is wildly small for an NFL lineman.
And he played, what, 14, 15 years, something like that?
14 years, undrafted guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the grind. I mean, he was in Washington outside of the 72 Super Bowl when they lost to the Dolphins. He was there for every Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. There's not a ton of guys that were there for all four, including the loss.
Yeah.
I mean, he was there 80 to 93.
Yes.
And, I mean, started, I guess 9 games was a shortened season. I'm sorry, 82 was a shortened season. They only played 9 games, started all of them. 83 started all of them. 87, he was fighting an injury. 91 started every game. That's a resume,
Bosco's a bad man, bro.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like, I think we as fans got to stop always just – and let's be real. I don't know many fans who can just look at a offensive lineman and know what they really are doing.
Totally.
Because the stats are not like a receiver, a running back, tight ends, your quarterback.
That's why every call we get is about wide receiver too.
Yeah, but when we ask these questions, oh, man, not him. Why? Just because they got rid of Tyler. A guy that you started to like because his name, we call him Badass. A lot of people started liking because of that. And that name was recognized.
He was in the Campbell's commercial.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that the other guy can't play. You know what I mean? So I laugh at it because, like, for me, when I'm asked questions, hell, I want to see him play. Totally. I don't make a decision before. Like, I get the question all the time, what's the record going to be? I don't know. Why? Oh, you should know. No. They've been in T-shirt and panties. I can't give you no damn record off of that. When they put on some pads and start playing against somebody else, then I can start to decipher what I think.
2 dudes I'm extremely excited to see in pads. And maybe this isn't that. I'm not going out on much of a limb here. But Sonny, because Sonny running so far and what we've seen, he looks in lockstep with where he's supposed to be. Let's see when he gets hit a little bit. 2, Antonio Williams, man.
Yes. Because like like you see him working. The thing like you could carry over from being in shorts and stuff, the fluidity of a linebacker. Can't take out on physicality, but the fluidity you can, and also a receiver, the way he uses his feet. You can see that, but they don't have to have on pass to show you that.
Well, and I always bring it up. When Santana was playing, I thought the slight movements of the helmet that he would make in conjunction with the move, I thought those.
If he had 2 club feet, I bet you we'll know.
Right, right.
We'll know that.
And watching Williams on day 1 of training camp have a little bit of that head fake on the move I saw him make, I found that really exciting.
Yeah. He has to be somebody we could talk to because Tanner is out here. He watches him. Tanner was a route runner. I'm talking about exceptional route runner.
With speed.
What does he see in that kid?
Yeah. But
I listened to what Santana said before I listen to anybody else.
I want to hear that incredibly. Can I make a request, though?
Yeah.
Can we wait till we see them in pads a couple days?
That's cool.
Because the excitement I'm starting to harbor for Antonio Williams, on the football field, is I want to see it when he's getting bumped around. I want to see it when a guy like Amik Robertson, who's full on bulldog, is trying to go press coverage in the slot. You know what I mean?
That's a good description of him. Amik is a bulldog.
He's the biggest, and he's got the long ass arms, which for these corners really helps.
He's gonna definitely give you problems.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I'm tempering all my.
I want to call the Forest Ranger. The bear just walked in the tent.
I mean, it's not that bad temperature-wise today, but why is Derek wearing a vest? Can anybody answer that? I mean, it's just one of life's great mysteries.
He's weird.
Speaking of clothes, we could do this real quickly. Stallion is a poser. He's wearing a Gonzaga lacrosse shirt, and he went to Falls Church High School.
And he never played lacrosse.
Right. That full-on poser behavior.
I don't understand why you care so much about the polo that I'm wearing. I've gotten Bobby Blanco, our old friend, he texted me, he was like, "You're wearing the Gonzaga polo again."
Because he went there.
He went there. It doesn't matter. I got it at a good deal at Goodwill. That's all that matters. For $3.
Do you think it's weird?
You will never see me in Redemptress, Donaldsonville, Walker, Port Allen. Those are all the people we played against in my district. You'll never see me with another high school jersey on unless it's mine.
Not to mention Gonzaga has really good sports, and Gonzaga lacrosse is really good.
Think he went there.
Yeah, that is. I found
Ben Sinnott probably thought I was wide receiver 1 for Caleb back in the day.
I got some more golf shirts. I'll get you one.
All right, I'm gonna have to go to Collars & Co. again.
Shout out to Collars & Co. I saw they had SVP getting some Collars & Co. I saw that on Instagram. All right, you're listening to BMitch Finlay. Jaden Daniels addressed the media this morning. You'll hear that when we return, coming at you live. BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Nationals beat the Blue Jays 8-6 last night thanks to 6 walks in the first inning. They and the Pittsburgh Pirates are now tied, both one game back of the Arizona Diamondbacks for the third NL wildcard spot. With the trade deadline coming up, their question remains, will the Nats buy or will they sell? All eyes look to their ace right now, Foster Griffin.
That's not to say that Foster's necessarily going to be here forever. Personally, I do think that there's a chance that he's here beyond this year. Is it a greater chance than whether he's here just till the end of the year or being traded? I don't know. We'll obviously find out these next few days.
That was Paul Giamatti on the Junkies this morning. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live, BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. We're in the tent. Stallion's making his training camp debut, and Jaden Daniels making his training camp debut in the new David Blau offense. Jaden Daniels addressed reporters. A lot of funny moments here. Let's hear from QB1. We're going to hear from Jaden in just a moment here. There was one really funny line today, and I think Kerwin caught this on camera. You can find it on the NBC4 Sports Twitter account. So Hartman walked out to practice. Jaden was right behind him. Jaden was yelling, "Happy birthday, Sam Hartman." It is Hartman's birthday, and Jaden was just letting the world know that it was his birthday. Rashad White was behind them, and then he goes, "I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry," about Jaden and Sam, which is really funny. Those two are like very good buddies, obviously.
Well, they seem to be, and I keep hearing somebody else say he's best friends.
Yeah, good point.
If you got to say it, you probably aren't.
As we're waiting for Jaden B, I did want to ask you. So now, relatively official. They didn't give him the tight ends coach tag, but they're like, yeah, it's going to be Wes. Wes is going to work with the tight ends. How are we feeling there?
I'm good with it. I mean, the whole thing about it, like I said, you're going to be trying to give the message that your coordinators have given you. Wes played long enough. He understands how to route run. Hell, small as he is, he was a blocker also.
Yeah.
So he'll be able to do it. Like, hell, he played football. He got a lot of coaches that are very, very successful that never played football.
Totally. So. All right, let's hear from the starting quarterback of the Washington Commanders, Mr. Jaden Daniels.
I just think it just comes with reps here. Going to my third camp, my third year, have more of a voice and you mature more over the years. You play a lot of ball, you go do a lot of different things on and off the field, so you're going to mature in this league. So now it's kind of just be more intentional with not only myself, but, getting the guys around me, ready and rallying the troops.
You feel like when you were with Bobby the whole time, do you feel like more it's your team now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even when Bobby was here, obviously, you have a Hall of Fame linebacker, Hall of Fame player that's done a lot, a big brother to me and stuff like that. So I kind of picked up on stuff that he did and how he led and how he used his voice in certain situations. And now, he's not here, so it's like now it's my team for sure.
Hey, Jaden. Red Zone, Dan Quinn said he wanted to get practice a little more competitive right off the start, so he kind of went that way. From your perspective, how is it to start with the Red Zone?
It was competitive, just going out there and whatever DQ has up there, for our competition for today. We compete in that. We compete in all the team drills. So just get the juices flowing, get the guys ready, and get that competitive edge.
And obviously, for this break, was there anything you were kind of working on specifically, or what did you kind of focus on to get ready?
Keep trying to master the offense over this summer break. Just keep working my craft, bigger, faster, stronger, just doing everything, finding little edges I could do to get better and, keep up with my VR also.
Jaden, the defense was really disruptive and active today in those drills. What did you see out there? What did you kind of notice from them?
We bring in those guys that come in and get after the quarterback. So it's good work on both sides. At the end of the day, that's all camp is really. It's building our identity, making sure guys get good work, make each other better.
Jaden, I know obviously you have familiarity with David Blau, working with him the last couple of years, but where are you in the process of adjusting to the new offense, working more under center and just a new scheme overall?
More comfortable than I was in the spring. Like I said, it just comes with reps over time throughout the spring, and then you go in the summer, you got more of a grasp and concept of how he wants to do things, how he wants to accomplish things like that. And then as time goes, we're in camp now, so turning my back to defense isn't a problem. Stuff like that, it's a weapon for me. I try to master in every way I can.
Jaden, what's your post-practice process? Like, do you go and look and pick apart how you performed just now, or is that gone?
I mean, it's really just a process. I mean, you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days. It's a part of football. It's part of camp. This is where you go out there, you fail, you try. I'd rather fail in camp than come the season. So, you try to be critical. You take the coaching. You kind of see what you could do, what you can't get away with, and you move forward and you learn.
Jaden, how do you attack mastering and learning a new system, new plays? Do you want everything at once, or do you like it in pieces?
Shoot, that's a good question. I think everything at once, and then you kind of just break it down and see what questions I have for Blau and what questions he have for me, or what the answers are. You kind of just walk through it and try to make it make sense in your head in different ways. Try to not necessarily like this exact play call, but you try to correlate to stuff that you've done in the past and things like that. So Blau's been doing a great job of kind of just breaking it down to me in that sense. And obviously I got to go out there and be a pro and study and prepare myself.
DQ said he wanted everybody in crazy shape this year. What was crazy shape for you?
Jeez. I don't know. When me and my trainer got after it, so I don't know. I feel good though. I feel really good.
Jaden, now that the Netflix series quarterback dropped, looking back, how did you feel about that experience last season going through
that? It was cool. Like a different side of me, stuff like that. But it was a cool experience. I'll say that, man. Shout out to Payne Manning and what they did, how they portrayed it, and I heard it was a hit. I haven't watched it. I'm not gonna watch it. So yeah, it was a cool experience.
Dan Quinn had mentioned that the energy is kind of different this year than the last 2 years. I'm curious, how have you seen that manifest over the offseason as you rejoin your teammates over the past couple days?
I would say it's just a new team. Every year is a new year. From my rookie year, second year to this year, this field has guys that bring energy themselves within their own on each side of the ball. And you kind of have those guys that's been here for a couple of years, so you kind of know what DQ wants and what's his standard, what's he expect from everybody. So we push that standard. You got great leaders on both sides of the ball. Me, Terry, Frankie. You got Mikey, Revo, etc. That's been here that kind of knows the ropes.
David Blau's idea of the GoPros have carried over into training camp on your helmets for the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
How have those? I've seen you have some fun with them as well, but how have they helped, if at all, in film sessions?
I mean, truthfully, is going back and hearing you, seeing if you called the play right. I think it's stuff like that. I don't really necessarily go back and watch it because it's on top of the helmet, so it's not truly, my eyes might be somewhere else, but my helmet's that way. But it honestly helps you, going back, you want to listen to how you call the play, how you're calling the play, make sure you're delivering the message, painting the picture for the guys, the 10 other guys in the huddle to understand the play so we're all on the same accord.
Jaden, when you got in here, there were a lot of veterans like Bobby and Zach that were kind of helping you learn the ropes right away. What's it like now to be showing Sonny Styles, what he should be doing, and telling Antonio Williams how things should be going?
I'm still young, so you ain't got to age me. I'm still young. But it's dope. I mean, you got, like I said, I was blessed to be a part and have some teammates that have a lot of knowledge, and if they ask me questions, I play some ball in this league, so give them as much as I know. I don't know a lot, but I'm still learning. I'm still young, like I said, but obviously it's their first time going through a camp, so they're kind of asking me, what's my routine and stuff like that, trying to figure out little things, so just give them little nuggets here and there.
How did the way kind of last season went impact your off season and your training? And in what ways did you do things differently, or did you work on different things this off season?
Yeah, I mean, bigger, faster, stronger, stuff like that. You know, with my trainers back there, and I mean, kind of just left a bitter taste in my mouth. And you know, you kind of move forward and you go out there and you try to get better and get back to it. Hopefully, you know, can't really rush the days of when the season comes back, but you know, you just attack it, you know, with a different mindset, different approach to things.
Maybe a simple question, but like just doing more huddle, is that much of a transition for you? Just getting play calls out, just that whole process.
Nah, not really. I would like to say I got a good little recall. So once I hear a play, I can go out there and articulate it to the other 10 guys in the huddle. You know, I have my struggles here and there. It might be some longer play calls and stuff like that where me and Blau got to have talks about that. But it's no problem. It's no problem at all.
Could you get an idea last year of how defenses might have been defending you differently, or because of all the injuries you didn't get that much of an idea? And if not, how do you think they will come at you differently than maybe in year one?
I don't know. We got to see. I don't know how they're going to play us, play the offense. It's a different scheme. So I don't know. I mean, last year, like everybody knows, in and out the lineup. So, you know, you don't really find a groove. So I guess we'll have to find out come week one.
On the heels of Mitch talking about you personally, after year one, training camp was probably different last year for you coming into it more than after going last year's. This training camp feel any different for you, like almost like a rookie game because you weren't in as much last year?
Nah, training camp don't. I was in training camp last year. I was in training camp. It does not feel like I'm a rookie. So, you know, still these long days. I didn't miss training camp. So, long days and stuff like that. So just take care of your body, hydrating, getting some sleep, things like that.
The workouts you coordinated in California, can you see that sort of translate as you guys practice those reps out there with everybody?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's kind of just times where, you know, you work out, try to get a good couple days in, don't go too crazy, but it's also just bonding off the field. And, you know, I say what better place to go than Southern California. Some other people right here might disagree, but if you ask anybody, you know, they had a good time. There's a lot to do out there, great weather. So, yeah, there's what better place than to go out there.
Hey, Jaden, with having, obviously, you didn't have Terry at practice last year. What difference does he make even in practice for you guys?
His presence, his voice. I mean, this is a guy that's been doing it for countless years. Yeah, I did age Terry. But, man, he's just a true pro, true vet. You guys see him after practice coaching up the younger guys, giving the game back, the knowledge, just bringing that energy. So last year was last year, but, you know, now we're happy to step forward and hit day one of training camp moving forward and hit the ground running.
Last one.
Did you buy any housewarming gifts lately?
Nah, not at all.
Do you have any comment on anything that happened with you brands went back and forth a little bit?
Nah, it's private. We handle everything privately. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Jaden Daniels speaking with the media this morning. Certainly seems in a good mood, good sense of humor from Jaden.
Very much.
Not trying to be ageist. I thought that was pretty funny.
Smart man.
I'll have to follow up with whoever asked the question about like him missing training camp. I thought that was odd. He didn't miss training camp.
He didn't.
I don't know what that was
he
about.
let him know. So, good stuff.
What do you think Jaden's comfort level is in this offense? Let's build it out a little further. Scale of 1 to 100. Because a scale of 1 to 10, I think it's a 9. But a scale of 1 to 100, I think it's a little more interesting because you got more scale.
I still think it's about 90%.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to close it in because the thing about him, he's doing everything that needs to be done. As I stated earlier, if guys just looked at their playbook today, cut them. Because what you should be doing when you're at home, this is your profession. This is not just a hobby. So if they've installed, as Dan said it yesterday, they've already installed it. Now they're going through their second installation road. They go back to the beginning, at the beginning of the training camp, and they run through it. They've had a longer time to install it the first time. They got a shorter time now. So for guys to be able to pick it up as quick as they will be, they must be going home looking at stuff too. Like they're getting homework. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I feel like Jaden is, I mean, honestly, like in about as good of a spot offensively as any quarterback could be on the first day of training camp with a new install.
Yeah,
And
I agree with that.
I think a lot of that stems from the last month of the year when they shut him down. He wasn't in the cold tub the whole time. Like him and Blau were out here working. And I think there was, I mean, you and I know a lot more than necessarily we disclosed, but I think it was pretty clear in the building what was going to happen. And I don't think anything was like a shock. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And you wonder how much. There were multiple times today where I would see Jaden under center with motion, and you just wonder how much harder that makes defenses planning for him.
Yeah.
Because you just – now, there were plenty of times you saw him in the pistol or the shotgun or whatever.
Yeah, they do different things. It's just it's not going to be a complete change. It's just going to be more of what – like last year, I'm sure there were times when people like, why are we not running the ball here? Why are we not doing this here? You're going to see some of those answers now. They're going to do some things people sat at home and asked questions about. But the whole offense has not completely changed, though.
No.
Yeah.
If anything, the defense looks way different than the offense does.
Yeah.
Like, noticeably snap to snap. I think for Jaden, I said this on TV this morning, that, people are like, is the biggest concern keeping Jaden healthy? And, yeah, it is. That's also the biggest concern in Cincinnati. It's the biggest concern in Baltimore.
Biggest concern everywhere.
QB1.
Everybody.
There's a reason it's the most important position in sports.
And that's why they make so much money.
Right.
They are the biggest position. And anybody that not many teams can lose their starting quarterback and still go and do something.
I have a ton of notes from practice. Maybe we can run through them as we keep going here. I want to talk a little bit about everything that happened last night at the press conference. I do want to get into a little bit of Nats stuff because I know Taboni was on with the Junks this morning and said some pretty interesting comments. Nats got a good win last night. I watched some of that. I was kind of worried Stallions boy was going to blow it in the ninth, to be honest with you. He gave up. What did he give up in the ninth? Did he give up they gave up a couple runs, but whatever. They closed it out. That's what matters as we get closer and closer to this trade deadline. But these are interesting times around the NFL for sure because all these camps are underway. People always talk about what do you want from camp, this and that. By far, the thing every coach, every executive, every player wants most is health.
Yeah.
Health is the absolute biggest priority.
And the first day of training camp, everybody is the healthiest.
Right.
So.
I mean, the reality is nobody's going to feel as good as they did today probably for the next 5 months.
Yep.
Last time we got a little update on Trey Amos where they said he had a little soft tissue. We're just being cautious. He'll be back soon. Obviously, the second-year corner is a big piece of the puzzle, I would say, because he looked darn good in the first 10 weeks last year. I did ask Dan Quinn this morning just to follow up on the other two players that are on the PUP list in Dietrich Wise and Dorrance Armstrong, where they're at. I'll tell you what DQ said. Run through some notes. We're going to talk a little Nats. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The August 3rd MLB trade deadline is quickly approaching, and the Nationals are doing everything in their power to make sure that they have a chance to compete this year. They beat the Blue Jays 8-6 last night, moving them tied with the Pittsburgh Pirates, one spot back of that third NL wildcard spot. So, the Junkies asked Paul Taboni this morning, will they be buyers or will they be sellers?
Probably trying to do a little bit of buying and selling to try and upgrade our team for this year, but also be smart about the future, so on and so forth. Now it's tough to do in practice. So like I said, we want to do a good job kind of threading the needle.
Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive furniture showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Shout out to the homie Derek. We make a lot of fun of him, but he really just came through with some Wi-Fi. Appreciate you, DC.
And they've been training those bears, I see.
Not your average bear.
Yeah.
I want to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Plenty for us to discuss, kind of, I don't know, of year 3, day 1 for DQ and AP. I thought it was a pretty positive start. And hell, if it's not, if you don't wear your best outfit and look good on the first day of school, you're just ugly.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be good on the first day. Stallion wearing a different school shirt. That's his style. But I think I'm curious what fans think, and I know fans weren't out here today to watch, but I do think it was you felt a real sense of optimism, and I think it was for Luga that asked DQ a question where he said, your first year you went 12-5. Last year you went 5-12. Kind of, where do you think you are? And DQ was like, "It's a great question, and I'm not sure I have that answer at this point.
Yeah.
But I know how the guys feel, and I know the guys don't feel like we're a 5-12 team."
No, and last year, the guys understand why they ended up being a 5-12 team. I think everybody does. But when you say why, people go, "Oh, you're making excuses." Well, it's not excuses; it's facts. If teams have that many injuries, and you're that age, that old, and the people you brought in don't hit like you think, you're gonna lose games. But right now, they should be optimistic. I think the defense has improved, and as much as I get asked questions about receiver number 2, I keep pointing to the defense. I feel if you're not down in the first half by 20-something points, your offense can settle down and do something instead of trying to catch up and become one-dimensional. So the defense, to me, is what gives me a lot of hope. I know how good Jaden can be, but if he gets some help, he can be even better.
Totally. Defensive help will change a lot of things. Let's have the conversation about receiver 2 then. Last night, you and I were brainstorming. I was trying to figure out a way to get an answer somewhat applicable to Brandon Ayuk. But to all the people that keep telling me, why didn't you just ask him straight up about Ayuk? Because then they will straight up not answer.
Yeah, you got to find a way to throw it in there.
And the reality is the question I asked him is applicable to evaluation processes of all free agents.
Yeah.
Like, how much, if at all, does social media matter when you're evaluating a player? And I think as much as we had a fun moment, DQ and AP and myself, I thought his answer was really honest in that it's probably not 1, 2, or 3 about what they care about, but they're going to look through everything, and eventually that stuff matters.
It's not what they care about until it becomes something they have to care about.
Right.
Okay? Like, when they get ready to look at a guy, first of all, they want to know, can he play? If he can play, then they start talking to people. What's his character? If he can play and he got great character, and somebody said, yeah, but you might want to look at his social media. The fact that someone would bring it up, that would make them say, oh, why? Let me go check this out. And then when you start checking it out, you see little stuff. You say, okay, does that happen if something goes wrong on this team? So you got to start asking questions and things. But I don't think it's a big thing until it becomes one.
Totally. Like, let's be real. Schefter was on McAfee. And I think Schefter said something to the effect that he believes Steph Diggs could be in play for this organization.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to keep talking about this stuff, right? Steph Diggs isn't without some level of baggage. I was on the morning show this morning, and Jumi said, do you think they could get Diggs? I'd love to see Cardi B at a game. You know what I mean? Which is just kind of funny. But, like, it's not that Diggs, you know, we saw the picture with the pink material in the bag on the boat. Like, we're aware there's some stuff. And they are far more aware of all the stuff. But there's a willingness to take on some stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just how much stuff you're going to take is where it gets very, very different. I want to let some of the callers weigh in. My guy Nino is in Virginia Beach. Nino, how optimistic are you feeling, man?
Nino, you up?
Yes, BMitch.
What's happening?
Yeah, first time caller.
Appreciate you calling, man.
Yeah, I've watched you guys. I finally got on for the first time. You got so many callers. Commanders fans for life. My first game I watched at the old stadium, me and my dad, memories. So I'm looking forward to this year. I hope the defense will get up to speed because we need some serious help at the linebacker and corner spots. So hopefully the defense can pick it up. And Jaden, he looks good, though. He's still on the slim side, but I'm thinking we're going to have a good year. So I'm looking forward to winning the division. I'm optimistic.
Winning the division.
Right,
I love it, man.
That's right. Hey, we got to push forward. We can't keep letting Philadelphia and that other team with the emblem on it out west try to take our spot.
I like it, Nino. Thank you. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Today, I mean, it's one day. Being out here and hearing AP and DQ last night talk about how they like the receiver room and they think somebody can break out. Like, I think they're being honest. I think they are encouraged by the group they've got. And I think it's crazy the overwhelming focus the fan base has on that position. I thought Terry looked great today.
Damn good.
And DQ talked about, you could see, now the question was framed in a way that was kind of difficult for Quinn to answer. Because it was like, hey, compared to last year, how much better is it with Terry? Which, of course, is way better than last year. He was holding out.
Yeah,
like they were in a massive contract fight. But he said McLaurin is playing with joy. And honestly, I feel like we could see that. And I've seen that throughout kind of his interactions and, you know, some of the charitable stuff he's been doing throughout the offseason. And having a Terry locked in, new offense, lots of movement, you know what I mean? Like, that is such a massive difference than what we saw this time last year.
Yeah, I agree. And Terry's a pro, man. And what I mean by that is nothing is perfect in the whole situation. But there are guys who know how to look past stuff and still do what they're supposed to be doing. But there are other guys who cannot let the stuff that out on the side go. And it affects everything with them. So I'm not concerned about Terry. I think what you heard Jaden say is he's giving his knowledge to younger guys. He's helping them out, which in turn does what? Help the football team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Terry's doing what he's supposed to do. Terry has always been a pro, and he's going to keep being that. And I think people have to understand that just like when Terry rolled in, they questioned him.
Third round pick.
To his first game. And then all of a sudden he became what he is. And they got to understand, somebody else could be that same guy this year.
Totally, man.
You know, it's not always about getting somebody, hell, to be honest with you, you can't get a finished product all the time. There are some guys we brought here who are outstanding on other teams. What did they do when they got here? Nothing.
You know what's funny, too? And maybe some of it is a byproduct of, I don't know how to phrase this, like the positional difference. and maybe some of it's a byproduct of Luke and Lane have shown. I mean, Jalen Lane, 2 punt return touchdowns as a rookie is a big deal from a special teams perspective.
Yeah.
But as receivers, they haven't. Neither Luke or Lane has shown a ton, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the seeming pessimism of the receiver draft picks versus the immediate optimism of a dude like Bill last year, who's a 7th-round running back that had missed a year of football, and even I would say the optimism surrounding Fat Man. Maybe it's because they have cool nicknames, I don't know, but like the fans are quick to be like, yo, this dude could do it, versus at the receiver position, it's like, man, they got to sign somebody. It's just kind of an interesting dichotomy.
That's just how it is because everybody plays fantasy.
Yeah, but receivers are part of fantasy too.
That's what I'm saying. And the receivers normally have a certain – if you're not Bijan or somebody like that, receivers next. And when they look at that, they say, I got to have one of them. So they start thinking you got to. Instead of your team may not have a receiver like that, but you might have other ways to go out there and give yourself an advantage. You know, it's not always about just what the other team has.
Totally.
And I think that a big part of more fans in football is fantasy. A big part of some dumbass questions is fantasy.
Terry is in Dansville. Terry, how you feeling about this team one day in, dude?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for calling, man.
I'm very optimistic. Yes, I'm very optimistic. I think the training camp battles in running back position and at D-line, I think it's going to be the best surprise. I see Dietrich Wise being a starter whenever he gets back. I know he's still on the pup list. But I see Ford as the starter. And don't you guys forget, I'm the first one to tell you this. And I think the Fat Man is going to push them all. And I love Jacoursi Merritt, but he still has a little growing to do. He wants to take it all the way every time he gets the ball. That's a little maturity thing. But I like him because he has a lot of funk in him, and he has that toughness. So it's going to be a crazy battle at those positions, and I can't wait to see it.
All right, man.
Love the optimism, dude. I don't necessarily agree with him on Jerome Ford, but you want to answer that, Jeff? Yeah, Jeffrey, how optimistic are you? You've been hearing us talking. I'm sure you were on social this morning looking at clips and stuff.
I'm excited, JP. I've been fiending for football season ever since last year when we had a bad season because there were so many people talking about, oh, y'all bluffed in 2024, and I'm just here to say that it's different this year, baby. They building a team, and we coming back for revenge. I'm coming back for all the trash talk from White Brian and the Giants fan. Cowboy B and the Cowboys fans.
Newey Scruggs, a dear friend, but a capital S talker.
I'm ready. I think we're going to have a great season. We could go back to where we were in 2024. Let's keep it up.
Dude, I will say.
White Brian not talking. All his teams suck.
The best thing going in White Brian's life is Jackson Coyven. And Jackson Coyven's a hell of a player, but I'm not entirely sure that.
When he win a major this time.
Get him in the President's Cup.
I would like to see him in the President's Cup. I would.
Well, when he win a major, I'll really care about him then.
Kid can play, though.
He can.
This is possibly stupid, and it's one day of camp. I don't feel too angsty at too many spots. I still have some questions about the corners. But the D-line looks big and fast. The linebackers look significantly. Like you noticed when they were running 7s or 11s, and you're primarily throwing the ball in most of this stuff because nobody has pads on, so running the ball is kind of unimportant. But you could see the speed. I want to seek my guy Easy E for Rockville. What up, Ease?
Hey, what's going on, man? It's really exciting to hear you guys talk about the way that training camp went. I know JP said it's like the first day of school. If you don't look cool, then you look ugly. I'm going to take it a step further. It's like having the first day of college, and you're walking in, you want to look good to impress that pretty girl. So that's the way training camp's supposed to go.
Totally.
Here's what I wanted to say about, I know you guys were talking about, like, everybody's like, oh, we got to sign a wide receiver. We got to sign a wide receiver. I'm going to be honest with you, that's just stardom. That is stardom from an organization of fans that haven't had something like this in a long time. That year number one really hyped the fans up. And now every year you have to overspend. You have to overspend in this position. Prime example, Alec Pierce. Isn't he starting to see the training camp on the pup list? Well, what if you would have overpaid for him? You know what I mean? So, like, we got to go with and believe in this organization and the GM and the coaches with the drafting. You draft to build a team to be good. You don't want to always have to go get products from other, teams, and then they come here and, like B said, they don't do anything. So I'm really excited to see what Sonny does and see what Antonio Williams does. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, bud. Always good to hear from you, Easy. All right, a couple things for us to discuss. We got to talk some baseball. We got to talk body cam footage. We also going to talk about this Adam Peters thing. My conversation with him. I want to play the audio for folks in case they missed it. You're listening. You're watching. You're streaming. BMitch Finlay. Boy, I love that line from Busta. Here we go. BMitch Finlay 1067, the fan. All right, I want to do a couple quick non-Commanders training camp topics. Jeff, I don't know if we have audio on this. Maybe Stallion does. He's being relatively worthless. Did you see Tony Romo, the body cam, and then here's my biggest question about the Romo situation. How did they end up in like an airplane hangar? Where was he pulled over, and how did they end up in an airplane hangar where he was stretching? I find the whole thing funny. Nobody was hurt. Obviously, it's a serious issue, but the whole thing just looks bizarre.
So I think from watching the body cam, they didn't have like a leveled surface there since they're on the side of the highway, and they wanted to give him a fair shot, is what I've gathered from this information.
And
I guess they took him to some spot, and he still failed.
Did that spot help?
It definitely looked like an airplane hangar. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
It was. So
how long did it take him to get to that airplane hangar?
No idea.
Here's what I know. Apparently, maybe I heard the Junkies talking about this morning. I was in the car early, so the Junkies talking about it early. That tracks. But somebody was saying that Wisconsin has very lenient drinking and driving rules. Kerwin, is that accurate? Wisconsin leniency for drinking and driving? Listen, here's what I know about people in Wisconsin. They drink beer. A lot
of it.
A lot of beer, a lot of fried cheese. So I wouldn't be shocked if they, I don't know. Apparently Romo got, if you're going to get it pulled over, you're in the right place. The biggest question would be, do you think they take him off the top team at CBS?
Probably not.
I don't think so either.
No, probably not.
Like if someone was hurt.
But the question I'm asking is, how long did they leave this from when they left the side of the road to that hangar? If you talk about 45 minutes, hour or so later, you know the blood alcohol changes how it gets into the stream. So you can say when I got picked up, I wasn't like this. You know a lawyer going to be asking these questions.
Romo's going to have the best lawyer money can buy. Like, whoever the best DUI lawyer is, or OWI is what he was charged with, in the state of Wisconsin, will be on Tony Romo's bag. Like he's. I don't think there's any. The only real question to me is what happens with the CBS gig.
I don't think nothing's going to happen with that one.
And I'll go a step further. I don't think it should. Now, something that I think should and will are different. Something I think will happen. I think Foster Griffin's getting traded. Paul Taboni, Nats president, was on with the Junks this morning. Jeffrey has the audio.
I would not categorize him that way.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Fizzled
we'll obviously
quickly
see where it goes.
is what we read.
What's
Yeah.
up?
Fizzled quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
But you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I would. That's not to say that Foster's necessarily going to be here forever, but personally, I do think that there's a chance that he's here beyond this year. Is it a greater chance than whether he's here just till the end of the year or being traded? I don't know. We'll obviously find out these next few days, but yeah, I don't think that was categorized totally fairly. And so really, it's like I've been telling everyone, like inside our organization, it's kind of like running the RPO in football, right? Like it's, hey, you could think about extending them, you could think about keeping them till the end of the year, and then if someone blows you away with a trade package, like you consider that. But we're in this interesting spot where, and I'm curious how you guys think through it, but we're trying to find ways to upgrade our team, but also still want to build for the future. And it can be a tough needle to thread, but we want to try and do it.
Right.
And I think, not to, just address this before you guys even ask, but I think realistically what that means is probably trying to do a little bit of buying and selling to try and upgrade our team for this year, but also be smart about the future, so on and so forth. Now it's tough to do in practice. So we'll see how it actually works. And it could be just, end up just sell side moves or just buy side moves. We're going to figure it out here in the next couple of days. But like I said, we want to do a good job kind of threading the needle between being good this year, giving these guys a shot while also not sacrificing the future.
giving these guys a shot while not sacrificing the future. When he's very wishy-washy on, he could be here long term. He could just be here till the end of the year. We could trade him. I think they're trading him.
We'll see. I don't know what they're doing.
What'd you hear from him, though?
I hear we're dealing with turning over every little thing we can to figure out what we're going to do. That's all I hear.
I agree.
But I don't know if I'm hearing directly we're trading them or we're not. But I think they're trying to make sure they have every conversation they need to. So,
when everybody said, they're buying and selling in the Meade for early trade. Also, parenthetically, I feel so bad for Curtis Meade. Gets traded to the Red Sox, big opportunity, and then breaks his wrist on his second at bat. Yeah. There's no way that the Nats knew that was coming. It's not like they timed that. I just, as a dude that I've interacted with a handful of times, I just feel bad for the guy. He's having a career year, finally figured it all out at the plate, and it can't go. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that's just tough. All right, we got a break. When we come back, we're going to talk wide receiver 2. And what did we learn? What did Adam Peters say? We're going to open these phone lines, 800-636-1067. It's BMitch Finlay.
1:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You've got first pitch between the Nationals and the Blue Jays. They split the first 2 games of the series, and the Nationals still firmly in the mix for a playoff spot. After their win last night, they are just 1 game out of that final wild card spot. The Jays for today's matchup will turn to right-hander Trey Savage on the mound, and the Nationals have veteran Zach Littell pitching for Washington. As always, tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan to listen live. A little bit of news in the NFL. Star running backs Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs appear to be hold-ins as they seek new contracts. Neither Robinson nor Gibbs were participating for the Falcons or the Lions, respectively, in their first training camp practice for both teams. Both players had conversations with their teams this offseason about potential long-term contracts. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia.
Before you get started,
yeah,
I got something I need to do for Ryan Clare since he's scared to do it himself.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to know. Let somebody know that Ryan. I'm joking. Look, I ran to the turn.
I know he over there sweating.
He look like a tomato right now. You look like Red Lobster.
Damn right I do. I'm just enjoying my pretzels right now, BMitch.
Ryan would have definitely quit.
That's funny to like 7 people, but to those 7 people, it's hysterical. All right. BMitch Finlay brought to you by Rude. Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right,
baby.
If it ain't rude, Stallion, it ain't right.
And Stallion, I can be very rude.
All right. Last night was a presser. I've been trying to think all week how to ask about Brandon Ayuk in a manner that would actually get an answer. And what's really funny is people hear different things. Jeff, tell me when you're ready for this, and we'll just play. Okay, we'll play my exchange last night. It was kind of with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters asking about social media.
Adam, one for you, just in a general sense, as you're always looking to improve the team, when you're evaluating guys to maybe bring in for workouts, whatever, what role, if any, does kind of a player's social media have in that evaluation process?
That's a good roundabout question.
What a badass you are. Straight badass right there.
But no, we look at everything, JP. I mean, it's a great question, but we do look at everything, and we want to make sure it's the right player to be in our locker room, in our bloodstream, and in our culture, and we often we look at that stuff. I mean, it's not always the first thing we look at. Obviously, you're looking at the tape and you talk to the teams that the players have been on and how they were in the locker room, the players that have played with them, and so on and so forth to make those decisions. But that's not usually a huge part of it. Usually.
Good job.
Well played. Both of you.
As soon as I saw that last night, I called you. And you didn't answer. You called me back. I was laughing. I was on a Peloton. I was
wondering
dying.
what you were doing.
I was dying. I couldn't stop laughing. I say, JP was going to find a way to ask that damn question.
Every once in a while we get one, B. I think it's really interesting because I think different people hear different things. And I don't know, to me, when he added the extra usually, I think that to me was apparent that this level of social media has made some level of impression. Now, to be fully clear, fully transparent, I asked him a general question and gave me a general answer. So perhaps it's not applicable to the situation whatsoever.
Well, it was applicable because he say 9 times out of 10, they don't look at it.
Right.
Until they have to look at it, in a sense. And I would think that the person that everyone insinuated you were discussing, they have to look at his stuff now.
Yeah.
I just want to know, I'm gonna ask anybody. Anybody get an autograph? Out of the 500 people going to be giving an autograph for yesterday.
Who knows if that was real or fake?
I don't care. I'm asking the question. I want to know. Did he get an autograph?
No.
Okay. Well.
I think it's interesting with IU. Like, I'm curious. We can go around the horn here. Jeff, what did you hear from AP's answer on social media?
To be honest, what I heard was it's still a possibility.
See, it's interesting. People take that differently. Why do you say that?
Because it wasn't. He said he'd take that and like he look at it, but it's not really a deciding factor. All I heard from that was, yeah, he wilding out on social media, but if he could play, he could play. We'll figure that out when we ask the other teams how he was with his teammates. That's what I really heard.
Yeah, I think, but also you got to understand when you ask, you heard other people start saying stuff about how he's this, he's that. You start asking those questions when you start thinking about the person being in your locker room doing the stuff that he's doing. It makes a difference at that point. No, it's not one or two. But if it becomes an issue, then that's a problem. You know what I mean? Because normally nobody's social media is mentioned.
Right.
When it starts being mentioned, then it has creeped into being a problem range.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What did you hear from Adam Peters' answer about the role social media has in player evaluation? I don't think it's at the top of the list. Let me be crystal clear. But I think certain things can get to a certain point where it becomes a factor. And I just wonder, we've seen all sorts of crazy behavior in pro sports. But I don't know that in pro sports we've ever seen the specific behavior that Brandon Ayuk has deployed where it's all about joining one team.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be one thing if we have seen players pout and tweet and Instagram their way off of teams. Like, you can fight your way off a team.
Yeah.
You can make clear you want to join X team. But the consistency, like, when you talk about social
He had
media,
a production team doing this.
it's about like brand consistency and building an audience that has expectations. He's accomplished those.
I ask this question. You don't get onto the team you've been trying to get onto. What kind of assault coming after that?
That's a good question, man.
But like the thing, I was talking with Dave, and Dave said, bro, you keep saying one thing. If he wants to play, he would go out there and file the paperwork he needs to file. And I was talking with someone else who said, yeah, and he would file the paperwork to fire the agent that he has that's still his agent. Think about that.
Yeah.
And not only has he not filed the paperwork, he has not filed the paperwork to get rid of the agent that he say is not his agent anymore. So does he really want to play ball?
I do think the paperwork on the agency stuff got filed, but the Niner stuff remains the biggest. Just
not based off of who I heard it from, Jay.
Really? Okay. Let's hit these phones. Sean is in Falls Church. What's up, Sean? What'd you hear from the AP social media conversation?
I want to applaud you, JP. That was the right way to ask the question. You broached the subject without outright saying BA, and I love that.
Thanks, bud.
I think that, yeah, of course. No, you're actually doing your job in that sense, and then you actually get an answer, which I think that when they say 9 times out of 10, I think that BA is that 1 out of 10. I think that's the kind of situation where you're just like, I just don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. He's just enough crazy and just enough on the social media to where he's going to be cancer in the locker room, and I can't get past that.
It's a fair take, man. It is
Sure.
funny, though, because I do think different people heard the answer differently. Where some
That's
people,
correct.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Sean. Thanks for the call, bud.
Cheers.
Some people hear it as, yeah, maybe, but we take the play on the field and talking to teammates more importantly, and others heard it as this is the exception where it matters too much. Let's go to Jeremiah in Fairfax. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me on. So I heard it was your question, I believe. It was a good question. I heard the question. I heard his answer. My takeaway from that was, by his reaction, he clearly understood the question behind the question or what you were insinuating or referencing, and he could have had a lot of different answers that would have maybe been a little more harsh, would have closed the door on the idea of Ayuk. So I think with his answer, he did leave the door open for that signing, and whether he actually genuinely does feel that way or he does have grievances that he just doesn't want to air out in the media, that's a question or an answer we'll probably never know. But I just think with his answer, he left the door open for Ayuk coming here. He could have been a lot harsher. He could have been a lot more strict about his answer, and he purposely didn't do that. So that's my take. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it, man. I mean, you can hear it a lot of different ways, and they definitely haven't closed the door. Right?
I don't think they can give you a definitive answer without thinking that they could be, crossing some line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they can do that.
Yeah.
I think they have to toe the line at this point.
Because I got a bunch of people replying to me last night, like, why didn't you just ask him about Ayuk? It's like, well, you're not allowed to. And it gives them what I wanted to present a question.
You just say Ayuk, and they're going to
answered.
say, we can't talk about someone who's on another team.
Right. Let's hit our boy Manny in Southeast. What's up, Manny? Manny, are you there, bud?
Yeah. Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
We good,
buddy.
man.
How are you?
How my favorite people on the radio doing? Number one sports talk show in the world. You understand me?
Appreciate you, bro.
I didn't get nothing from Adam. I heard Adam Peters tell y'all, man, that stuff don't bother him. I mean, y'all make more of it than he did. That's what I heard. Listen. Your question was calculated. Your question was, listen, let me tell you something. Well, you did your thing, but all I heard him blow it off.
But let me ask you a question, Manny. What you think he's going to say? See, JP knew he wasn't going to get a direct answer.
You asked me what I. No. You can't do that. Know why? Because then the question is irrelevant.
No. He asked you a question. I'm now asking you my question. And my question is, what you thought he was going to say? He knew he wasn't going to get no answer from that question.
Right. I understand what you're saying. But to make that question, pose that question to these people, the Commanders fans and the Washington football team fans, Redskins know what was going to happen. That's why you keep talking the way you talk. You are Redskin. You know how this thing moves. You know how he going to work. So the question in itself is, how fly was the question that JP asked? That should we should be. That was it right there. But at the end of the day, he pretty much said, "Man, y'all worried about that more than I do because of the
So Manny, can I ask you? Can I ask you something?
What's that?
You have been a staunch BA advocate for some time.
He was doing some moonwalking,
but you even backed away from it a little bit. Do you feel like there's a better possibility now?
No, I'm not. I don't switch up. I backed up because he's not handling his business. It's a business thing. Now, if I wouldn't care what he did on social media, if he get in here and he bust butt and he do what he's supposed to do and he provide and be a productive part of this team, I don't care what he did to them people. You understand me? Those people I don't care. I'm a Redskin, Washingtonian. It's the logo that I represent. You understand me?
Appreciate you, Manny. Always appreciate your calls, bud. Always good to talk to you. Let's hit my guy. Chris is in D.C. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I just want to know, do D.C. still have play with Brian Ayuk? I don't know if he still is working with them since he's still under contract with them.
I'm sorry. Ask the question one more time.
I would love to know if Brian Ayuk is still under contract with
San
the
Francisco?
49ers.
Yes. That's how they're. Can you turn your radio? Thank you for the call, dude. Yeah, for those that are unaware, Ayuk still is under contract with the Niners, and until he files, because he's on the reserve left squad list, they can keep him in purgatory until he files his paperwork to rejoin the team and goes to San Francisco for practice. Like, until those things occur, he'll just remain where he is, which is limbo, if you will. Like, he's in Nowheresville, basically. We'll go to an impartial observer, assuming White Brian's able to speak. W, what did you hear from AP?
I think they're sick of the conversation. I heard we're not going to sign this guy and we want to focus on the team we have here.
I think that's closer to what I heard as well. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The word to me was the second usually at the end. Like, usually it's not a big deal. Usually. And I would suggest this has gotten to the unusual portion.
It's unusual.
Yeah. But I find it fascinating how different people can hear different things.
But you got to realize, though,
that's
Jay,
kind of life, right?
People that are leaning towards it and people that are swayed by that type of stuff, they're not going to hear anything opposite of what they want to hear. That's just happened. And the people that have already gotten tired of it, they're not going to hear anything besides that. But I don't know what they expected him to say, knowing the conditions and the situation that they're in. You're talking about a guy who's under contract with someone else.
Right.
So they weren't going to say nothing else.
Yeah, man, it is fascinating to watch unfold. Also, I don't think you and I have had a chance to talk about this yet. Did you see that Kyle Shanahan, there's like a new update?
That they thought that supposedly the young lady had crossed the line, but he said he crossed the line.
And it got misreported in the police report?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
So here we go, dog. It's a lot of questions about this whole thing. And I understand Brandon put some stuff and people attacked him for it. But I got questions about this accident, bro.
Can I say something that perhaps is uncouth? Of all the Ayuk social media stuff, like, he's called these coaches female dogs,
everything,
right?
Yeah.
I actually thought Ayuk's response to Kyle's car accident was kind of funny. It's only funny because he's okay. Like, if he's injured, but like if something significant had happened or the young woman was hurt or whatever. But like, for all the grief he got for driving 100 past the stadium to then have the coach, I heard, and I don't know that this is accurate, but does your car? I don't know if all electric cars have, but Tesla has the auto drive function.
Yeah.
Where you got to be like sitting in the car and alert, but Elon's driving it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that this is accurate, but I heard at least he thought he was in auto drive, and that's why he was looking at his phone.
Well, I care less. If you put your car in auto drive and hit somebody, you still there.
Totally.
But he said his car failed. His phone failed. This is what he said yesterday. His phone fell between the seats, and he went to grab his phone, so he changed lanes.
Oh, okay.
So if it was in auto drive and you go to grab your phone, the car's still driving inside the lines. See, the question, when I hear stuff and you start changing it and you start answering and adding more, I start hearing lies, bro. So something happened that night that's being covered up.
Well, that's
what I believe.
The fact that it happened, 2-3 weeks ago, then it just comes out before camp. The reason it comes out before camp,
because he wasn't going to be out there.
The reason the Commanders fired Ben Steele on Monday is because they knew we'd all be out here on Wednesday and start asking a zillion questions, right? That's why they did that. The reason the news came out is because people were going to physically see Kyle or physically not see him. So it had to come out. So I have no idea. The good news is everybody's okay. It's weird the news didn't come out. And I don't agree with, there's these allegations that, reporters were covering up for him. The Niners beat is significant. The Niners fan base, the amount of people that report and cover the 49ers stretches from Central California, inland, up to Oregon. That's a huge amount of people covering them. Mm-hmm. I think, by and large, most people didn't know or didn't know enough to report. Because I can hear something, but to report it officially If you're a reporter that cares about your work, you have to get it from multiple people. You have to get it confirmed. Now, because it's public and there's a police report, you have to know to look for the police report. Like the Ben Steele thing, when the team tweeted out that he got fired Monday, within minutes, a bunch of savvy journalists were able to find the police report. Now, maybe the police report was slow to emerge. The fact that the accident happened so much earlier than it was reported, and then the way it was reported was misreported apparently by the government entities. And then Shanahan has to hold kind of an impromptu press conference, but it seemed like there were no cameras in there. It was just him talking to beat writers.
Certain beat writers.
The whole thing is weird.
Hey, Jay, I've seen a lot of stuff in all my time. And, yes, most media people are legit. There's some of them that cover up stuff for people, too.
Totally.
So I'm not going to sit up here and vouch for anybody. I don't know them. But this is a strange situation right here. I don't care what nobody says. This is strange as hell.
Dude, very, very strange. I completely agree with you there. And it's hard for me to know what to make of it. But, like, somebody asked me this. I did have to Google this, so I didn't realize. So he reached for his phone, and that's how the car accident.
Yeah.
Do you remember, long before he was a television legit star, do you remember the Nate Burleson story when he was playing for the Lions? September 2013, Detroit Lions wide receiver Nate Burleson crashed his car into a highway median in Michigan while trying to catch two stacked Happy's pizza boxes from sliding off the passenger seat.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
The single car accident left him with a broken left forearm that required surgery.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That was funny. I don't know if funny is fair, but
And we knew about that the same day or the next day.
Yeah, because they
this
played
one here 11, 12 days later.
They played Monday Night Football. Do you remember the Bobby Petrino incident that got him fired from Arkansas? So he rolled in to a press conference wearing the neck brace with his face all cut up.
Yeah.
And at first he was like, "Yeah, man, I wrecked my motorcycle," but then the reporting continued. And a staffer, a young woman staffer, was on the back of the motorcycle with him. Then he had to admit he had given her $20K in a romantic relationship. Then, like, the reporting, whatever the truth is in San Fran, I'm not alleging it's anything like that, but, like, whatever the truth is, eventually it's going to come out. So I don't know what it is, but it's going to be interesting. I thought that was it remains kind of an incredibly bizarre story.
Strange, brother. It's strange.
Like, do you know who's kind of running that thing in the interim?
The what?
Running the Niners
the
in the interim.
assistant head coach?
Chris Forster, who was here with Mike.
Yeah.
Do you remember his most famous story? Like, and dude, whatever. People move on. And it sure sounds like in interviews with Forster now, he's a very religious man and perhaps has figured out how to change his life around. They got a lot going on in the Bay Area, B. Move away from the substation.
Must be the substation, bro.
Thank you to everybody watching on Monumental. If you're on the radio, we're coming right back.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals set up a rubber match for today with the Blue Jays after beating them last night 8-6. Let's take a look at the lineup for today's game. James Wood is leading things off and he'll be playing right field, followed by Luis Garcia Jr. playing first, Brady House at third, CJ Abrams is your designated hitter. Harry Ford is catching, then you have Dalen Lyle out in left, Jacob Young in center field, Horbert Vivas at second base, and Nasim Nunez is batting ninth and playing shortstop for today. Zach Littell on the mound for the Nationals as they try to win the series over the Blue Jays. With their victory last night, they are now just one game out of that third wildcard spot, just behind the Arizona Diamondbacks. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers in Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in DC, visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Get it right. BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. You heard Tress Way there. Dan Quinn revealed last night that Tress Way hurt his pec. They signed a punter. Let's be real, this punter is here until Tress feels better. Matt Hack with 2 A's.
That was number 38.
Yeah. Making me get a roster out? Probably.
Yeah,
the guy,
he was
there
holding.
a guy punting? Yeah,
He was holding.
Yo, the holding didn't look good. That makes sense.
Well, they wasn't kicking it.
Right. Nothing like a walk-through field goal drill to really get you moving. B, I texted Tress last night and make sure he's all right. He's like, yeah, man, I'm all good. And obviously the most important pressing question was, did it impact your golf swing? He's like, I've been practicing my putting a lot more. So
that might help him.
The other two kind of injury updates I wanted to provide. Asked DQ this morning about Dorrance Armstrong and Dietrich Wise. He said, both guys are coming along. I saw both of them walking up to the building. They were out there kind of doing work to the side.
Mm-hmm.
DQ said, we think Armstrong is super close. Wise's injury was so significant.
Yeah, it was.
But part of me almost wonders, if you get a guy like Dietrich back, say in like mid-October, the law of large numbers, kind of the way football works, you'll probably lose somebody at some point.
Yeah.
If you're able to bring Wise on later in the season, that could be a pretty big addition, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens there. Commanders also activated Fred Davis II off the non-football illness list. By all accounts, that dude was just very sick, and now he's back. Let's make some bets then, boys.
Hard to hear voice. Holla. Like you always are.
All right, WB, how'd we do last night?
I was the only winner.
I don't believe it. What'd you take?
Brewers.
You were lying like hell. I took the Tigers last night. They beat the Orioles.
He took Shelton to win in 2 sets.
Oh, I think I took Shelton, too.
Tigers won 14-0, Joey. You gone?
I'm taking the Nats. I'm taking the Nats plus 1.5. How about that?
I'm taking CJ to get a hit.
I don't need to take a
minus
pick.
195.
All right. B's abstaining.
Yeah, I'm abstaining from picking. Y'all not going to give it to me anyway.
Thanks to everybody for listening.
Peace.
Nats baseball next.